Section 19 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle. The Medici, Volume 1, by G.F. Young. Giuliano, the youngest of the 5 children of Piero il Gottoso and Lucrezia Tornabuoni, was, unlike his brother Lorenzo, exceedingly good-looking. He was gifted with considerable abilities, and for his many enduring qualities was greatly beloved, not only in his own family, but also by the people of Florence. Before his early death, he had already shown on several occasions that he possessed plenty of political capacity and could give valuable advice to his brother. Mr. Armstrong, describing his character, says, "He was the darling of high and low, the most attractive of all the Medici. His passion was the chase. He was a bold rider, a skillful jouster, eminent in jumping and wrestling. Yet he was no brutal athlete. He loved pictures, music, and everything that was beautiful. He loved poetry that told of love. He composed verses in his mother tongue, full of weight and sentiment. He talked brightly and thought soundly, delighted in witty and playful company, but hated above all men who lied or bore a grudge for wrongs. Faithful and high-minded, regardful of religious forms and moral decencies, he was ever ready to render service or perform a courteous act. In his relations to his brother, whom he worshipped, there was no sign of jealousy. After the terrible tragedy of his murder at High Mass in the cathedral, the city long missed the well-known figure, tall and well-proportioned, the olive-tinted features lighted by bright eyes, the long lock on the forehead, and the shock of black hair thrust back upon his neck. He had a grand public funeral in the great church of the Medici family, San Lorenzo, and there was no hypocrisy in the great grief manifested by the people." The relations which existed between these two brothers is one of the pleasantest things in the history of the Medici. At that epoch, jealousy between two brothers placed in such a position as Lorenzo and Giuliano were as the normal state of things. That it was entirely absent in their case speaks well for both of them, and it is an indication of Lorenzo's character and of what his conduct in the minor relations of life must have been, that he should have never given cause for any feeling of jealousy in a younger brother so nearly his equal in ability and his superior in good looks, and that on the contrary the latter should have worshipped him, or again that Lorenzo from his side should never have felt jealousy at the admiration and popularity so universally bestowed on Giuliano, and much exceeding that accorded to himself. Giuliano was 25 at the time of his death. He left an illegitimate son born just at that time. Lorenzo took the child and brought him up as one of his own sons, and this child became the next generation, the well-known Giulio de' Medici, afterwards Clement VII. Giuliano, like all previous members of the family except Cosimo, was buried in the old sacristy in San Lorenzo. But about 80 years afterwards, his remains were removed to the new sacristy, which had at that time become the principal burial place of the family. It has always been felt suitable that these two brothers, between whom so strong an affection existed in life, should be buried together. When Lorenzo died, his body was laid in the same grave with Giuliano's. The remains were subsequently removed to the new sacristy together, and there they still lie in the same tomb. When in October 1895 Lorenzo's and Giuliano's tomb was opened, the reason why the latter was so instantly killed became for the first time apparent. The accounts of the murder had always mentioned that his body received a large number of wounds, most of them given after he was already dead, but no mention of a wound on the head was made in any of the accounts. When, however, the tomb was opened, more than 400 years afterwards, it was at once observed that Giuliano's head had an enormous sword cut extending along the whole of the top of the skull, thus fully accounting for his falling dead at once where he stood. Evidently, Giuliano, at the elevation of the host, had adopted the bending attitude on which the plot relied, and the murderer Bandini had taken full advantage of the opportunity it gave and struck Giuliano down without his having a chance of defending himself from the blow by the stroke delivered with great force on his bare head. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle. The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. Chapter 9. Lorenzo the Magnificent. Born 1449, ruled 1469 to 1492, died 1492. The last 14 years of his rule, 1478 to 1492. Sixtus IV was furious at the failure of the conspiracy. It added fuel to the flame that Florence should have dared to hang his subordinate, the Archbishop Salviati, and put to death his hired agents, Montesecco and his companions. He promptly declared war against Florence and induced the King of Naples and other states to join him. He confiscated the Medici Bank in Rome and sent an envoy to the Florentine state to demand that Lorenzo should be surrendered to his vengeance. The reply of the Signoria is significant. You say that Lorenzo is a tyrant and command us to expel him, but how are we free if thus compelled to obey your commands? You call him a tyrant, the majority of the Florentines call him their defender. But the Pope did more than declare war. He excommunicated the entire Tuscan state. The document drawn up by Sixtus IV on this occasion is a curiosity in this kind of literature. In it, he anathematized not only Lorenzo, whom he styled the child of iniquity and the nursling of perdition, but also the Gonfalonieri and all the members of the Signoria of Florence. The complete unrighteousness of the act is manifest. Because his criminal attempt had failed, and because the government of a neighboring state had executed those who had murdered their ruler's brother, attempted to murder himself, and endeavored treacherously to seize their country, therefore the people of that country were to be visited with a penalty in spiritual affairs. It was a travesty of the whole meaning of excommunication. Thus was the greater part of Italy stirred up to attack Lorenzo, who justly remarked that his only fault was that he had not been murdered. But the temper of the Florentines was so thoroughly roused, no submission was thought of, and Florence prepared herself for a serious war against the whole power which the Pope was able to bring to bear. And here occurred a remarkable incident, interesting as showing how the temper of men's minds was changing, and as a forerunner of the Reformation, now fast approaching in the next generation. At a period on which we are now entering, corruption and vice were being spread over Europe from Rome as a center. The Church at large cried out against it, but none could see from whence any reform could come. Thus we find a preacher of the order of St. Dominic preaching in the year 1484, saying, "The world cries out for a council, but how can one be obtained in the present state of the heads of the Church? No human power avails any longer to reform the Church through a council, and God himself must come to our aid in some way unknown to us." But in a way undreamt of by the preacher, that aid was already on the road. The new learning was slowly but surely leading men up to that great movement which was to reform the Church. Writings of the long past, unearthed chiefly through the labors of the Medici in the cause of learning, were beginning to be the common property of all men, and the result was like a revelation to the men of that age. They learnt when and how the claims of the papacy had originated, how often and how effectively they had, in the early centuries, been repudiated by the Church, and how those claims themselves had gradually become far more wide and sweeping in character than when at first tentatively put forward, and how in many instances they had only made their way owing to the political circumstances of Europe. But men learnt more than even this. As these researchers of scholars into the writings of the past proceeded, it began to be seen that an immense falsehood had been perpetrated. there loomed before men's eyes the most gigantic fraud which the world has ever seen. In the latter half of the 15th century, men gradually learned that whereas these papal claims had for centuries been based upon three great historical documents, these were, all of them, from end to end, colossal forgeries concocted in the Roman Curia during the darkness of the 8th and 9th centuries. The forged donation of Constantine, the forged donation of Pepin, and that which has obtained in history the name the forged decretals, all three now acknowledged by all Europe, including the Church of Rome itself, to have been what the scholars of the Renaissance found them out to be, forgeries. None, in fact, possessed of any scholarship could read them without at once seeing that they were so, their historical errors and inconsistencies being so gross. But they had sufficed for their purpose during an illiterate age. This huge fraud had misled the whole of Western Europe from the 8th to the 15th century, and the entire papal edifice was erected thereon. And then, says a modern historian, came a scholar of the Renaissance, Laurentius Valla, and uttered a few words of caustic comment, and pricked the bubble which had befooled the world for 7 centuries. And the gin shrank back into the bottle and was hurled into the depths of the sea. It was as though, nay, far more than as though, Magna Charta was found to be a forgery. The pricking of this great bubble, joined to all the other knowledge which the new learning supplied, was bound, when time elapsed, for the information to spread over the countries of northern Europe, to bring about the Reformation. For as soon as it became known to most educated men that the entire papal claim was based upon a colossal fraud, the revolt of other national churches from the usurped supremacy of the Church of Rome was a certainty. But that time was not yet. As yet, we are only at the stage when these things are becoming known to a considerable number of men in Tuscany, and at an incident which was but a local and temporary forerunner of the great convulsion. It is an incident little known, but whose importance is shown by the strenuous efforts subsequently made by the Church of Rome to destroy all trace of it. On receipt of the Pope's bull of excommunication, the whole of the Tuscan bishops assembled in council in the Cathedral of Florence, justified the action of the state, and not only appealed to a general council against the interdict, but excommunicated the Pope. Nor was there anything irregular in this action of the Church of Tuscany. It was an action which went back to the times when, had any bishop acted as Sixtus IV had done, the churches of other parts of Christendom would have refused to hold communion with him, or with his church, until it had purged itself of such a bishop. And it was only from the long ignorance which had reigned in these matters that the bold action of the Church of Tuscany took men's breath away. And if we inquire where the Tuscan Church got the idea of action, which had been unknown in Europe for more than 8 centuries, the answer is plain. It was undoubtedly Tuscany's new learning which emboldened the Church of Tuscany to take the course it did, strong in the knowledge that it was on solid ground in taking action which any appeal to the early centuries of the life of the Catholic Church would substantiate. But the Church of Tuscany did not stop here. It made use of the newly discovered art of printing, and printed its sentence of excommunication of the Pope and distributed copies thereof to other national churches of Europe. This, to a world accustomed to tremble at a Pope's censures, seemed a still more terrible act of lawlessness, but nothing daunted Tuscany. The whole of the clergy held with their bishops, and the papal excommunication was treated as a dead letter throughout that state. In the war which followed, Florence was greatly overmatched. She had to face a powerful combination including not only Rome and Naples, but also both of her 2 ancient rivals, Siena and Lucca. Besides Urbino and other minor states, the Pope exerting all his power to make all states join him. Florence was repeatedly defeated in the field and lost town after town. At length, after nearly 2 years fighting, the position being most gloomy, Lorenzo took a remarkable step. Leaving the conduct of affairs in the hands of the gonfaloniere Tommaso Soderini, he set out by himself for Naples to try diplomacy instead of force of arms. thus putting himself into the hands of his enemy in the hope of thereby saving his country. It was a dangerous step, for the Pope was as vindictive as ever, and all knew the unreliable character of King Ferrante of Naples. On his way to Pisa, Lorenzo wrote to the Signoria, explaining his object thus: "In the dangerous circumstances in which our city is placed, it was more necessary to act than to deliberate. I therefore mean, with your permission, to proceed directly to Naples, conceiving that as I am the person chiefly aimed at by our enemies, I may, by delivering myself into their hands, perhaps be the means of restoring peace to my fellow citizens." In reply, he received from the Signoria a letter conferring on him official authority to negotiate with the King of Naples. Sailing from the little port of Vada in the Maremma, Lorenzo reached Naples on the 18th of December. There is charm of manner, combined with the masterly sketch which he set before the king of the politics of Italy, showing him the precariousness of Ludovico Sforza's position at Milan, the unreliability of Venice, the changing policy of the papacy, which varied with each new pope, and that the friendship of none was so valuable to him as that of Florence. So worked so great a change that the enmity of King Ferrante was turned into friendship. Lorenzo returned in triumph to Florence in March 1480, with a perfect ovation, the people embracing each other for joy, the citizens declaring that his tact and personal influence had proved stronger than all the military force of the enemy, and that all that had been lost in the war had been recovered by his wisdom and judgment. The Pope raged furiously and did his utmost to continue the war, but one ally after another withdrew from him, and eventually he had to give in, remove his interdict, and make peace with Florence. This return in triumph, bringing peace with honor, where all had been so gloomy when he went away, was always considered by the Florentines the chief event of Lorenzo's life. And just as Botticelli had immortalized the Rosciate joys of those earlier years, before the tragedy of the Pazzi conspiracy put an end to them and brought storm and trouble, so now the same painter immortalized the triumph of these sterner years. This Botticelli, always allegorical, does by his picture of Pallas subduing the centaur, now in the Pitti Palace, one of the most admired of his pictures. The centaur, emblem of crime and war, and typifying the iniquitous Pazzi conspiracy and the unrighteous war brought upon Florence as its result, cowers before the victorious goddess of wisdom, who, with Lorenzo's private crest of the interlaced diamond rings covering her dress and wreathed with laurel, turns her back on the Bay of Naples, and setting her face towards the hill country of Tuscany, leads the spirit of war captive, thus representing the triumph of wisdom and peace in the person of Lorenzo, and the honor accorded to him by a grateful country. In this manner did Lorenzo weather the storm which came upon him when he was 30 years old, through the double trial of the formidable conspiracy to murder him and the disastrous war which grew out of it. We get a glimpse of how severely it had tried him from his words when apologizing for turning to literature as a relaxation amidst of much trouble of mind. He writes, "I shall therefore only say that my sufferings have been very severe, the authors of them having been men of great authority and talents, and fully determined to accomplish by every means in their power my total ruin. Whilst I, on the other hand, having nothing to oppose to these formidable enemies but youth and inexperience, saving indeed the assistance which I received from divine goodness, was reduced to such an extreme of misfortune that I had at one and the same time to labor under the excommunication of my soul and the dispersion of my property, to contend with endeavors to divest me of my authority in the state, to meet attempts to introduce discord into my family, and to sustain frequent plots to deprive me of my life, insomuch that I should at one time have thought death itself a less evil than those with which I had to contend. In this unfortunate situation, it is surely not to be wondered at if I endeavored to alleviate my anxiety by turning to more agreeable subjects of meditation." This great diplomatic victory was the turning point in Lorenzo's career, Up to this time, he had not gained the autocratic power which he sought, but from this moment it was entirely his. The Florentines were ready to accord any honor to the man who had first defended their country from seizure by an unscrupulous Roman despot, and from subjugation to the latter's tyrannical rule, and then, though overmatched in strength, had foiled all that enemy's attacks and restored peace without any loss of territory. Lorenzo might undoubtedly, if he would, at this juncture have made himself sovereign ruler of Florence in name as well as in fact. But he knew his countrymen too well to do so, knowing that all his popularity would wane if he adopted that position, and he had the wisdom to be content with the power without the insignia of sovereignty. The kind of rule which he established, that combination of an autocracy with a democracy, will always be held in disfavor by political theorists, but the practical results proved its entire correctness. The prosperity and power of Florence went up with a bound. Every state desired alliance with her, while foreign courts eagerly sought Lorenzo's advice and assistance. Even the Sultan was impressed by his importance and sent him costly presents, among other things a giraffe, which must have been somewhat of an embarrassment in Florence. At the same time, Florence's commerce immensely increased. Her ships, built in her port of Pisa, trading to the Black Sea, Asia Minor, Africa, Spain, England, France, and Flanders. And with the spread of her commerce increased also her influence as the center of art and learning. The pride which the Florentines took in all this is brought home to us when we find Giovanni Rucellai in detailing in his memoirs a long list of personal benefits for which he desires to offer up thanks to the Almighty, amongst them thanking God that he was a native of Florence, the greatest city in the world, and lived in the days of the magnificent Medici. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle. The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. During the first 11 years of Lorenzo's rule, the chief events in other countries were as follows. In France, from 1468 to 1477, Louis XI was mainly occupied in a long struggle with Charles the Bold, the great Duke of Burgundy. The latter was in every way the reverse of his mean and crafty antagonist, and of far nobler spirit, while his wise reforms for the good of his country and his strong and enlightened government made him the leading ruler of his time. The struggle between him and Louis XI continued with varying success until 1477. Charles the Bold was killed at the Battle of Nancy. He left an only child, Mary of Burgundy, who inherited all her father's immense territories. Meanwhile, Louis XI, having exterminated all the greater nobles in France, had destroyed the feudal system in that country, and in its place had established a standing army. This was the first standing army created in Europe, and its possession in an age when nothing of the kind existed in any other country greatly increased Louis XI's strength. In Germany, the Emperor Frederick III succeeded in 1477 in arranging a marriage between his son, Maximilian, Archduke of Austria, and Mary of Burgundy, the sole heiress of Charles the Bold, by which Austria gained an accession of territory extending from Holland to Switzerland. This marriage caused a great change in the state of Europe. To its due, the rise of the House of Austria, and, we are told, it begins the era of the larger politics of modern times. In this matter, Louis XI entirely overreached himself. The rich and extensive territories which Mary of Burgundy inherited stretched along the most exposed frontier of France. By a continued course of elaborate intrigues, Louis, while amusing the young Duchess with a proposal for a marriage with his son the Dauphin, which he never intended to carry out, sent troops into her country, corrupted its leading men, and then betrayed them to execution, played everyone false in turn, and was rapidly seizing her whole territory. To save themselves from him, the states of Flanders secretly negotiated with the emperor for the above marriage, which between their young sovereign, Mary, and his son, and in 1478, 6 months after her father's death, Mary of Burgundy gave herself and all her wide territories to the young Maximilian, and Louis XI, to his great disgust, had to disgorge. In England, the Wars of the Roses still continued, debarring that country from taking any part in the politics of Europe. In Spain, in 1469, the year that Lorenzo's rule in Florence began, took place the marriage between Ferdinand, King of Aragon, and Isabella, Queen of Castile, whereby for the first time Spain entered as one country into European politics, this marriage uniting the northern half of that country, though the Moors still held the southern portion. In Milan, after the death in 1476 of the Duke Galeazzi Sforza, his Duchess Bona of Savoy governed for a time on behalf of her son. In 1480, however, her late husband's brother, Ludovico Sforza, commonly known as Il Moro, owing to his swarthy complexion, managed to banish her, placed her 12-year-old son, Gian Galeazzo, on the throne and proceeded to govern in his name. And as Il Moro failed to continue the policy of his father and brother in maintaining a close friendship with Florence, this made a material difference to Lorenzo the Magnificent in his labors to preserve the balance of power in Italy. In southern Italy, in 1480, just after Lorenzo had concluded his treaty of peace with Naples, Muhammad II, who after his capture in Constantinople in 1453 had subdued in succession Servia, Bosnia, Albania, and Greece, proceeded to extend his conquests to Italy and attacked and captured Otranto, massacring the inhabitants. This capture of Otranto by the Turks created great consternation in Italy and was a principal inducement to Sixtus IV to conclude the peace with Florence already noted. Florence agreed to maintain a fleet of 15 galleys for employment against the Turks until they should be expelled from Italy. For the next 4 years after his peace with Naples and the Pope, Lorenzo was continuously occupied in striving to create a general peace in Italy, Sixtus IV, still endeavoring to seize upon various states for his nephew, Girolamo, kept Italy in a constant state of war, in which Milan, Venice, Ferrara, and Naples were all involved. But Lorenzo succeeded in keeping Florence out of it, though for some time his labors to bring all states to peace were without success. In 1482, Lorenzo's mother, Lucrezia Tornabuoni, died. She had lived to see her elder son's triumph over the cruel enemies who had slain her younger son, and to witness the former's growing power as the needle of the Italian compass. In the many troubles and anxieties of the previous 4 years, Lorenzo had received much counsel and support from her, and he felt her death greatly. Speaking of it, he says, "I have lost not only my mother, but my one refuge from many of my troubles, a comfort in my labors, and one who saved me from many of those labors." In 1488, Lorenzo's second son, Giovanni, though only 7 years old, was admitted to minor orders with a view to training him for high office in the church. And at the same time, Louis XI, with whom Lorenzo's influence had now become great, conferred on Giovanni, in accordance with the bad though not infrequent custom of the age, the archbishopric of Aix-en-Provence. It's curious and illustrative of the prevailing views on such points in reading Lorenzo's own account of the matter in his memoirs to note how he evidently saw nothing incongruous in the matter. He says, "On the 19th of May we received the intelligence that the King of France had presented to my son Giovanni the abbey of Fontedolce. On the 31st, we heard from Rome that the Pope had confirmed the grant and had rendered him capable of holding it, a benefice, he being now 7 years old. On the 1st of June, Giovanni accompanied me from Poggio a Caiano to Florence, where he was confirmed by the Bishop of Arezzo in the chapel of our family, and received the tonsura, and from thenceforth was called Messer Giovanni. The next day we returned to Poggio. On the 8th June arrived advices from the King of France that he had conferred upon Messer Giovanni the archbishopric of Aix-en-Provence. In 1484, all states except the Pope being weary of the war, Lorenzo's efforts were at length successful, and a peace was concluded at Bagnolo between Naples, Milan, and Venice. The news of it greatly enraged Sixtus IV, who was then seriously ill. We are told that on hearing of it, he became speechless with fury, and it has been said, owing to this cause, on the following day, to the relief of all of Italy, he died. He was succeeded by Innocent VIII, Giambattista Cibo, and this caused a great improvement in Lorenzo's position. For whereas Sixtus IV had been the bitter enemy of the Medici, with Innocent VIII it was exactly the reverse. He was much impressed with the political influence of Lorenzo, and considered it very desirable to keep on good terms with the powerful ruler of Tuscany, a policy which he steadily maintained throughout his 8 years pontificate. In 1481, the united power of the states historical of Italy, with the kings of Aragon, of Portugal, and of Hungary, was put forth to retake Otranto from the Turks, and upon the receipt of news, while the siege was proceeding, of the death of Mohammed II, Otranto capitulated. In Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella began in 1481 to drive out the Moors from the southern half of the country, a war which was to last for the next 11 years. In England, in 1488, Edward IV died. The boy, Edward V, was murdered by his uncle Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and the latter became king. 2 years later, Richard III was himself killed at the Battle of Bosworth, and Henry VII gained the throne, putting an end to the long period of civil war which England had endured for 30 years. In France, Louis XIV also died in 1488, and was succeeded by his son, Charles VIII. The latter was a boy of 13, of weak health and small capacity. Louis XI, however, when dying, entrusted to his eldest daughter, Anne of Beaujeu, married to the Duke of Bourbon, the guardianship of her young brother and the rule of the kingdom during his minority. And for the next 9 years, she governed in his name. She displayed a high intelligence and many remarkable qualities, her nobility of character, justice, and prudence gradually overcoming the ill will of her brother, the opposition of the French nobles, and the schemes of Maximilian of Austria, obtaining for her the name of Madame la Grande. Under her wise methods of government, the prosperity of France greatly increased, while it was she who enabled Henry VII to gain the throne of England. From the year 1480, Lorenzo the Magnificent remained for the rest of his life undisturbed by dissensions in Florence, and was able to devote himself, especially after the general peace in Italy brought about in 1484, to those arts of peace which were so much more congenial to him than war. Not that his beloved studies were neglected even in the midst of war or the most pressing anxieties. In a letter to Ficino, he says, "When my mind is disturbed with the tumults of public business and my ears are stunned with the clamors of turbulent citizens, how would it be possible for me to support such contentions unless I found a relaxation in learning?" Ammirato says, "Being now completely free from foreign disturbances and having perfect quiet at home, he devoted himself to the pleasures and elegancies of peace, occupying himself in the patronage of literature, in book collecting, in beautifying the city, and bringing into cultivation the surrounding country, and in all those pursuits and studies which have made that age remarkable." And notwithstanding all the accusations of despotism made against Lorenzo, it is impossible not to notice that at no other time in Florence's history was she not only so respected abroad, but also so peaceful, prosperous, and contented at home, which clearly shows that the form of government established by him was that which ensured the maximum of happiness to the greatest number. It has also been remarked that the civil equality to which we are accustomed in modern states, but which was quite unknown to the Europe of that age, was by no means unknown to Tuscany in the time of Lorenzo the Magnificent, which seems sufficiently to show that any despotism on his part could scarcely have been a very stringent character. Nor did political affairs, literature, and art absorb the whole of Lorenzo's attention, for under his rule all industries, commerce, and public works made enormous progress. And in after times the Florentines always looked back to the time of Lorenzo the Magnificent as the happiest and most prosperous period of their history. Nor was this confined only to Florence. Guicciardini commences his celebrated history with the remark that the time of Lorenzo was a season prosperous beyond any other which Italy had experienced during the long course of 1,000 years. And after a long panegyric on its then happy state, says that this was, by general consent, ascribed to the industry and virtue of Lorenzo de' Medici. At the same time, in the wider field of European politics, Lorenzo became recognized by all sovereigns as the leading man in Italy, and in the Florentines' archives may be seen letters to him from Henry VII of England and Louis XI of France, in which both of them address him as an equal and in the style of a reigning monarch. But the task of maintaining the peace of Italy, which had devolved upon Lorenzo, was one which taxed all his powers, and it is hard to understand how he found time, as he did, for all those pursuits which Ammirato mentions. Naples, the Pope, and Milan were only kept from war with the greatest difficulty. Nor was this all. Among the smaller states there existed a chronic condition of feud which required incessant watchfulness on Lorenzo's part in order, by skillful intervention, to prevent it from developing into actual war. He watched over the smallest matters in the politics of other states which might affect, however remotely, the welfare of Florence. Conflicting interests, mutual distrust, and veiled animosity made Italian politics of that time a perfect labyrinth of intrigue. And nowhere is the consummate statesmanship of Lorenzo more apparent than in those portions of his correspondence showing the masterly manner in which he dealt with the complex situations called forth by these conditions, and demonstrating the successful results which he achieved. But all this was not done without a strain upon his powers of mind and body, which told severely upon him, so that we can well understand the wish that he expressed that he could bury himself for 6 months in some place where no rumor of Italian affairs could reach his ears. In 1484, Florence was drawn into a desultory war with Genoa, and took Pietrasanta, and in 1487, Lorenzo himself conducted an expedition against Sarzana, which had been captured from Florence during the War of 1478 to 1480, and retook that town, an act which still further increased his popularity, as the loss of Sarzana had been deeply felt by the Florentines. In August 1487, while Lorenzo was absent at the baths of Filetta, whither he had gone owing to his increasing attacks of gout, his wife, Clarice, died at 34. She died somewhat suddenly, and he heard of her death before he knew she was ill. In 1488, Pope Innocent VIII, impressed with Lorenzo's growing importance, desired a marriage between one of his sons, Francesco Cibo, and one of Lorenzo's daughters, a significant sign of the extent to which this citizen family were rising in worldly estimation. Lorenzo gave him his eldest daughter, Maddalena. They were married on the 20th of January, 1488. An episode in connection with this marriage gives us a glimpse of the simplicity of the domestic life in the Medici palace. It is related that when Francesco Cibo came with a very grand retinue from Rome for this marriage, he and his suite were splendidly lodged and luxuriously entertained in a separate palace. But after 3 days, Cibo himself went to stay at the Medici palace with his future father-in-law. There, astonished at the simple style of living, so different from what he had been accustomed to in the papal palace at Rome, as well as from that which his own retinue were receiving elsewhere, he thought that an insult was being put upon him. It was then explained to him that it was no insult, but the very reverse, that the luxurious entertainment was kept for those who were guests, but that now he was admitted, no longer as a guest, but as one of the family. In the same year, Lorenzo married, on the 22nd of May, 1488, his eldest son, Pietro, then 17, to Alfonsina Orsini, another of the same proud Roman family from whom his own wife had come. Judging from their after results, as represented in Clarice Orsini's son Pietro and Alfonsina Orsini's son Lorenzo, these two Roman marriages were not at all advantageous to the Medici family. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle. The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. In 1489, Lorenzo attained a desire which he had much at heart. Though only 40, his health was already failing from hereditary gout. His eldest son, Pietro, showed signs of a careless and arrogant disposition, which did not promise well for his success as a ruler of Florence. Lorenzo was therefore anxious to create a second prop to the family fortunes, so that if Pietro should fail, Giovanni, his second son, might be able to retrieve the failure. If he could get the latter made a cardinal, the family wealth and influence would probably eventually carry him to the papal throne, when the family fortunes would be assured. It was therefore a great satisfaction to Lorenzo when, by his influence with Innocent VIII, he, in this year, though Giovanni was only 13, succeeded in getting the latter created a cardinal, the youngest there had ever been. In 1490, there began in Florence the preaching of the man who was in a few years to become the chief power among Florentines. Savonarola, a native of Ferrara, had taken up as a special mission the task of recalling the inhabitants of the cities of Italy from their luxurious and profligate ways. He had preached this message first at Florence, as the most important city at that time in Italy. But unable to get the Florentines to listen to his exhortations, he had departed for several years to preach the same message at Brescia, Reggio, Genoa, and other places. And it was Lorenzo who in this year, 1490, recalled him to preach again his message of reform in Florence. And this fact should be borne in mind as counterbalancing the baseless statements so often made as to Lorenzo having led the Florentines into profligacy. Nor, even when Savonarola's preaching was aimed against himself, did Lorenzo resent it. Preaching against the prevailing licentiousness of the times, Savonarola, in predicting the downfall of the various states of Italy before a foreign conqueror, unless a general reformation of morals took place, included among the dynasties who were thus to fall not only the King of Naples, the Sforza of Milan, the Este of Ferrara, and the occupant of the papal throne, but also the Medici at Florence. Yet Lorenzo showed no resentment and took no steps to stop his preaching, though his paramount influence with Pope Innocent VIII would have enabled him at any moment to procure Savonarola's removal. In the following year, Lorenzo gave a further example of worthy command over himself. In that year, Savonarola was elected prior of the monastery of San Marco, the monastery which had been entirely built and endowed by the Medici. It was consequently customary for the prior on being elected to pay a complimentary visit to the head of the Medici family. Yet when Savonarola, deeming this a worldly and unseemly custom, declined to observe it, Lorenzo treated this discourtesy with dignified forbearance, only saying with a smile, "See now, here is a stranger who has come into my house, and will not deign even to visit me." Nevertheless, he showed good will to the prior, often attended his services, and gave as liberally as heretofore to San Marco. During these 2 years, 1490 and 1491, Lorenzo was greatly harassed by the quarrel between the King of Naples and the Pope, and by the strenuous labor it involved on his part to keep them from coming to an open rupture. King Ferrante persistently evaded compliance with the terms of the treaty which he had made with the Pope in 1486, and Lorenzo had to exert all his powers of persuasion with Innocent VIII to prevent him from endeavoring to enforce it. At length, however, in February 1492, Lorenzo's efforts to bring them to a better understanding were successful, and they agreed to a mutual settlement of their differences, which set this matter at last at rest. This completed Lorenzo's work for the maintenance of peace in Italy. He had in 22 years perfected that which his grandfather had begun, and created between Venice, Milan, the Pope, and Naples a firm balance of power which, so long as his influence watched over it, would keep Italy at peace. But Lorenzo had done more than this, and to protect Florence from the miseries of war, had created a more permanent safeguard, one undreamt of by Cosimo. Instead of the chronic enmity with her neighbors, which had hitherto always been Florence's condition, Lorenzo, a master in conciliatory action, had in the course of 22 years gradually established friendly relations with Siena, Lucca, Bologna, Faenza, Ferrara, Rimini, Perugia, and City di Castello, thus encircling Florence with a ring of friendly states and a more lasting guarantee for her peace than even a general balance of power. These achievements had brought Italy to the condition referred to by Guicciardini as the most prosperous experienced for 1,000 years, and had made Lorenzo recognized even beyond the Alps as the leading statesman of his age. But Lorenzo the Magnificent has a greater claim to fame than any which is derived from his achievements in the political sphere. It is in the domain of learning and art that his chief honor will ever rest, and the former especially was the main interest of his life. However, much controversy may rage around the deeds of the Medici. There is one cause in regard to which it will be difficult to deny that they have deserved unstinted honor and gratitude from Europe at large, that of the resuscitation of learning, and in particular for their rescue, at great cost to themselves, of a mass of invaluable literary treasures belonging to the classic age, just in time before the spread of Turkish misrule over all the eastern countries of Europe after the fall of Constantinople had time to work its natural effects. For a very few decades of Turkish dominion over these countries would have caused all those treasures to disappear forever. Carried out by 4 generations, there were in this matter 2 stages. The time of Lorenzo, notwithstanding all the enthusiasm of the brilliant coterie he gathered around him, can scarcely be called a time of learning, such as that which followed in the time of Leo X, Erasmus, and Scaliger's. It was too early for that result. In the case of the first 3 of the 4 generations, the resuscitation of learning has reference to the splendid work done in unearthing and making known the materials by which alone later generations were enabled to become times of learning. Cosimo, Piero, and Lorenzo did this portion of the work. It remained for Lorenzo's son, Leo X, to conduct his age to the further step of becoming a time of learning through the labors of those who had gone before. The assistance which Lorenzo gave to this work was unbounded. Large as had been the amounts which his father and grandfather had given to this subject, that which Lorenzo gave was still larger. It has been computed that in the 35 years, from the recall of Cosimo in 1434 to the death of Piero in 1469, the family, over and above what they spent in the search for and rescue of manuscripts from the East, had given from their private fortune for the public benefit in the shape of institutions to assist learning in similar objects, a sum equal, in our present money, to nearly £3 million sterling. To this, Lorenzo's own expenditure on the same object has to be added, and some idea of its extent may be formed from the amount which he gave annually for books alone. Mr. Walter Scaife says, allowing for the difference in the value of money, Lorenzo's annual expenditures for books alone amounted to from £65,000 to £75,000 sterling. He sent the celebrated Giovanni Lascaris twice to the Orient for the express purpose of discovering and purchasing ancient manuscripts. On his second voyage, Lascaris brought back 200 Greek works, as many as 80 of which were not up to that time even known. But this was only one item in the process. Not only had such manuscript books to be searched for in Eastern countries, but to be of any use in the spread of learning, copies of them had to be multiplied, and so an army of copyists were maintained by Lorenzo for this purpose and kept constantly at work. And then again, there were colleges and other similar institutions to be founded for the assistance of those who had the scholar's instinct, but could not afford the necessary books or the expense of their own maintenance while studying. Among other institutions of this kind, Lorenzo founded the University of Pisa, which by his liberality to it, he made the most celebrated university of that time in Europe, except that at Florence. When he was only 23, during the time when he and Giuliano were chiefly renowned for their splendid pageants and festivities, he went, at the latter end of 1472 to Pisa to found this university, and stayed there a long time employed on this work, himself taking the direction of the new university. The state gave an annual grant to it of 6,000 florins. But as this was altogether inadequate, Lorenzo gave, to supplement it, more than double that amount out of his private fortune, and by this means obtained for its professors some of the most eminent scholars of the age. But his work at Florence in this direction was still greater. It was at Florence, and in the cause of the Greek language and literature, that the labors of Lorenzo on behalf of learning culminated. Roscoe tells us that while the University of Pisa was for the study of the Latin language and those branches of science of which it was the principal vehicle, it was at Florence only, in all of Italy, that the Greek language was taught, and that there was established a public academy for Greek, by means of which the knowledge of the Greek tongue was extended, not only through all the rest of Italy, but through France, Spain, Germany, and England, from all which countries numerous students attended at Florence, who diffused the learning they had acquired there throughout Europe. To this Greek academy at Florence, Lorenzo gave lavishly, and for its welfare labored persistently, establishing as its professors such celebrated men as the eminent Johannes Agoropoulos, Theodorus Gaza, Demetrius Chalcondylas, and others, the celebrated William Grocyn, afterwards professor of Greek at Oxford, and Thomas Lunacer, the first English scholars who learnt Greek, acquired it at Florence under these great teachers. All this gives us some idea of how great was the cost of such work as the resuscitation of learning. And when joined to Lorenzo's large expenditure on the encouragement of art and on state expenses other than those for which he was reimbursed, it caused even the Medici wealth to be heavily reduced, so that Lorenzo the Magnificent died a very much poorer man than his father. But it was money well spent. In his own speech on becoming head of the family, made in reference to the large amount which his father and grandfather had drawn out of the family funds to spend on works of public utility, may be made applicable to himself. Some would perhaps think it would be more desirable to have a part of it in their purse, but I conceive it to have been spent to the great advantage of the public, and I am therefore perfectly satisfied. And to the very last, Lorenzo's ardor in this cause of spreading a knowledge of learning remained unabated. The ruling passion, strong in death, gained another example in his case. As the two closest of his friends, Angelo Poliziano and Pico della Mirandola, stood weeping by his bedside as he breathed his last, his dying words were, "I wish that death had spared me till I had completed your libraries." But Lorenzo's assistance to the cause of learning did not end here, or with help which he shared with his father and grandfather. The honor which literary men gave to him was not merely that given to a great patron whose wealth was ever at the service of learning, but was in even greater degree the honor paid to one who was himself an author of literary work, a leader in their own sphere. It is only in recent years that it has become appreciated how high is the place taken by Lorenzo in this respect. Modern opinion, however, credits him with having more of the poetic spirit than any other man of his time, and with having been the leading poetic influence of his age. Thus, the most recent authority on the subject says, his, Lorenzo's, sonnets and odes, canzoni, are of the finer quality than any similar verse since the death of Petrarch, and one seems to catch in them at times an echo of the less highly finished, but also less self-conscious work of the pre-Petrarchian age, the dolce stil nuovo of the expiring 13th century. Both he and his friend Polizian had felt something of the invigorating influence of the racy Florentine folk songs, and if Lorenzo had lived free from the entanglements of politics and statecraft, the course of the Cinquecento poetry might have taken another turn. Unfortunately, the fashion was left to be set by the courtly poets, by whom it was led downwards to the depths of the Seicentismo, with its conceits, its false taste, its insincere sentiment, and general lack of all masculine quality. All of Lorenzo's efforts as a writer were employed to put an end to the depreciation of the Italian tongue as compared with Latin. As a boy of 17, he had declared his belief that this was practicable. In a remarkable letter written by him in 1466 to his friend Federigo of Naples, he defended what was then the vulgar tongue, declaring that the Tuscan language possessed all the necessary qualifications for literary use, and proving his point by examples from Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio. And he urged that the language of Tuscany, so graceful in its youth, might be made to attain still greater perfection in its maturity if only the Florentines would earnestly strive to this end. All his writings were intended to assist this object, and it is chiefly due to these efforts of his that the Italian language occupies the position it now does, instead of the lower plane on which it stood in his day. Lorenzo's poetical writing covered a wide range. He was a devoted lover of nature and of country life, and all of his best works deal in some form or another with such topics. He wrote the well-known poem of the Ambra, a mythological poem on the building of his much-loved villa at Poggio a Caiano, the poem being named after a little island in the adjacent stream of the Ombrone, and being a description of the joys of the country life and of the delightful springtime in Tuscany. The Caccia col Falcone, the doings of a hawking party, La Nencia da Barbarino, on Tuscan peasant life, which Simon styles a masterpiece of true genius and humor. Bayome, a burlesque, and many other poems, also numerous sonnets and love songs, poems of his youth, mostly inspired by his romantic but unimpassioned love for Lucrezia Donati. Nothing came amiss to his muse. He could write with equal ease pastorals and devotional poetry, sonnets and carnival ditties, hunting songs and poems on stars and flowers, and all showing true poetical feeling. Lorenzo's writings, occupied so largely with that country life of which he was so fond, open up the pleasantest side of his character, while here, all events, we have the satisfaction of being on ground where controversy cannot enter, since whatever a man's writings show of himself is definite and incontrovertible. Speaking of how Lorenzo's love of nature and sympathy with the feelings and life of the country people show themselves in his poetry, Mr. Armstrong says as follows: as examples of this may be taken the stages in the rosebud's life from his poem Corinto, or a wider theme, the annual migration of the flocks to the upland pastures. The flocks pass bleating up the mountain paths, the young lambs trotting in their mother's steps. The one, just newly born, is carried in the shepherd's arms, while his fellow bears a lame sheep upon his shoulders. A third peasant is riding the mare with foal, carrying the posts and nets to guard the flocks from wolves. The dog runs to and fro, proud of his post as escort to the party. Then comes a little touch of nature unidealized. The flock is shut within the nets, the shepherds fall to their meal of milk, rolls, and biscuits, and then fall fearlessly asleep and snore all night. Equally well can the poet describe a winter scene, the crackling of the leaves beneath the hunter's feet, his quarry vainly seeking to hide its tracks, the fir tree standing green against the white mountains, or bending its branches beneath its load of snow, the laurel standing young and joyous amid the dry, leafless trees, the solitary bird that still finds a hiding place in the stout cypress which is doing battle with the winds, the olive grove on a balmy sunny shore, whose leaves show green or silver according to the setting of the wind. Lorenzo finds his materials in the troubles of life as in its joys. He enters keenly into the sufferings of the peasant and of animals. He describes one of the woodland fires common in mountain districts, a chance spark of the flint catching the dry leaves and then spreading to the brushwood, and then gaining on ancient oak and ilex, destroying the shadowy forest homes, the pleasant nests, the lairs where generations of wild things have stalled themselves, and then the wild rout of terror-stricken creatures bellowing and shrieking down the echoing dale. At another time, we see the Ombrone in flood, and its turbid yellow waters grinding stone on stone, bearing along the plain its mountain spoil of trunk and bough. The peasant's wife is just in time to free, with trembling hand, the cattle from the stall. She carries pickaback, her weeping little son. Behind her is her elder daughter with the poor household store. The old shed floats bobbing on the water's crest. It is the close observance of nature which makes Lorenzo's poetry ever fresh, whether he is describing ants or bees, or a line of cranes stretching across the sky towards a sunny spot, or the hunted deer taking its last desperate leap in the straining eyes of the baffled dogs, or the oxen struggling with their load of stone and logs, or the tired bird falling into the sea because it fears to light upon a ship. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle, The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. Everyone who is conversant with a sportsman's life will feel how these writings of Lorenzo call up scene after scene which has come before his own eyes in the wild life of the mountains, how he is brought in sympathy with the writer, and how none but a man who was an ardent lover of nature, of animals, and of the country people could observe and write like this. But no picture of Lorenzo the Magnificent would be complete without notice of that brilliant inner circle of literary men who were his closest friends. Among these the chief were Politian, who before he was 18 was already renowned for his translation of the Iliad into Latin. At 26 was lecturing to students from all countries in Europe on the Greek and Latin classics, and who, though he died at 39, was the greatest poet of his time. Maxilio Ficino, who, born in 1433 and trained by Cosimo Pater Patria, translated Plato and many other works of the ancient writers into Latin, and became head of the Platonic Academy. Luigi Pulci, whose celebrated epic poem Il Morgante Maggiore is said to have been written at the request of Lucrezia Tornabuoni, Lorenzo's mother, and Pico, Count of Mirandola, the most brilliant of the whole band, and celebrated throughout Europe, young, handsome, clever, lofty in character, with graceful bearing and golden hair, knowing 22 languages, including Latin, Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldee, and whose many attainments were the marvel of mankind. He was the most distinguished literary man of the age. Politian calls him the phoenix who rested in the laurel, Lorenzo. To him, we are told, all knowledge and all religions were a revelation of God. Savonarola revered his memory, and in his Triumphus Cruris, written after Pico's death, declares that by reason of his loftiness of intellect and the sublimity of his doctrine, he should be numbered among the miracles of God and nature. Sir Thomas More translated his letters and held him to be a saint. Lorenzo's two closest friends, Politian and Pico della Mirandola, both died soon after him. Politian at the age of 39, Pico at that of 31, both of them dying in 1494. To the above four must also be added the celebrated scholar Cristoforo Landino, who in his Disputations, first published about 1475, relates certain notable discussions of this group of brilliant intellects which took place when, on one occasion, they were gathered at Camaldoli. And Vespasiano da Bisticci, the last of the master copyists and the first of modern booksellers, the largest employer of professional copyists in Europe, whose book, The Lives of Illustrious Men, is a mine of information regarding many important historical characters of the time, written by one who knew them personally. Such were some of the men who were the chief lights in that distinguished society which Lorenzo the Magnificent created around him, a literary coterie, probably the most brilliant in intellect which has ever been gathered together at one time and place, a coterie whose mission was the spread of a new culture, and the effect of whose achievements was destined to be widely felt before another century was over. When we turn to the subject of art, we find Lorenzo's encouragement no less great, except in the difference created by the fact that he was not himself an artist. He more than doubled the art collections of the Medici palace, and there was scarcely a contemporary painter or sculptor who was not assisted by him, while to his liberal patronage he added a universally valued critical knowledge. The unerring taste in art which the Medici as a family possessed is evidenced by the fact that no painter or sculptor of that age is to be found whose work is recognized now as of high excellence, yet who was not appreciated by the Medici. They never made a mistake in such matters. To this unerring taste on their part, Florence owes it that while the art collections of Rome accumulated by the popes are greater in quantity, those of Florence, almost entirely the private collections of the Medici, surpass those of Rome in quality. And no member of his family possessed this sound critical knowledge and infallible taste to so great a degree as Lorenzo the Magnificent. As had been the case with his father Piero, the leading artists of the day did most of their work for him, and nearly every work of eminence in painting or sculpture belonging to Lorenzo's time, remaining in Florence, was commissioned by him. Verrocchio did almost all his work for him. That sculptor's graceful tomb in San Lorenzo over Lorenzo's father and uncle, his bronze David, and his fountain of the boy with a dolphin were all executed for Lorenzo. Botticelli he made his family painter as well as friend, and all the pictures of Botticelli's second period were painted for him. It was Lorenzo who caused Ghirlandaio's frescoes in Santa Maria Novella and Santa Trinita to be painted, and it was he who selected and sent Leonardo da Vinci to Milan to become Il Moro's great painter. Among others, he also gave commissions to Filippino Lippi, Signorelli, Baldovinetti, Benedetto da Majano, Andrea da Castagno, and Giulio. The Medici Palace became, Simon says, a museum at that period unique in Europe, considering the number and value of its art treasures, and these he made available to all young artists for purposes of study. There being at that time no school for sculpture, Lorenzo formed one in his garden near San Marco, collected their casts from many antique statues, placed the school in charge of Donatello's pupil, Bertoldo, and invited all young sculptors to study there. Among those who did were Lorenzo di Credi, Michelangelo, and many others afterwards famous. Vasari says that every young man who studied in this garden distinguished himself. Lorenzo had an eagle eye for detecting genius, and when Michelangelo was 15 years old, Lorenzo, chancing to see in his garden the mask of a grinning faun which the boy had sculptured, made him an inmate of the Medici Palace, where he was treated as one of the family, and Vasari says was given an allowance of 5 ducats a month, and resided there for 4 years, which, if the case, would mean until the Medici family were driven into exile in 1494. And it was an important time for such encouragement to art, for the Renaissance in art was now approaching the full blaze of its zenith. Every one of the great masters, except Tintoretto, was living in the time of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and although these, Luini, Fra Bartolomeo, Michelangelo, Giorgione, Titian, Palma Vecchio, Sodoma, Andrea del Sarto, and Raphael were as yet children, the following were all at work: Verrocchio, Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, Perugino, Leonardo da Vinci, Filippino Lippi, and Lorenzo di Credi. Besides the Bellini and Carpaccio at Venice, Mantegna and Mantua, Francia at Bologna, and Pinturicchio at Perugia. Verrocchio, the true eye, whose real name was Andrea di Cione, was the chief pupil of Donatello. He executed many works for Lorenzo the Magnificent, but whether owing to the subsequent commotions when the Medici were driven out and their palace plundered, or other cause, very few of his works remain. Among these are his tomb of Giovanni and Piero de' Medici in San Lorenzo, his bronze statue of David, now in the Bargello Museum, the group of Christ and St. Thomas outside, or San Michele, which has been said to be the most beautiful head of Christ ever executed, and his fountain, the Boy with a Dolphin, made for Lorenzo's villa at Careggi, and now in the courtyard of the Palazzo Vecchio. One writer calls this statue the little boy who forever flits across the court, while the dolphin struggles in his arms, whose pressure sends the water spurting from its nostrils. And Perkins says, like a sunbeam which has found its way into these gloomy precincts, it brightens them by its presence. Verrocchio's last work was the splendid equestrian statue in bronze of Colleone in Venice, the second equestrian statue executed since the times of ancient Rome, and superior to that of Gattamelata by Donatello at Padua. Verrocchio only lived to complete the model in clay of both the horse and man, and the casting was completed by Leopardi. Still, less of Verrocchio's work as a painter remains. Besides the baptism of Christ, now in the Accademia, only one other of his pictures is in existence, that of the Madonna adoring the infant child, attained by Ruskin in 1878 from the Manfredi Palace in Venice, where it had been apparently overlooked, and now in the Ruskin Museum at Sheffield. But Verrocchio's chief fame as a painter is that he was the master of Lorenzo di Credi and Leonardo da Vinci. Verrocchio died in 1488. When to the graver atmosphere of the time of Piero il Gottoso, there succeeded all the season of youthful joy and lightheartedness which marked the first 9 years of the rule of Lorenzo the Magnificent. This change in the spirit of the time caused a corresponding change in Botticelli's painting, so that we find him painting in his second period all those pictures which are so permeated with the spirit of that time. To these have been added, in the latter half of this period of his painting, his fresco pictures at Rome. The chief pictures of Botticelli's second period are the Birth of Venus, Mars and Venus, the Return of Spring, and Pallas, subduing the Centaur. Pictures in which contemporary events are memorialized under the symbolism of classic myths clothed in a 15th century dress. We've already seen how the first three of these refer to the tournament of 1475, to the brighter era which Lorenzo had inaugurated, and to his work in the domain of literature, and how the fourth refers to the deliverance of Florence by Lorenzo from war and peril following the Pazzi conspiracy. Soon after the war was ended, Botticelli was summoned in 1481 by Pope Sixtus to Rome to assist, with Perugino and Ghirlandaio, in painting the celebrated series of frescoes covering the walls of the newly erected Sistine Chapel. His portions of this work consist of the frescoes representing the early life of Moses, the destruction of Korah, the purification of the leper, the temptation of Christ, and the portraits of the 7 martyred bishops of Rome. These important frescoes gained Botticelli added renown, and he returned to Florence with a great reputation. For the next few years, he was, in consequence, in great request among the owners of important villas near Florence, all desiring to have frescoes painted by him in their villas. Amongst others, he painted at this time for Lorenzo Tornabuoni an important series of frescoes in the villa of the Tornabuoni family, now Villa Lemmi at Rifredi, representing events in the history of the family. Also a series of frescoes in the Villa of Castello, painted for Giovanni di Pier Francesco of the younger branch of the Medici family. Then came the death of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and the expulsion shortly afterwards of the Medici, and Botticelli found himself in a Florence, the whole atmosphere of which was completely changed under the influence of Savonarola. So again, Botticelli's style changes, and we have the pictures of his third period, which will best be considered in connection with the events which caused the entire change in the life of Florence. As in Cosimo's day, so also was it in that of Lorenzo. There could scarcely be a greater contrast than exists between the two chief painters of his time, Botticelli and Ghirlandaio. The former so full of that spirit of speaking to the mind through the eye that every one of his pictures is replete with deep and original thoughts. The latter absolutely without a vestige of this power. Ghirlandaio, though his drawing and coloring are perfect, is constantly called commonplace and prosaic, while it has even been said of him, notwithstanding all his powers of technique, that he is without the art faculty. And this feeling regarding his work is undoubtedly caused by this entire absence in him of imagination and originality of thought. Thus, in his pictures, we find our attention ever drawn to the accessories of the subject, rather than to the subject itself. While all such accessories, he is a most careful and prosaically accurate delineator. But each of the great masters has his own excellence, and Ghirlandaio's lies in this very direction. Ruskin, being noticeably without the historic faculty, could see no excellence in Ghirlandaio, and severely condemns his work on all occasions, calling it the mere handicraft of the mechanic. But those who are interested in what the men and women of this time in Florence looked like can forgive Ghirlandaio his want of the art faculty for the sake of the results on the historic side. Results which, had he not given them to us, we should have looked for in vain elsewhere. Ghirlandaio's want of originality led him to be a most careful copyist in every direction to which he turned his powers, and, as he introduced into his pictures on religious subjects representations of the persons of note around him, carried out with a careful accuracy which rendered him quite incapable of flattering them, together with many details of everyday life in Florence, we obtain from him a valuable record of the appearance and manner of life of men and women of the time of Lorenzo the Magnificent. In this way, Ghirlandaio gives us, in his frescoes in the choir of Santa Maria Novella, portraits of Politian, Marsilio Ficini, Cristoforo Landino, and Demetrius. Chalcondylas, of the painters Baldo Vinetti, Maina Ardi, Ghirlandaio himself, and his brother, of the bankers Sassetti and Ridolfi, and the members of the Torna Buoni family, of the reigning Florentine beauty of the day, Giovanna degli Albizzi, who in 1486 married Lorenzo Tornabuoni, of the well-known dealer in arms and armor, Niccolo Capara, and others. Again, in his frescoes in the church of Santa Trinita, we have portraits of Maso degli Albizzi, Strozzi, Agnolo Acciajuoli, and of Lorenzo himself. And in the church of Ognissanti, in his fresco of the Vespucci family, he has given us a portrait painted about 1474 of Amerigo Vespucci, who gave his name to America. Ghirlandaio's best picture is the Adoration of the Shepherds, painted for the Sassetti Chapel in Santa Trinita, and now in the Accademia delle Belle Arti. Ghirlandaio died in 1494 and is buried in Santa Maria Novella. In Lorenzo's time, the four principal villas possessed by the Medici, were the Villa Careggi, the Medici villa at Fiesole, the Villa Cafaggiolo in the valley of the Mugello, originally built by Cosimo and largely added to by Lorenzo, and the villa at Poggio a Caiano, about 12 miles to the northwest of Florence, built by Lorenzo. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle. The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. Lorenzo only lived for 2 months after effecting the reconciliation between the King of Naples and the Pope. He had for years suffered, like his father and his grandfather, from gout, and all through the year of 1491 his health was rapidly failing. In consequence, he had begun to entrust part of the public affairs to his eldest son, Pietro, and giving the latter advice, regarding his future conduct as head of the state, Lorenzo specially warned him never to forget that his position was simply that of a citizen of Florence, telling him that his own success had been mainly due to his uniform care on this point. In February 1492, Lorenzo's attacks became so severe that he was unable to attend to any business. Early in March, the 3 years expired during which his son Giovanni's appointment as a cardinal was to be kept secret, and it was publicly announced. He was formally invested with his new rank at the Badia of Fiesole, and a grand banquet was given at the Medici palace in honor of the occasion. But Lorenzo was only able to be carried in on a litter to see the brilliant company assembled to do honor to his son. Giovanni, now 16, had forthwith to leave for Rome to take his seat in the Sacred College, and on the 12th of March he left Florence for the papal city. 9 days later, Lorenzo had himself carried to Careggi and prepared for his end, gathering around him several of his closest friends and making them read to him portions of his favorite authors. From his deathbed, he wrote to Giovanni a long letter of advice and farewell. This letter to his son is a very remarkable one, striking as it is for its evidence of calm equanimity and mental vigor unimpaired even by severe illness and approaching death. It is yet more so for the light it throws on Lorenzo's character, for to a large extent it contradicts forcibly the view of him which a long succession of writers resolutely biased against him and have made the prevailing one. Not remarkable, perhaps, had it emanated from some other source. It is so to us solely because of the false impression of the man which has been given to us. Lorenzo died on the 9th of April, 1492, at the age of 43, at his villa of Careggi, that much-loved home of his leisure hours, where Plato and Homer, Virgil and Horace had been worshipped and the Muses revered. His 2 closest friends, Politian and Pico della Mirandola, were with him to the last. As his end approached, he sent for a priest, who administered to him the last sacrament. He got out of bed to receive it, kneeling, but was too weak and had to lie down again. He had already sent to ask Savonarola to come to him, and it says much for Lorenzo that he should have desired an interview with the uncompromising friar. After it was over, a crucifix was held before Lorenzo. He raised himself up to kiss it, fell back, and died. There are 2 very different accounts of what took place at the interview with Savonarola. On one hand, we have the account written at the time by Politian, who was present and who simply states that Savonarola exhorted Lorenzo to hold fast to the faith, to resolve to amend his life if spared, and to meet death, if it was so to be, with fortitude, and that he prayed with him and gave him his blessing. The other account, which appeared long afterwards, is the well-known story that Lorenzo confessed to Savonarola 3 sins, which lay heavy on his conscience: the sack of Volterra, the bloodshed after the Pazzi conspiracy, and the misappropriation to his own use of some of the dower fund. That Savonarola required from him a promise to restore the money thus misappropriated, to which it is said Lorenzo assented. That Savonarola then required that he should restore the liberties of Florence, to which Lorenzo made no reply, and that thereupon Savonarola left him unabsolved. This picturesque story bears on its face evidence of its falsity. It did not appear until 50 years after Lorenzo and Savonarola were both dead, and admittedly rests on hearsay evidence, whereas Politian wrote as an eyewitness, and within a few weeks of the event. Supposing this story true, then it must have been related either by Lorenzo or by Savonarola, for it expressly states that none other was present when Lorenzo made his confession. Berlamacci, who put it forward, declared that he had the story from Savonarola's own lips. But, says Bishop Creighton, we may be pardoned for sparing Savonarola's fame the supposition that he made political capital for his own glorification out of the secrets of the confessional. Still less probable is it that the tale was revealed by Lorenzo in an agony of remorse after Savonarola's departure, and just before his death. Moreover, a still more conclusive fact has failed to be observed, namely, that no matter what may or may not be the truth about them, the three things represented as weighing on Lorenzo's conscience could not have done so from Lorenzo's point of view. For the sack of Volterra, he was so remotely responsible, and had made such efforts to ameliorate the sufferings caused, that he could not have felt the matter weighing on his conscience. For the slaughter in connection with the Pazzi conspiracy, he was not only not responsible, but had remonstrated with the infuriated people against it, and had saved some of those implicated in the crime. While as regards to the dower fund, the charge would, for the reasons already stated, have appeared to him merely absurd, and still more so, since Lorenzo's just dealing in all money matters is very noticeable. Not only just, but liberal dealing in money matters was a marked feature of his character. The so-called misappropriation has been explained above, but in this connection it may be remarked that when 4 years afterwards Savonarola was himself the ruling power in Florence, exactly the same use or misappropriation of the money of this dower fund was continued, which completely stultifies any such charge as specially applicable to Lorenzo. Lastly, the final request attributed to Savonarola would have meant the return to a state of things which to Lorenzo represented everything most harmful to Florence's welfare. While it is inconceivable that Savonarola should have required from the dying man that which he was in any case at that moment powerless to perform, this story has probably played a greater part in creating the mental picture generally formed of Lorenzo the Magnificent than any of the authenticated facts of his life. The artifice of pretending that certain things weighed on his conscience is a much more effective way of instilling in us a belief that he had been guilty of those things than a plain statement to that effect would have been. The story has had a great vogue, both on account of its sensational character and of the opportunity it furnishes for calumniating the Medici, but since the careful analysis of it made by Bishop Creighton, its complete mendacity has been fully established. Roscoe's remark is justified. A story that exhibits evident symptoms of that party spirit which did not arise in Florence until after the death of Lorenzo, and which is entirely contradictory to the account left by Politian, written before the motives for misrepresentation existed, is rendered deserving of notice only by the necessity of its refutation. Lorenzo the Magnificent and Clarice Orsini had 7 children. Pietro, who succeeded his father, Giovanni, afterwards Pope Leo X, Giuliano, afterwards Duc de Nemours, Maddalena, who married Francesco Cibo, Lucrezia, who married Jacopo Salviati, Maria, who died unmarried in 1487, Contessina, who married Piero Ridolfi. Lucrezia's husband was a great-grandson of Jacopo Salviati, who was Cosimo's friend, and was a cousin of the Archbishop Salviati hung in the Pazzi conspiracy. Lorenzo made the match to re-establish cordial relations between his family and their old friends, the Salviati. In appearance, Lorenzo the Magnificent was unprepossessing. At the same time, the portrait of him by Vasari, painted more than 50 years after Lorenzo's death by a man who never saw him, would seem not to give a true likeness of him. It neither accords with the descriptions of his appearance given by contemporary writers, nor with the portraits of him on medallions by contemporary medallists, and would almost seem intended to degrade his memory by giving him as sinister an appearance as possible, surrounding him with the attributes of a buffoon. Niccolo Valori, speaking of Lorenzo's appearance, says he was above the common stature, broad-shouldered and solidly built, and second to none in athletic exercises. His complexion was dark, and although his face was not handsome, it was so full of dignity as to compel respect. It is well known that medallions of this period are, as a rule, much more reliable than painted portraits, and the two which exist of Lorenzo, by the celebrated contemporary medallists, Bertoldo and Polo Giuliano, show a plain but very powerful face, with something of the look of his father, Piero il Gottoso. The portraits on these medallions also receive strong corroboration from the terracotta cast of Lorenzo's face taken after his death, and now the property of the Società della Colombaria, so that we may conclude that these portraits, and not Vasari's picture, give us the true representation of Lorenzo. Speaking of the concentrated power of his face, Miss Crutwell says, "In the best portraits that exist of him, that of the Pazzi medal and the superb death mask of the confraternity of the Colombaria, the face, with its compressed lips, stern brow, and powerful jaw, might serve as the embodiment of physical and intellectual force. If, however, Lorenzo's outward appearance assisted him little, his manner more than restored the balance. It is said to have been so extraordinarily fascinating that it caused his plain face and harsh voice to be entirely forgotten." The statement of contemporary writers is fully borne out by various episodes in Lorenzo's life, which make it evident that he had an unfailing power of charming all, both high and low, who were brought in contact with him. Speaking of Lorenzo in his social capacity, Mr. Armstrong says, "Of his qualities as a host and companion there can be no question. He was the soul of courtesy and kindliness, always ready to aid talent, to oblige a friend, to grant a petition, to perpetrate a job, to be buttonholed in the public street." The simplicity and friendliness of his letters to his ambassadors fully account for the devotion with which they served him. For scholars and artists, he kept open house. Whoever came first, whatever his age or rank, took his seat at the host's side. His conversation, as his character, had the fascination of variety. At times his tongue had a rough edge. To a cousin who boasted of his copious supply of water at his villa, he says, "Then you might well afford to keep cleaner hands." To a Sienese who condoled with him on his indifferent eyesight and added the air of Florence was bad for the sight, Lorenzo retorts, "And that of Siena for the brain." To one who adversely criticized the character of the musician Squarcialupo, Lorenzo said, "If you knew how hard it is to obtain perfection in any art, you would overlook shortcomings." His achievements have already been detailed. But that a man who died at the age of 43 should have been able to do all that he did, in raising Florence so high in political power and commercial prosperity, in maintaining peace of Italy and converting chronic enmity with surrounding states into friendship, in making the Tuscan language the general language of Italy by his works as an author, in carrying forward to so great an extent the resuscitation of learning, and in helping so large the advancement of art, is extraordinary. It did, in very truth, require that enduring, indomitable strength, which he symbolized by his crest of the 3 diamond rings, to achieve such results in so comparatively short a life. Lorenzo the Magnificent has been acknowledged by the United Voice of Europe to have been one of the most remarkable men who ever held the rule of a state, and his character has always interested mankind, though perhaps it is only in these days that his greatness in a larger sphere has come to be fully appreciated. He was a leader in an age which abounded with great men, and he has been recognized as being one of the chief inspiring forces of the 15th century. He is the most important man of all those whose story we are following, and it is therefore worthwhile to examine that much debated character in more detail than can be devoted to others. The violently contradictory opinions common in regard to the Medici culminate in the case of Lorenzo the Magnificent. With writers belonging to the one camp, he has every virtue. With those belonging to the other, every vice. With the former, all his actions are attributed to the noblest motives. With the latter, even the most ordinary actions are, in order to show base motives, distorted until they result in statements which are glaringly incompatible. Apart, however, from this point, another difficulty lies in the versatility of his character, a quality of many-sidedness which he shared with many of his family, but which was specially prominent in him. Speaking of this characteristic in Lorenzo, and the difficulty which it creates, Armstrong says as follows, "It is the prize or the penalty of a versatile, receptive nature to be regarded as a mystery. The slower mind cannot follow with sufficient speed the workings of so sensitive an instrument, though the eye marks the multiplicity of results. The reality is that the action and reaction of circumstances and character are peculiarly rapid, but the observer believes that the outward manifestations are artificial and dramatic, having little relation to the inner life. This forms a real difficulty in the appreciation of the Southern European character by Anglo-Saxons, who are seldom genuinely versatile. They have an inborn, deep-seated distrust for such natures. The few English public men, for instance, who have been so gifted, have been regarded at the best as problems, but more often as impostors or as characters abnormally weak and changeable. Thus it is that Lorenzo the Magnificent has been so often called a mystery. Really, however, there has seldom been a nature less mysterious. He was completely natural, singularly open to the influence of circumstances. As his intellect was versatile, so his character was receptive. He possessed in abundance that quality of give and take, that power of impressing others and of receiving their impression, that gift of simpatia, which to the Italian expresses so much more than its English representative. Lorenzo was equally natural and unaffected, whether he were planning a comic novelty for the carnival or critically examining the last manuscript that his agents had brought or forwarded from Greece or elsewhere. At table, he would give grave advice to young Michelangelo, throw a rhyme or epigram across the board to Pulci, or discuss the problem of unity in plurality with Marsilio Ficino. He would give audience to an ambassador or a horse trainer or a popular preacher, hold a party caucus in the Via Larga, attend a critical meeting of the government, and then ride off to Careggi or Caiano to play with his children, arise with the lark to ride to hounds or fly his favorite falcons. Lorenzo's versatility is the frequent theme even of his contemporary countrymen. A lover of the country rather than of the town, whenever he could, he would escape to Poggio a Caiano, or more distant villas. He was fond of the country people, their manners, their songs, and their pleasures. His family life was extremely simple. He romped with his children, joined in their music, wrote a religious play for them to act. In Lorenzo's career, it is impossible to draw a hard and fast line between diplomacy and politics, art and literature, religion and philosophy, domesticity and public life, country sports and city functions. It is difficult to analyze so manifold a character. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois-Doyle, The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. Among the charges which, at a later age, found to make against Lorenzo that of profligacy and of corrupting the Florentines, gives most evidence of the virulent partisan spirit which has been mentioned, owing to the entire want of ground for the accusation. So far as his private character is concerned, no facts have been brought forward to support the charge. Judged by the standard of his day, he was not an immoral man. His conduct in respect was superior to that of contemporary sovereigns, our own in England not excepted. It is also noticeable that no illegitimate children are ascribed to him, almost a unique instance in that age. But it is in his public capacity that the charge is chiefly made, alleging that he debased the popular taste by the introduction of licentiousness into art and literature, an accusation utterly without foundation, and leveled against one, most of whose poetry was of an elevating character. In support of this charge, his carnival songs are often cited, but here again the standard of the age must determine the point, and judged by that standard the verdict will be conclusive. Nothing can be said against Lorenzo's poetry in this respect which cannot be said with much greater force against, for instance, Shakespeare. Roscoe remarks, in the poem of Brandolini, the attention of Lorenzo to the dictates of morality is the particular subject of praise, and that by a contemporary writer. Had the conduct of Lorenzo been notoriously licentious, such praise would have been the severest satire. The accusation that the profligacy of the time among the Florentines is to be laid on Lorenzo's shoulders receives strong contradiction from the contemporary records of Milan, Venice, Ferrara, Mantua, and many other capital cities of Italy, since we find there, at this period, exactly the same state of things, and the same tendency to sensuous amusements and licentiousness replacing a severer style of life. It was a general result of the bursting forth of the Renaissance, and had no special manifestation in Florence. In fact, rather the reverse. Lorenzo, as regarded his own private life, was better than his time, while the idea that a ruler should endeavor to elevate his people was one which did not dawn on Europe till many generations later, and it is not likely that it ever crossed his mind. By other writers, again, this corruption of the Florentines is declared to consist in a deterioration from their former strength of character, and the charge which these writers make against Lorenzo is that of having exercised an enfeebling influence. But we do not find this supposed enfeeblement borne out by the history of the time, or find that the Florentines at the end of Lorenzo's rule any feebler in character than at its commencement. The Florence, which in 1494 did not quail before the threats of a Charles VIII, showed itself no less strong than that which in 1478 braved the wrath of Sixtus IV. It was another kind of enfeeblement of which, after the exile of the Medici, the Florentines had to complain, that due to their own faction fighting, and not to any action on the part of Lorenzo. Another charge which shows no less animus is that which asserts that Lorenzo enriched himself at the expense of the public funds. Various circumstances afforded opportunity for this charge. Not only was Lorenzo expected to provide royal hospitality in the Medici palace to distinguished visitors to Florence, expenditure which was seldom refunded to him by the state, but also he frequently had to advance from the Medici bank the war expenses of the state, and this was sometimes refunded to him and sometimes not. He had also, in the conduct of foreign affairs, constantly to disburse large sums as secret subsidies to foreign states. These sums were either advanced or reimbursed to him by the state, but the secret nature of their expenditure naturally left it open to anyone to suggest that he spent the money on himself. Those to whom every act of the Medici has an evil aspect have not failed to take advantage of such an opportunity. While it seems forgotten that secret service money is a regular item of expenditure of every modern government and is necessarily never accounted for by the high official to whom its expenditure is entrusted. Hence we find these transactions called peculation and embezzlement on Lorenzo's part. Such a charge, made against one who had spent his private funds on the public behalf to so large an extent that even the immense fortune left him by his father was severely reduced thereby, gives us a measure of the length to which the partisan spirit against the Medici can go. At a meeting held 3 days after Lorenzo's funeral, the Signoria officially placed it on record that he always subordinated his own interest to the advantage and benefit of the community, shrank neither from trouble nor danger for the good of the state and its freedom, and devoted to that object all his thoughts and powers, securing public order by excellent laws. Are we then, on the one hand, to hold this as the correct view of Lorenzo's character and conduct, and that Hallam, Burckhardt, and Gregorovius are right? Or, on the other hand, was Lorenzo a usurper who aimed only at his own interest and embezzled the public money? One in whom the enslavement of Florence was the hard work of his manhood, and one who, for this end, deliberately led the Florentines into profligacy, as alleged by Sismondi, Perrin, Simmons, Villari, and Trollope. Examining the conflicting evidence, and more particularly the facts of Lorenzo's life, admitted by all, it would appear that the charge of being a usurper cannot be maintained, especially in the face of the high authority of Hallam. that the charge of having enslaved or made himself a tyrant over Florence is utterly irreconcilable with the fact that he had no military force, and that his power rested solely on the will of the people, that the charge of embezzlement is, for the reasons already given, one which only prejudice can assert, and that the charge of profligacy, of debasing the public taste by introducing licentiousness into art and letters, is without an atom of foundation. But, after all, the best evidence as to which side in this controversy is right is furnished by the people of Florence themselves, those who lived under Lorenzo's rule, and who, if his actions were such as his detractors have asserted, had to bear the results of them. Did the Florentines as a whole, during his lifetime, regard Lorenzo with pride and approbation, and sorrow for his death as a national loss? Or did they look upon that death as a joyful release to them from the tyranny of a usurper who embezzled the moneys of the state and enriched himself at their expense? It is incontestable that the former, and not the latter, was the view they held, and the evidence which such a fact supplies is absolutely conclusive upon the whole matter. Lorenzo's funeral was, in accordance with his own instructions, an unostentatious one. He was buried, like his great-grandfather and father, in the old sacristy in San Lorenzo, in the same tomb with his brother Giuliano. From thence, however, his and Giuliano's remains were, 67 years afterwards, removed to the new sacristy, which had by that time been added to the church. Lorenzo and Giuliano lie buried under the end wall of this sacristy, that opposite to the altar. It is, however, strange to record that no monument marks the grave of the great Lorenzo the Magnificent, while we see that the absence of such a monument actually in course of time caused a doubt as to where he was buried. Michelangelo was to have executed a monument for his tomb, but left Florence without doing so, and so matters have remained ever since. Probably this is chiefly because none have since liked to propose the erection of a monument which by its situation would challenge comparison with the only two other tombs in the chapel, the masterpieces of Michelangelo. No doubt the difficulty is a considerable one. At the same time, it seems, from a national point of view, a great pity that it should not work such a result. If one may venture to suggest, possibly the difficulty might be met by placing on the wall over the tomb a large black marble slab, perfectly plain, with simply the name Lorenzo il Magnifico on it, and the year of birth and death, without any other words. It would rely for impressiveness solely on its size, massiveness, and absolute plainness. Such a monument would avoid all clashing with Michelangelo's masterpieces, while it would be in accord with Lorenzo's own sentiments, shown in the instructions as to his funeral, as well as with the spirit of those earlier generations of the Medici, to which these two brothers belonged. Mr. Armstrong's words on the absence of any monument in Florence to Lorenzo the Magnificent are as follows. Florence has not repaid the generous recognition to Lorenzo which he himself gave to others. With or without her wish, the fame of the Medici will forever be linked with hers. In Lorenzo's own words, the house goes with the state. After 400 years, she might well lay the ghost, if such there be, of political antipathy, to honor with a fitting monument the most national, the most gifted representative of that many-sided culture, for which the city of the Arno is still famous. Several important events in the history of Europe took place in the same year as the death of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Spain. The consolidation of Spain, begun in 1469 by the marriage of Ferdinand, King of Aragon, with Isabella, Queen of Castile, was in 1492 completed. Ferdinand and Isabella, joint sovereigns, after having between the years 1474 and 1481 created peace and order in their previously troubled dominion, resumed in the latter year the war against the Moors. Their arms met with a wonderful succession of victories, and at length, in 1492, after 11 years of war, Granada, which had been the Moorish capital for 250 years, was taken. The Mohammedan power in Spain was ended, and they were driven out after 800 years of occupation. In the same year, there also took place the discovery of America by Columbus, under the auspices of Ferdinand and Isabella, which added still further to the glory of their reign and to the power of Spain. The year 1492 was truly a great one for Spain. Rome. In the same year, 2 months after the death of Lorenzo the Magnificent, Pope Innocent VIII also died. He was succeeded by the notorious Spaniard, Rodrigo Borgia, Alexander VI. This caused Giovanni de' Medici to return to Florence, he being one of the cardinals who had voted against Rodrigo Borgia's election, and all these having to fly from Rome. France. In this year, Charles VIII, having attained the age of 22, took over the government of the kingdom from his capable sister, and began to form projects which were, ere long, to issue in an invasion of Italy, destined to usher in a new era in international politics. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 10. Pietro the Unfortunate, Part 1. On Lorenzo's death, Pietro, the eldest of his 3 sons, succeeded to the headship of the family in the rule of Florence. He himself was 21. His brother Giovanni, who returned from Rome 2 months after Pietro's rule began, was 16, and his brother Giuliano a boy of 13. Pietro was strong, handsome, and excelled in all athletic pursuits, but he gained almost in boyhood the name by which he is always known. It seemed merely to require that he should be a party to any project, for it invariably to fail of success. This peculiarity his qualities of character did not tend to neutralize. He had a heedless temperament, and was more inclined to occupy himself in sport and amusement than in attending to affairs of state, while he was cursed with a haughtiness of disposition which he took no pains to conceal, and which ill accorded with the sentiments of republican Florence. Pietro was not a fool, as often stated. He was simply an ordinary young noble of his day, without more brains than other people possessed. But the Medici had always had more brains than other people possessed. It was expected of them, and they were not wanted by the Florentines as rulers if they ceased to be thus gifted. His wife, Alfonsina Orsini, was just of the character calculated to double the difficulties created by his own faults. She had a full share of the Orsini pride, and by her unconcealed contempt for the Florentines, had, even before Lorenzo's death, made herself intensely disliked by them. Seeing how essentially the Medici rule depended upon popularity, Pietro was evidently as unfortunate in the character of the wife who had been given him as in other matters. We now come to an important turning point in the history of the Medici. Whereas each generation of this family had had to encounter a formidable attempt to crush them, storms which they had weathered, there was now to come upon them one destined to involve them in many vicissitudes. Within a year of his succeeding to the rule of Florence, Pietro, chiefly from his disregard of republican forms, and of that attitude of equality with every citizen of Florence which his father had so scrupulously observed, began to be very unpopular. Moreover, this unpopularity was increased by his cousins of the younger branch, Lorenzo and Giovanni, the 2 sons of Pier Francesco. The first 2 generations of the younger branch had evinced no jealousy against the elder branch on account of their more exalted position. But in the 3rd generation we find Pier Francesco's 2 sons, their father having died in 1476, beginning, even in the time of Lorenzo the Magnificent, to grow jealous of the importance of the elder branch, and to show a marked coolness towards them, and this feeling Pietro contrived to excite still more strongly. Towards the end of the life of Lorenzo the Magnificent, Giovanni, who was 4 years older than his cousin Pietro, fell in love with a lady beloved also by the latter. This naturally did not tend to improve matters, nor did a lawsuit instigated by Pietro which was its consequence. Whatever the reasons, these two cousins of his now began a regular course of hostility towards him. They fanned his rising unpopularity, headed the party opposed to him, and declared themselves attached to the liberty of the people, which they said he was trying to destroy. It was unfortunate for Pietro that he succeeded to the rule of Florence just when a storm was about to burst upon Italy, with which it would have needed all his father's ability to cope. When death removed the influence of Lorenzo, men foresaw that it would not be long before Italy was again plunged into war. But they did not foresee that to wars between the Italian states were now to be added those due to contests between France, Spain, and Germany, of which Italy would form the battlefield. The event with which this state of things began was the invasion of Italy by Charles VIII of France, in order to attack the kingdom of Naples. Very possibly, had Lorenzo the Magnificent been still at the helm of Italian politics, he would have found means to avert this particular invasion. But sooner or later, similar results would have been certain to ensue. For the growing strength of other countries, occurring simultaneously with the decline in power of the Italian states, rendered foreign attacks certain eventually to come upon Italy. And we are now entering on the time when that change was beginning by which, instead of Venice, Milan, Florence, Naples, and Rome taking the lead in European politics, France, Spain, Germany, and England were to become the leading countries of Europe. The commencement of this new era in European politics is marked by the accession of the Emperor Maximilian I, who in 1493 was elected emperor on the death, after an uneventful reign of 53 years, of his father, the Emperor Frederick III. Milan. In 1490 the young Duke, John Galeazzo Sforza, came of age. But he being feeble and indolent, his capable uncle Ludovico Sforza, Il Moro, who since 1480 had governed the duchy in his name, refused to surrender the rule to him. John Galeazzo's young wife, Isabella of Aragon, appealed forcibly and continuously to her grandfather, Ferrante, King of Naples, against this usurpation. But up to 1493 the protests of the latter had produced no effect. Some writers have held that it was because Il Moro saw himself about to be attacked by Naples that he invited the French king into Italy. There was, however, no sign that either King Ferrante, who died in January 1494, or his son and successor Alfonso, was preparing any force to attack Milan. Other writers state that Il Moro, having resolved to compass his nephew's death and make himself duke, invited the French invasion in order to stir up trouble, which would prevent the other Italian states from interfering with him. Whichever was the reason, Il Moro now invited Charles VIII to attack Naples, and promised him the support of Milan. France. Louis XI, while he had consolidated France, had, by his method of doing so, crushed, to a large extent, the spirit of the French nation. Charles VIII, proceeding to rule on different lines from his hated father, had begun to look out for some opportunity for military exploits, both to assist in reviving the spirit of the nation and to gratify his own youthful desire for adventure. When, therefore, Ludovico Sforza urged him to put forward the old Angevin claim to Naples, and to bring an army into Italy to attack that kingdom, Charles eagerly accepted the proposal. French imagination was fired by the idea of an invasion of Italy. All classes caught it up with enthusiasm, and preparations on a great scale were forthwith made for an expedition which to the French had all the attraction of novelty and romance. This expedition of Charles VIII has a special importance of another kind, for this was the first exercise of the new power created by a standing army, a power destined to create great political changes in Europe. Hitherto, the armies of such countries as France and England had consisted of the feudal levies brought to the standard of the king by the barons, and the necessity of humoring the caprices and ever-recurring jealousies of the latter, when such a force was gathered together, greatly nullified its offensive power. These conditions tended to prevent wars being undertaken against other countries, since they made the invasion of another country, far from the homes of such levies, a most difficult operation. But the new weapon which had been forged by Louis XI, primarily as a means of crushing the barons and princes of France, had altered all this, and while making the king supreme over his barons, had also put in his hand a formidable weapon against other countries. Thus it is not surprising that we find historians stating that Charles VIII, who had no ability of his own, was at this time the most powerful sovereign in Europe. The reason was because he alone was in possession of this new weapon, which his astute father had had the wit to forge, and which no other country as yet possessed. There was, however, one other point in which a standing army differed materially from a feudal army, viz., in the item of cost. Charles VIII's army, which included infantry, artillery, and cavalry, did not consist of more than about 20,000 men, though this was a great effort for those times. But so little had the increased cost of such an army been realized that before it had penetrated any distance into Italy, Charles found his treasury exhausted, and had to borrow large sums from the merchants of Genoa at the ruinous rate of interest of 42%. In August 1494, Charles VIII started from Vienne to invade Italy. Crossing the Alps, he entered Lombardy, and was entertained at Milan by Il Moro, and at Pavia by the Duke John Galeazzo, and there the latter's wife, the beautiful and unfortunate Isabella of Aragon, threw herself at the French king's feet to intercede for her house, which he was marching to attack. But she gained nothing, and a few days later, on reaching Piacenza, Charles received the news that the Duke was dead, poisoned, it was universally believed, by his unscrupulous uncle, Il Moro, who at once imprisoned Isabella and her 4 children, and notwithstanding that the late Duke had left a son and heir, proclaimed himself Duke of Milan. Meanwhile, the other states of Italy prepared as best they might to meet this invasion. Naples, against whom the attack was directed, awaited it in her own territory. Rome made no preparations for defense, the Pope hoping that Charles would not molest him. Venice declared herself neutral. Tuscany, having no particular reason to espouse the cause of Naples, would no doubt have liked to have done the same, but lying right in the course of the French king's march, was obliged to defend her territory. And Tuscany was ill prepared. The many years of peace had worked their usual effect in a want of preparedness for war. And to Pietro's difficulties on this account were added others. His disloyal cousins Lorenzo and Giovanni seized upon this opportunity, and at a time when all private feuds should have been sunk, made their country's need the occasion for gratifying their private jealousy. They sent secret assurances to Charles VIII that they would promote his views, and would assist him with money, of which, as has been seen, he was much in need. This action of theirs was discovered, and they were arrested by Pietro's orders. No one could have been surprised if they had been executed as traitors to their country, or at all events imprisoned. Pietro, however, followed the example which his grandfather, Piero il Gottoso, had set, and behaved very leniently toward them, simply confining them, Lorenzo to the villa of Cafaggiolo, and Giovanni to the walls of Castello. They repaid him by escaping thence, going to Charles VIII, who was then at Vigevano, and assuring him that the Florentines would ally themselves with him against Naples, if only he would help them to get rid of Pietro. By this time Charles's army was entering the borders of Tuscany, and laying siege to its frontier fortresses, which were defended by such mercenary troops as Pietro had been able to collect. But these troops, being quite unfit to cope with such an army, failed to arrest the French. The frontier fortress of Sarzana, which Charles attacked at the end of October, was soon captured, and the French king continued his advance. Pietro had now only 2 courses open to him. He has been spoken of with contempt by all writers for his action in this crisis, but whether this view is correct seems open to question, as it would appear to have scarcely sufficiently considered the problem before Pietro. On the fall of Sarzana, the only two alternatives possible to him were either to be prepared to sustain a siege of Florence by the French army, or to endeavor, by a partial surrender, to induce the French king to pass peaceably through Tuscany, avoiding the capital. The first course meant inevitably, in view of the complete disparity in military power between the organized army which Charles commanded and Florence's mercenary levies, the assault and sack of Florence by foreign troops. Had the French king been attempting to conquer Tuscany, the matter would have been different, and Florence would have been bound to resist to the end and to fall with honor. But this was not the case. The French king had no special quarrel with the Florentine state, so that the sack of the city would have been endured on behalf of another state which had no claim upon Florence for such a sacrifice, and which, though principally concerned, had no force to join with her in opposing the French king. Pietro therefore chose the second course, and in order to persuade Charles VIII to accept terms and pass without further aggression through Tuscany by the coast road which avoided Florence, went off in person to the camp of the King of France to try and achieve this by a personal interview. He there saw for the first time what a regular organized army was like, and, if he had not done so before, must have realized at once how futile would be any opposition which Florence could offer to such a force, and that it could only have a result which he was bound at all costs to prevent. The French king agreed to pass peaceably through Tuscany, but would not consent to avoid the capital, and required, as the condition on which Florence should be spared from assault and her territory from devastation, that Pisa and the fortresses of Sarzana, Sarzanello, Ripafrata, and Pietrasanta should be held by him until the conquest of Naples had been completed. Most of these places were already in Charles's possession, while it was only a question of days before all would be so, and he had power to hold them for as long as he chose, so that Pietro in agreeing to these terms did not make any very great concession. Pietro returned to Florence on the 8th November in expectation that the citizens would be thankful, under the circumstances, for what he had achieved. But the seeds so assiduously sown by his cousins at last bore fruit. The citizens had not seen Charles's army, and did not know their own weakness in the French king's strength. Their pride was wounded by the idea of the surrender of fortresses, and the combined result brought matters to a climax. Pietro was met by a storm of indignation. The measure of his unpopularity was now full, and there was a general clamor for his banishment and that of his whole family. The Signoria assembled and promptly passed a decree banishing the Medici permanently from the state of Florence, 9th November 1494. This banishment was not carried out in the dispassionate manner of that in Cosimo's time. They were driven to fly from the city for their lives, and the Signoria subsequently offered a reward of 4,000 florins for the head of Pietro, and 2,000 florins for that of his brother Giovanni, while the mob were permitted by the government to plunder the Medici palace, which we are told was sacked from roof to cellar. And so, notwithstanding all that the Medici had, during 100 years, expended from their private fortune to benefit the citizens of Florence, there were now robbed from them, and scattered to the four winds, all those treasures of art gathered with so much diligent labor by Cosimo Pater Patriae, Piero il Gottoso, and Lorenzo the Magnificent, a greater collection of art treasures than was to be found in any other single building in Europe. The destruction of this invaluable collection is pathetically related by the scholarly Bernardo Rucellai in a long lament over the priceless treasures, both of learning and art, destroyed on this occasion. In the former category were valuable manuscripts in every language, collected at great expense, and most of them quite unable to be replaced. Not less deplorable was the loss in the domain of art. Irrespective of pictures and statues which were plundered, many valuable pieces of ancient sculpture, exquisite gems, cameos, vases, and countless specimens of the work of the minor arts were destroyed. sharing in a general ruin which reduced a palace which had been the admiration of every foreign visitor and the chief ornament of the city, to the condition of one sacked by an enemy's troops. The contemporary French historian, Philippe de Comines, after giving a long list of the valuable things lost in this great act of vandalism, computes that, over and above what was carried off, the money value of what was destroyed represented more than 100,000 crowns. All that energetic labor and artistic taste had collected in half a century was dispersed or destroyed in a day. We have a glimpse of one item among these plundered treasures 8 years later, viz., the 4 valuable vases which had belonged to Lorenzo, and which we find, in 1502, offered for sale in Florence. Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua, writes in that year requesting that Leonardo da Vinci, who was then in Florence, would inspect them for her, as she heard they were for sale, and would send her a report on them and the price at which they were valued. Leonardo, having examined them, was in ecstasies over their beauty. He reported that all 4 had Lorenzo's name engraved in Roman letters on the body of the vase, and as to the prices at which they were to be obtained, said, "The crystal vase, all of one piece and very fine, is valued at 350 ducats. The jasper vase, of variegated colors and encrusted with pearls and rubies on a gold stand, at 240 ducats. The agate vase at 200 ducats, and the jasper vase on a silver stand at 150 ducats." They were evidently too costly an ornament for the Marchioness of Mantua, and she did not buy them. They therefore remained in Florence, and some 50 years afterwards were sought out and repurchased by Cosimo I, and are now in the gem room of the Uffizi Gallery. One of the statues taken from the Medici Palace was made to serve as a monument of this casting forth by Florence, in ignominy and ruin, of the family which had so long made that city's greatness. The Signoria took from amongst the plundered works of art the bronze statue of Judas slaying Holofernes, executed by Donatello for Cosimo Pater Patriae, which had always stood in the centre of the cortile of the palace, and set it up in front of the Palazzo della Signoria, engraving an inscription round its base, declaring it set up as a warning to all who should think to tyrannize over Florence. The inscription was a fine sounding one, and helped, as was intended, to justify the action of those who had cast forth Pietro and his family, because he had been unable to protect Florence from a foreign aggression with which they themselves were just as little able to cope. But it gave no real picture of the case. Pietro had in no sense tyrannized over Florence. He had not the power to do so, and he had never committed any act which showed that he even had the wish. All that he had done was to offend her republican sentiments by what the citizens called a haughty demeanor. In after years, when a real tyrant came to rule over them, they were to find by most bitter experience how very different a thing tyranny was from the matters, chiefly of mere outward behaviour, which had called forth their complaints against the son of Lorenzo the Magnificent. When, with their signoria abolished, they groaned under the tyranny of Cosimo I, with the utmost joy would they have welcomed back the free and untrammelled existence which they had enjoyed under the rule of Pietro the Unfortunate. The members of the family who were thus hurriedly driven forth from Florence were the 3 brothers, Pietro, then 23, Giovanni, 18, and Giuliano, 15, with their first cousin Giulio, 16, also Pietro's wife, Alfonsina, and their 2 infant children, Lorenzo and Clarice. They fled first to Bologna and thence to Venice, where they obtained a temporary asylum. Pietro's ignoble second cousins, Lorenzo and Giovanni, were not included in the decree of banishment. They gained immunity for themselves by abandoning, for a time, to their permanent discredit, the name of Medici, and taking instead the name of Popolano, erasing the family arms from the outside of their palace. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 10. Pietro the Unfortunate, Part 2. 60 years had passed since the Medici had last been cast out with ignominy from Florence. They were now for the second time to suffer the hardships of exile. The sentence passed against them furnished an example of how evanescent is popular favour and the memory of public benefits. All the deliverance of his countrymen from unjust taxation and the tyranny of the nobles effected by Giovanni de' Medici, all the unwearied generosity of 30 years which had won for Cosimo the title of Father of his Country, all the prosperity of Florence wrought by Lorenzo, were forgotten as completely as though they had never been. And the edifice founded by Giovanni de' Medici, gradually built up by Cosimo, strengthened by the qualities of Piero, and perfected by the ability of Lorenzo, fell in ruins. The Medici were back again at the point they had occupied before Giovanni de' Medici began to lay the foundations of the family greatness, but with the additional obstacle to their ascending the ladder again that now, by the combined effect of Pietro's failure to follow the line of conduct laid down by his father, and the disaffection stirred up by his cousins, their popularity was gone, and the citizens were determined to keep them out of Florence for the future. This second banishment meant the entire ruin which had been aimed at, but not achieved, in the first. The change in their circumstances was most complete. The numerous activities of public life, which for 4 generations had become the accustomed occupations of this family, their patronage of art and letters, the social pleasures of an exalted station and great wealth, all were at an end. And, deprived of all their possessions, they went forth to lead a nomadic and poverty-stricken existence for 18 years. Pietro spent all the remaining 9 years of his life in fruitless endeavours to get himself reinstated in Florence by force of arms, not seeing that this was just the way to defeat his object, by setting the Florentines still more against him. His father, had he found himself in a like position, would have left no stone unturned to make the Florentines recall him voluntarily. But Pietro lacked his father's wisdom, and so turned to those measures which could by no possibility obtain for him success. He became a pawn on the political chessboard, to be used whenever any state found itself in opposition to Florence, and in this way various states in turn lent him troops, with which he made 3 successive attempts against Florence, which all proved abortive. In these endeavours the Medici brothers wandered from state to state in Italy, but after 5 years of failure, which rightly or wrongly they attributed to Pietro's proverbial misfortune, his 2 brothers and their cousin Giulio separated themselves from him, declaring that they should never succeed while combined with him. Having already sought the protection, in turn, of most of the states of Italy, and finding themselves becoming regarded as troublesome refugees, the trio, Giovanni, Giuliano, and Giulio, determined to abandon Italy for a time, and in 1499 started on a wandering tour to traverse the principal countries of Europe. They went first into Germany, where on reaching Ulm they were arrested and sent under a guard to the Emperor Maximilian, who, however, released them and treated them well, complimenting Giovanni on bearing his adverse fortune with patience, and on his prudence in employing the time which was thus at his disposal in gaining a knowledge of foreign countries. Experiencing various adventures, and being several times detained in custody, they visited, during the years 1499 and 1500, most of the principal cities in Germany, Flanders, and France, and desired to have visited England, but were prevented by adverse weather from crossing the sea. Returning through France, they at length arrived at Marseilles, whence they proceeded to Genoa, where they resided with Giovanni's sister, Maddalena Cibo. From Genoa, after a time, they proceeded to Rome, where Alexander VI, having now cause of offence against Florence, laid aside his previous ill will and treated them with consideration. Meanwhile, Pietro, finding no more help obtainable elsewhere, had joined himself to the French, and in 1501 received a vague promise of assistance from Louis XII, which, however, came to nothing. Eventually Pietro, unfortunate to the last, accompanying the French army in their campaign in southern Italy, was, during the confusion of the retreat towards Gaeta after their disastrous defeat on the Garigliano, upset in the boat in which he was conveying down the river to Gaeta 4 pieces of heavy artillery which he had saved from capture by the enemy, and was drowned. December 1508. Botticelli has painted a well-known portrait of Pietro, which hangs in the Uffizi Gallery, and, as he knew him well, it is certain to be a good likeness. He has dark brown hair and the remarkably fine eyes which, through many generations, were a noted characteristic of his family, while his face has a melancholy expression attributable to his invariable ill fortune. He wears a scarlet cap and holds in both hands a medallion of his great-grandfather Cosimo, appealing to the people of Florence by the memory of him to whom they had themselves given the title of Father of his Country, not to treat his descendants as they were doing. This portrait, always known to be by Botticelli, was formerly thought to represent Pico della Mirandola, while another suggestion has in recent years been made that it represents Giovanni, the son of Cosimo, who died in 1468. As, however, Giovanni died as a man of 42, when Botticelli was only 19, it is sufficiently obvious that the portrait, which represents a man of 24 or 25, cannot be that of Giovanni. It undoubtedly represents Pietro the Unfortunate, and has been correctly so labelled by the authorities of the Uffizi Gallery. The medallion held up in the hands and presented to the spectator, and forming the most prominent feature of the picture, is by itself sufficient to be absolutely convincing on the point, for that particular appeal to the memory of Cosimo Pater Patriae would be quite meaningless as regards either Pico della Mirandola or Giovanni. It would, in fact, not be applicable in the case of anyone else than Pietro the Unfortunate. The picture was evidently painted a year or 2 after Pietro's banishment, either for himself or one of the exiled Medici party. Botticelli, being the court painter of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and almost living in the family, had known Pietro from the latter's very childhood, and owing, as he did, all his career, first to Piero il Gottoso, and afterwards to Lorenzo, undoubtedly sympathized much with the family in being driven from Florence, and mourned over the destruction of all their art treasures and the ruin of this great house. The feature of the medallion is just such a touch as Botticelli delighted to introduce in order to make his picture tell its own story. Having seen the Medici, in the 5th generation of the family, banished for the 2nd time from their country, and before we enter on those 18 years in which Florence lost all the power and prosperity she had enjoyed for 60 years, we may take a brief glance at what this family had achieved during the first 100 years of their course, and may also examine how far the 2 charges which have been referred to are justly to be made against them, so far as this portion of their history is concerned. Looking back at the position in the year 1400, there appears to be 2 grounds on which, irrespective of more personal considerations, the Medici justly deserve fame. First, their raising Florence to so exalted a position, and second, the results they accomplished in the domain of learning and art. From a petty state, which did not exceed in power and influence many others around it, the Medici had gradually raised Florence until she had become practically the capital city of Italy, not only exceeding in power the other states, such as Pisa, Lucca, Siena, Mantua, Ferrara, Urbino, and others, which had formerly been her equals, but also as a city surpassing in grandeur, prosperity, and intellectual eminence even Rome, Venice, Milan, and Naples. And out of Italy, no city at that time could compete with these. When on the banishment of the Medici the army of Charles VIII entered Florence, we are told they saw a city which immeasurably surpassed any at that time in France, and could not contain their astonishment at the grandeur of its palaces and public buildings, and the culture and refinement of its inhabitants, which they admitted to be far superior to their own. But the second point is of far wider importance. The Medici have a just right to fame for the permanent benefits which they conferred on mankind at large by their fostering care over learning and art, and their readiness to expend a colossal fortune upon these things in an age before men had yet fully learnt to appreciate their value. This liberality was specially important in regard to the resuscitation of learning, since this was a work which could not have been carried out without an expenditure such as the Medici alone, among families of that period, could afford. And it was well for mankind that the Medici, through 4 generations, were ready to shower their wealth, not upon the ostentatious display of riches which was common enough around them, but upon the resuscitation of learning and the advancement of art. Europe today reaps the result of this their character, and owes them immeasurable gratitude for all that they did, and were, in this particular. Turning to examine the charge that the Medici deprived their country of its liberty, and exalted themselves into tyrants over it, it would appear that this charge involves considerable wresting from their proper meaning of both the word liberty and the word tyrant. The only liberty which the Medici took away was the freedom to indulge in an internecine strife which made life in Florence one perpetual faction fight, a state of things under which no previous government had been able to protect the lives and property of the citizens. With no due degree of liberty did the Medici rule interfere, and life in Florence in their time was as free as in any modern state. While, as regards the word tyrant, it is sufficient to observe that a tyranny cannot exist without a bodyguard of troops to support and protect the ruler when his acts are tyrannical or opposed to the will of the people. Wealth alone cannot create a tyranny, for even should it go to the length of purchasing the suffrages of the majority of the citizens, its power still remains based upon the votes of the majority, and the minority, even though they may have much to say regarding the means by which these have been obtained, cannot call such a power a tyranny without misuse of terms. The Medici rule rested solely on popularity, and a rule which rests on that basis has no power to tyrannize. This was fully proved when, 2 years after Lorenzo's death, and simply because the popularity which had formed the sole basis of his power was lost, Florence, with only a word, sent his successor and his whole family into exile. The usual theory put before us regarding the Medici is that it was by craft and dissimulation that they rose to power in Florence. It was not so. Nor amongst a people so abnormally well versed, through 200 years of political intrigue, in every form of craft and dissimulation could that method ever have succeeded. There was no race in Europe with whom it would have so surely failed. It was by the display of a preeminent ability in the conduct of public affairs. It was by a large-minded magnanimity constantly evinced in their dealings with those brought in contact with them. It was by their defense of the people against the oppression of the nobles, by their freedom from arrogance, their clemency in victory over crafty and ungenerous foes, and a generosity which knew no bounds in spending their private wealth for the benefit of their fellow countrymen. It was by these qualities that the Medici rose to power in Florence. And we have this corroborated by Voltaire, who says of the Medici that no family ever obtained power by so just a title, a statement which one such as Voltaire would certainly never have made had they obtained it either by force or by craft. With regard to the second of the 2 charges, it is truly a most significant fact when we find that amidst all the virulent abuse which has been poured forth by so many pens during 3 centuries upon these 5 generations of the Medici, no accusation of murder has ever been made against either Giovanni di Bici, Piero il Gottoso, Lorenzo the Magnificent, or Pietro the Unfortunate. So that if we accept the single case of the accusation made by Cavalcanti against Cosimo Pater Patriae of complicity in the death of Baldaccio d'Anghiari, which is rejected by all reliable historians, the whole 5 generations of the Medici, whose lives are covered by these 100 years, are free from any charge of murder. Yet this is during a period, 1400 to 1508, specially notable for such crimes, and when the records of almost all other states show a long catalogue of thoroughly authenticated murders committed by their rulers. It is said to be the just penalty of greatness to endure severer criticism than is applied to others, and certainly the Medici may be held to exemplify the fact. The history of that time is full of cases of families who were seizing upon thrones and wading through blood to gain them, without any higher object than that of enriching themselves. Yet the Medici, who took a more patriotic course, while they certainly evinced, however its degree may be disputed, a higher aim, have been criticized and condemned as these others have never been. The accusation that they made themselves despots in order to extract from a downtrodden people wealth to spend upon themselves has been made of a family whose liberality in spending their private fortune upon matters for the public benefit exceeded all that has been elsewhere known in history. It was not the Florentines, but the citizens of London and Paris, Lyons and Bruges, Genoa and Venice, who supplied the income which the Medici spent, to so limited an extent upon themselves, and to so large an extent upon Florence. Nor will the assertion that they destroyed the liberties of Florence in order to exalt themselves into despots continue to be tenable when their rule is compared with that set up at this same epoch by Louis XI in France, or by Henry VII in England, or when we note that the citizens of Florence enjoyed under the Medici a far greater degree of representative government than the people of either France or England. Had not the Medici established the kind of rule they did, the Pazzi, the Caponi, the Strozzi, and others would have headed various factions, as the Donati, the Cerchi, and the Albizzi had done before them, and none of that internal peace and prosperity, that national importance and cultured eminence would have resulted which Florence was so thankful to possess while it lasted, and so proud to look back upon after it had passed away. Nor does a wider outlook fail to give evidence on the same point. Throughout the greater part of the 15th century, the rule of the Medici, by its suppression of internal strife, the consequent increase of weight in internal politics, and the powerful assistance given to learning and art, produced results to Florence which were the envy of all surrounding states. And the failure of the latter to advance in a similar way, both politically and in art, has been directly attributed to the absence of any family with the capacity to do for them what the Medici did for Florence. Thus, as regards art, it has often been pointed out that up to the time when the Medici arose, Siena, for instance, was on a level with Florence, but from that time forward could no longer compete with her. While, as regards politics, it has been remarked by Professor Langton Douglas that Siena, hitherto equal in power to Florence, was left behind by the latter, owing to that faction fighting which the Medici rule made impossible in Florence. We see, therefore, that to the very fact for which, on behalf of Florence, the Medici have been condemned, other states have attributed all Florence's greatness. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 11, Interregnum, 1494 to 1512.
On the same day that Pietro and his family fled from Florence, Charles VIII entered Pisa, and thereupon declared that city free from Florentine yoke. The Signoria sent an embassy, which included Savonarola, to the king to protest against this action as to Pisa, and to treat with him, but the only reply they could extract was, "Once in the great city, all shall be arranged." Savonarola had prophesied that a foreign invader should come to chastise the states of Italy for their profligate ways. The first of those states was now beginning to discover what forms such chastisement might take. The Republic, though they had exiled Pietro owing to his inability to prevent the French king's advance, found themselves as little able to do so as he had been, and 8 days afterwards Charles VIII entered Florence in the style of a victorious monarch entering a conquered city, while the Florentines found themselves required to accommodate in their midst an army of 20,000 men. And to have a medieval army of another nationality thus placed was a critical business. At any moment the smallest contretemps might produce an explosion and the plunder and sack of the city. It may be judged, therefore, with what pleasure the citizens of Florence saw this army march into their streets. As this was the first standing army ever seen by Europe, and as we know something of what standing armies have become during the intervening 400 years, it will be interesting to have a look at this first one, to stand, as it were, in the crowd at the Frediano Gate on that 17th November, 1494, and watch this army as it passes into Florence. It consisted of 8,000 cavalry, the flower of the French chivalry, 5,000 Gascon infantry, 5,000 Swiss infantry, 4,000 Breton archers, 2,000 crossbowmen, and a strong train of artillery, the latter drawn for the first time by horses instead of oxen, a new thing in that age. The general appearance of these troops has been described for us by an old chronicler who evidently watched them closely that day, and gives a vivid description of this entry into Florence. He says, "The King of France entered the city at the Porta San Frediano, riding under a rich canopy borne by 4 knights, 2 on either side, and on each side of him rode his marshals. The royal bodyguard followed, consisting of 100 of the handsomest youths of France, and 200 knights of France on foot in splendid dresses. Then came the Swiss Guard with their brilliant uniforms of various colors, having halberds of burnished steel, their officers wearing rich plumes on their helmets. The center consisted of the Gascons, short, light, active men whose numbers seemed never ending. After these came the cavalry, whose splendid appearance was admired by all, and in which there were to be found the most noble young men of France. They had engraved armor, mantles of richest brocade, banners of velvet embroidered with gold, chains of gold, and ornaments of gold. The cuirassiers presented a hideous appearance, with their horses looking like monsters from their ears and tails being cut quite short. Then came the archers, extraordinarily tall men from Scotland and other northern countries, and they looked more like wild beasts than men." Guicciardini, who was then a boy of 12, speaking of the whole procession, says that it was a spectacle in itself very grand, but one for which the spectators had small liking, by reason of the dread and terror with which it filled their minds. As regards Charles VIII himself, the incapable youth who wielded this formidable weapon, Guicciardini says that he was short, ugly, deformed, and altogether uneducated, and in all matters that he took in hand displayed an entire want of prudence and judgment, while Philippe de Comines says that he was weak, willful, and surrounded by foolish counselors. Such was the youth at whose mercy Florence now lay. The army was quartered about the city on the unwilling inhabitants, and Charles proceeded to the despoiled and dismantled Medici palace, where he took up his abode. There, next day, he summoned the Signoria before him to hear the humiliating terms which he intended to impose on the city. But the ancient spirit of Florence was as strong as ever, and when these terms were read out to them, the members of the Signoria utterly refused to accept them. Whereupon the king flew into a rage and swore that if the treaty he had dictated were not forthwith signed, they should have war, that he would sound his trumpets, call out the troops, and sack the city. Upon this, one of the senators, Piero Capponi, gave that answer which passed into a Florentine proverb: "If you sound your trumpets, we will sound our bells." Charles knew what that meant, for he had on the day before seen a brief example of it in connection with a false alarm. He knew that it meant the ringing of the great bell, La Vacca, which hung in the tower of the Palazzo della Signoria, and which, when it sounded out over Florence, would call out into the streets the whole male population of the city, armed and ready to fall on the French troops scattered in the various quarters, and before they could offer any collective resistance. He would find himself in a hornet's nest. Charles reflected for a moment, and then, passing the matter off with a bad joke, gave in, and Florence was saved. A less humiliating treaty was drawn up and agreed to, though it was not a whit more satisfactory for Florence than that for agreeing to which Pietro the Unfortunate had incurred such a storm of indignation from the same men. Its chief articles were that Pisa and the fortresses of Sarzana, Sarzanello, Ripafratta, and Pietrasanta should remain in Charles's possession until the conquest of Naples was complete, and that Florence should pay him an indemnity of 120,000 ducats. And 2 days later, Charles marched his army out again and departed for Rome en route to Naples. On Charles's arrival before Rome, Pope Alexander VI took refuge in the castle of Sant'Angelo, but was induced to come forth and to give Caesar Borgia as a hostage. And after spending a month in Rome, Charles marched on towards Naples. Alfonso II, King of Naples, had no lack of courage or military ability. His bravery at the Battle of Otranto against the Turks had won him military renown. Nevertheless, he made no endeavor to defend his kingdom on this occasion. Fearing the strength of the French army, he fled to Sicily. And Charles VIII entered Naples on the 22nd February, 1495, as a conqueror. But while he spent his time there in triumphs and festivals, a formidable confederacy was formed to crush him, consisting of the Emperor Maximilian, Ferdinand, King of Aragon, the Pope, Venice, and even Ludovico Sforza, by whose invitation he had invaded Italy. Meanwhile, his army, wasted by its successes in Naples, was rapidly dwindling by disease. Charles saw no safety but in an immediate march back to France. Leaving part of his army in possession of Naples, he, in the beginning of June, started on his return march, proceeding by Rome and Siena, and hastening as much as possible. But the Allies assembled a force of 40,000 men to bar his way, awaiting him on the northern side of the Apennines. Owing to the losses by disease and the detachment left at Naples, Charles's army was reduced to 9,000 men. He reached Siena on the 18th June and Pontremoli on the 29th June. From there he crossed the Apennines by the pass of that name, an operation which took him 6 days. The battle which ensued was fought on the 6th July on the banks of the Taro at Fornovo, on the northern side of the Apennines. The French had the greatest difficulty in transporting their artillery over the mountains, and most of it arrived too late to take part in the battle, which, though very short, was the bloodiest that had taken place in Italy for 2 centuries. The Italians were entirely routed and lost 8,000 men, including their second-in-command, Rodolfo Gonzaga, uncle of the Marquis of Mantua. The French only lost, Comines says, about 100 men, but the Italian writers say 1,000. Charles showed much personal courage and much bad generalship. Nevertheless, the French army succeeded in driving their opponents off the field and continued their march towards Asti, though their long line of baggage, impeded by the difficulties of the mountains, for the most part fell a prey to the enemy, so that both sides claimed the victory. Charles reached Asti on the 15th July and remained there until October, when he returned to France. The King of Naples soon after regained Naples, and the sole results to Charles VIII of his expedition were the debts he had incurred to meet its expenses. The superior power possessed by the new engine in war, which was wielded by Charles VIII so inefficiently, was very clearly shown at Fornovo. At that battle, the Allies had 40,000 men, Charles only 9,000. The latter fought under every disadvantage. They were weakened by disease, weary with long marches, insufficient food, and bad quarters, and had to fight as they emerged from the difficulties of a mountain pass, proverbially the position in which a force finds it hardest to bring up its full strength. On the other hand, their opponents were fresh and well cared for, and awaited the French on the banks of a river, the passage of which the latter had to force. Nevertheless, as the result of the attack which the French delivered, the Italian force suffered so severely that, though they still far outnumbered the French, no persuasion could make them rally and renew the fight. Charles's army, though less than a quarter the numerical strength of their foes, badly commanded, and fighting under every disadvantage, beat back their enemy, forced the passage of the Taro, broke through the cordon drawn between them and their objective, and continued their march, thus gaining the honor of the day, even though most of their baggage was plundered in their rear by the enemy. Fornovo was the first occasion on which a standing army was tested in battle, and the results showed very distinctly how much greater was its power than that of the kind of troops hitherto employed. This expedition of Charles VIII into Italy, though it was so barren of immediate results, had great ultimate consequences, and was a turning point in the history of Europe. Michelet says that it was no less than the revelation of Italy to the nations of the North. It ushered in that new era already mentioned, in which the northern nations were to oust the Italian states from the foremost place in the politics of Europe, a process which was accompanied by a state of almost constant war in Italy. During the 18 years that followed, Florence sternly kept the Medici out of her territories and foiled all schemes for their return. It was made death to be found guilty of attempting to restore that family, and in 1497 old Bernardo de Nero, who was 72 years of age and had been 3 times gonfaloniere, being found guilty of this offense, was beheaded. This period, 1494 to 1512, which in a history relating to the Medici power in Florence it is convenient to call the Interregnum, and which covers the pontificates of Popes Alexander VI and Julius II, was an eventful one in the history of Italy and of Europe. But Florence, her destinies no longer swayed by the family which had known how to make their country strong and powerful, took an altogether insignificant part in these events, more so than any other state in Italy. While the struggle of contending nations was taking place all round her, she was entirely occupied in ignoble turmoils over domestic politics. She suffered severely in consequence, having to endure heavy taxation in order to pay subsidies now to one and now to another of the combatants, and only just missed being captured by Caesar Borgia, before whom she had most ignominiously to humble herself. So far, therefore, as Florence is concerned, the record of this period consists of little else than internal discord and misgovernment, unceasing turmoils between rival factions, fresh constitutions formed every few months, an administration utterly corrupt, a total decline in political influence abroad, and anarchy, injustice, and misery at home are the prevailing features of this period. And nothing could better have vindicated the rule which the Medici had exercised than the state of things which supervened when it was withdrawn. Some have contrived even here to found a charge against the family, declaring this due to their having enervated the Florentines. It was, however, simply the reversion to those conditions which had obtained before the Medici arose, and which reappeared upon the removal of the only power which had ever been able to keep Florence free from such conflicts. During the first 4 years of the above period, 1494 to 1498, the chief influence in the state was exercised by Savonarola. Upon the departure of Charles VIII, one change after another in the form of government took place, accompanied by constant disturbances, until at length an end to these was put for a time by Savonarola, who, in accordance with the cry of the people for a constitution on the lines of that of Venice, formed the Grand Council, comprising every citizen of 29 years of age who, or whose father, grandfather, or great-grandfather had held one of the higher magistracies. The number of members was limited to 1,000, with a change of members every 6 months. Savonarola also made strenuous efforts to put down the luxury and profligacy to which the Florentines had become addicted, and for a while he succeeded. The extraordinary movement which he brought about is without a parallel. Florence for a time put on a Puritan garb, and the effect manifested itself in many differently minded men. Baccio della Porta became a monk in the monastery of San Marco, taking the name Fra Bartolomeo. 2 of the Della Robbia family became priests. Lorenzo di Credi spent the rest of his life in the monastery of Santa Maria Novella. Botticelli became an ardent disciple of Savonarola and would paint only pictures inspired by his sermons. Cronaca, the celebrated storyteller, would talk only of Savonarola. Michelangelo, to the end of his life, retained a vivid remembrance of the powerful voice and impassioned gestures of the great preacher, and pondered over his sermons in his old age. Among the many notable scenes which the Piazza della Signoria has witnessed, none is more remarkable than the strange bonfire for the destruction of the worldly allurements, the vanities, which took place in 1497, at the time of the carnival, in the midst of a concourse of the entire city. Harford, in his Life of Michelangelo, says, "A pyramidal scaffold was erected opposite the palace of the Signoria. At its base were to be seen false hair, false beards, masquerading dresses, rouge pots, cards and dice, mirrors and perfumery, beads and trinkets of various sorts. Higher up were arranged books and drawings, busts and portraits of the most celebrated Florentine beauties. Even Fra Bartolomeo was so carried away by the enthusiasm as to bring his Life Academy studies. Lorenzo di Credi, another devoted follower of Savonarola, did the same. The Signoria looked on from a balcony. Guards were stationed to prevent unholy thefts. And as the fire rose, there was a burst of chants and the singing of the Te Deum to the sound of trumpets and the clanging of bells." but eventually the people got tired of a life bereft of their favorite vanities, and about the same time Savonarola's preaching, which had hitherto concerned itself with the errors of Florence, began to thunder against the far greater iniquities of Rome, and to urge for a reformation of the Church. And it was indeed high time for such a reformation, for the state of things at Rome was arousing universal indignation. Alexander VI, Roderigo Borgia, who was pope from 1492 to 1508, has been styled by Mosheim the Nero among popes, and the conjunction in him of shameless greed, perfidy, cruelty, and licentiousness brought the papacy to the lowest moral depth it had touched since the dark age of the 10th century. His politics were governed solely by one consideration, that of acquiring, by whatever means, as many of the minor states as possible, in order to form a sovereignty for his son, Caesar Borgia, called by Ranke a virtuoso in crime. Such being the character of the Pope at the time, an earnest reformer like Savonarola could scarcely fail to give voice to what was becoming the sentiments of all Europe regarding the papal court. His sermons began to denounce its iniquities and to press for a general council to reform the Church. Neither Alexander VI nor Caesar Borgia had the smallest intention of suffering the fate which had overtaken Pope John XXIII 80 years before, and one such sermon delivered in Rome would have promptly ended Savonarola's life. But in Florence he could not be so easily got at. The Pope did his utmost to silence him and to get him into his power, but for some time unsuccessfully, he being too popular with the Florentines. But Florence no longer had the strong government and united people which she had possessed when she hung an archbishop and defied a pope who attempted to stir up strife within her walls. Her condition now was just the reverse, and in a city torn by so many factions, and with a government become both weak and corrupt, it was easy to create a party hostile to the stern preacher of reform and ready to perform the Pope's work. So that at length, in 1498, Alexander VI was able to send emissaries to Florence, who soon persuaded the Signoria to act as his agents in a crime which has brought permanent infamy both on the Pope who ordered it and on the government which carried it out. Meanwhile, Savonarola had written letters to various sovereigns, pressing them to assemble a general council, so that the Pope was more anxious than ever to have him put out of life with all speed. It was unfortunate for Savonarola that just at this juncture Charles VIII, on whom he chiefly relied, though it was reliance on a broken reed, was on the 5th April 1498 accidentally killed at the castle of Amboise by striking his head against the top of a low doorway. He was succeeded by his distant cousin, Louis XII. On the 7th April, a challenge by the rival community of the Franciscans to an ordeal by fire, to which Savonarola weakly agreed, and for which elaborate preparations were made, though the Signoria never intended it to be carried out, served the purpose of destroying his popularity with the people, who were furious when at the last moment the ordeal was vetoed. Accordingly, on the 9th April, Savonarola received a summons from the Signoria to surrender himself into their hands. The friars of San Marco refused to allow him to be taken from them to what all knew meant torture and death, and the church and monastery were furiously attacked by the troops of the Signoria during a whole day and bravely defended. In the evening, however, on the troops forcing their way into the church, Savonarola refused to allow further bloodshed, and, after taking a sorrowful farewell of the brethren, surrendered himself to the troops. He was taken to the Palazzo della Signoria, imprisoned in the cell called the Alberghettino, and day after day subjected to torture, the Pope sending frequent messages to the Signoria to wring something from him which might serve as a ground for putting him to death. Nevertheless, this was a difficult task, one, however, to which those who wished to stand well with the Pope turned all their evil ingenuity, with the result that the so-called trial became a mockery of justice. Seldom has there been a blacker page in the proceedings of any government than that relating to Savonarola's trial and condemnation. The criminal court by which in the ordinary course he should have been tried, the VIII, not being supposed to be sufficiently hostile to him, had new members appointed to it, though the period of office of their predecessors had not expired. When, however, it became apparent that even this would not suffice to attain the desired result, a special court was constituted, composed of 17 commissioners, all of them Savonarola's avowed enemies. Even one of these, Bartolo Zatti, when he learned the nature of the work expected of him, refused to serve, declaring that he would take no part in a murder. Savonarola was subjected to successive trials, and during these, for a period of about 16 days, was tortured daily. Once he was placed on the rack 14 times in a single day. Nevertheless, nothing could be proved against him or wrung from him which his judges could twist into an admission of either treason or heresy. So his enemies had to resort to forgery. A miscreant named Ser Ceccone, a notary who had said to one of the judges, "If no case exists, one must be invented," was employed to take down the victim's replies while under torture. And this change in the arrangements produced the required results. In refutation of the supposition that on this last occasion Savonarola falsified his previous replies, Mr. Hyatt says as follows. On the 19th April, a document purporting to be a report of Savonarola's replies to the examiners was signed by him. It is probable that his signature was obtained by a trick, but be this as it may, it is certain that the signed deposition had been falsified, or as one of the judges euphemistically put it, for a good purpose somewhat had been omitted from and somewhat added to it. On the strength of this garbled report, many writers have said that he broke down under torture, and even Professor Villari gives a reluctant assent to this view and offers an elaborate apology for his hero. But as evidence against Savonarola, the document is not worth the paper it was written on. It is in part admittedly fictitious, and which part of it are additions and which alterations, and what has been omitted, it is impossible to discover. Everything tends to show that Savonarola, in spite of his physical infirmities, displayed on the rack heroic fortitude. On the 19th May, the papal commissioners charged with the final proceedings arrived in Florence. Nardi states that their instructions were to put Savonarola to death were he even another Saint John the Baptist. On 20th May and the 2 following days, Savonarola underwent before them his third mock trial, being examined under worse torture than ever. The results of this final examination were never signed or made public, the trial being thus practically left unfinished. Nothing had been elicited from him proving his guilt of heresy or crime. Nevertheless, on the evening of the 22nd May, after many days of torture, after every kind of fraud and injustice had been put in force, and as the result of a so-called trial not even legally completed, Savonarola, whose only crime was his denunciation of the vices of the Borgian papacy and his appeals for its reformation, was condemned to death. And also the other 2 friars of San Marco, who had been tried with him, Fra Domenico and Fra Silvestro. On the following morning, 23rd May, 1498, The three companions were brought out of the Palazzo della Signoria onto the Ringhiera, and after being subjected to various insults, were conducted to the scaffold. And on the very spot where the bonfire of the Vanities had taken place, the reformer who had a short time before been worshipped by Florence was hanged and burnt in the presence of the whole city. Thus did Florence show before the eyes of Europe what the rule of the Medici had been to her. Such a crime as the above would have been as impossible under the rule of Lorenzo the Magnificent as under any government of the present day. In this episode we seem to see a totally different Florence from that of 20 years before. And instead of a united people, strong in their sense of justice, defying a pope even though he was backed by numerous allies, we see a divided people and a corrupt and subservient government, ready at a pope's command to set at naught every principle of justice and to employ methods from which every honest Florentine revolted. The defiance of all law, the disgraceful frauds, the corruptibility of the judges, and the faction fighting through which alone the Pope was able to achieve his object, all showed how greatly Florence had in only 4 years deteriorated through the loss of that rule under which she had during the previous 60 years made herself great and respected. The crime of Savonarola's judicial murder is the strongest possible vindication of the rule which had been established by the Medici. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. That movement, which exercised a permanent influence on so many others, had its effect also on Botticelli. The entire change in the mental atmosphere of Florence, wrought by Savonarola during the years 1494 to 1498, caused a no less radical change in the character of Botticelli's pictures, so that we have now a third period in his painting. Just as Cronaca could talk only of Savonarola, so could Botticelli now paint only pictures which repeated the impassioned sermons of Florence's great preacher. Henceforth we have no more pictures from him of graceful Greek goddesses and classic myths, but picture after picture on the one subject of the Blessed Virgin and Child. The same train of thought runs through them all. No longer does Botticelli paint her in all the joy of the Magnificat. It is now the sorrow of the Madre Dolorosa that is set before us, and with every variety of illustration. And in this too there is a distinction. It is not as the sorrowing mother beneath the cross that she is depicted, but as the young mother with the ever-present sword of foreboding sorrow piercing her heart with the knowledge of that which was to come, of which others around her were ignorant, and in which therefore they could afford her no sympathy. Sometimes it is the mother alone who feels this foreboding sorrow. Sometimes it permeates both mother and child, but whether in her alone or in both, this is always the prevailing thought. Speaking of these pictures, Steinmann says, "A presentiment of coming woe seems to cast its shadow on the Virgin's soul. She embraces the child with a half-repressed fervor of passionate love, but all the time the shadow of an underlying sorrow makes the flame of joy burn dimly." All this is in accord with Savonarola's sermons, and here we see painting able to bring to our minds the words of a preacher dead 400 years ago. In doing this, Botticelli introduces many touching details by which to bring his point home to those to whom he speaks. As examples, the following may be taken. The Madonna of the Pomegranate. This picture, in its original frame, hangs in the Tuscan room of the Uffizi Gallery. The child Christ holds in his left hand a bitten pomegranate, and looking with a sad expression straight at the beholder, holds up his right hand in blessing. Steinmann says, "In this picture both child and mother are more than ever conscious of bearing the burden of all the sorrow of mankind." He considers this to be Botticelli's best picture. Hanging as it does opposite the Madonna of the Magnificat, the two are well placed for comparison, the one painted in Botticelli's earliest years, the other not less than 30 years afterwards. The keynote of the one, humility, of the other, foreboding sorrow. The Madonna and Child in the Brera Gallery, Milan. In this case, the child is sitting on the Virgin's knee and is playing with a rough wreath of thorns and 3 nails, and looking up at her in wonderment at her sadness. The Madonna and Child in the National Gallery, London. The Virgin embraces the child, who stands on her lap. He looks in her face, seeking the cause of her sorrow, while her face and attitude express a deep tenderness, penetrated as usual with a profound sadness. This picture has been a good deal damaged in its travels, but the damage has spared the face of the child Christ, which is particularly beautiful. The Madonna of Saint Barnabas, painted for the convent of Saint Barnabas, and now in the Accademia delle Belle Arti, Florence. This picture has suffered, through damage in removal and attempted restoration, as regards the face of the child Christ, which has been quite spoiled. But the rest of the painting is beautiful, and it is one of Botticelli's most admired works. 2 angels stand on either side of the Madonna and Child, one holding up before her a crown of thorns, and the other 3 nails, while 2 more angels hold back the curtains of the throne. The Virgin looks straight out before her with a sweet, sad expression. 6 saints stand before the throne, representing 6 different types of mankind. Saint Michael, manly strength and beauty. Saint John the Baptist, asceticism. Saint Ambrose, the strong, practical bishop. Saint Augustine, theological learning. Saint Barnabas, unselfish devotion to the consolation of the miserable and oppressed. And Saint Catherine, womanly feeling. Steinmann, remarking on this picture, says, "It would seem as if Dante's wonderful characterization of the Virgin struck the keynote of the whole picture, viz. his words, umile ed alta più che creatura, humble and high beyond all other created being. Sitting on her throne under the velvet canopy, affectionately served by angels, venerated by saints, she yet can feel no joy. She gazes straight out before her, with a sad, far-away expression in her eyes, humble and high in truth, yet sighing under the weight of her destiny, and with the sword already piercing her heart." In one other point, noticeable in all these pictures, Botticelli differs markedly from the artists who were to follow in the next generation, led by Michelangelo. Botticelli forces our whole attention on the subject, not on the painter. In looking at them, it is not of Botticelli that we think. As Steinmann says, "There was never a painter who so entirely forgot himself in his subject. And in these pictures he has concentrated his whole thoughts on the character of the Madonna, and there has been none since his day who was so unwearied in inventing new modes of treatment which would both bring the Virgin and Child into human closeness to the beholder and at the same time arouse his awe and veneration." But a time came when, instead of Florence being swayed by Savonarola's sermons, it condemned him and put him to death. And for those who revered him, the only feeling left was horror, both at the crime itself and at the reign of anarchy and vice that succeeded it. And so now again we have a complete change in Botticelli's pictures, caused by the change in the circumstances around him, and have the pictures of his fourth and last period. In this there are, besides the sketches illustrating Dante's poem, only 2 pictures, but they are notable ones, viz. 1. Calumny, now in the Uffizi Gallery, Florence, its general idea taken from Lucian's account of a picture on that subject by the Greek painter Apelles, and 2. The Nativity, now in the National Gallery, London. The drawings illustrating Dante's Divine Comedy were executed at various times between 1492 and 1497, but were left unfinished, Botticelli, the ardent partisan of Savonarola, being thenceforth entirely engrossed with the tragedy of the latter's end. The celebrated picture of Calumny is thus described. The scene is laid in a stately judgment hall in the classic style, on the decoration of which every resource of art has been expended. Between its lofty arches there is a distant view of a calm sea. Life-sized marble figures stand in the niches of the pillars of the hall, like figures outside Or San Michele, and every vacant space is adorned with richly gilded sculpture. It is a magnificent Renaissance building which fancy imagines a place in which wisdom and justice alone would exist, a place of refuge in which poets and thinkers may prepare new intellectual achievements as they walk in the stately portico by the sea. Instead of this, we witness a fearful deed of violence. In bitter contrast with the splendid marble all round, in ironical mockery of the solemn statues of justice and virtue on the walls, a noisy throng is dragging the innocent victim of calumny before the tribunal of the unjust judge who sits with crown and scepter on a richly decorated throne. 2 female figures, Ignorance and Suspicion, whisper in the long ass's ears of the unjust judge, while in front of him Envy declaims with imperious force. With his right hand Envy leads on Calumny, who holds a burning torch before her as a treacherous symbol of her pretended love of truth. She dashes impetuously forward, with her left hand grasping mercilessly the hair of her victim, who lies on the ground stripped naked, with his folded hands raised to heaven in assertion of his innocence. Calumny's appearance is plausible and crafty. Her clothing is costly, and her 2 attendants, Fraud and Deception, are busy twining fresh roses in her golden hair. Behind these, as what follows from Injustice and Cruelty, comes the tormentor, Remorse, a hideous hag clothed from head to foot in ragged mourning attire, who, clasping her trembling hands before her, turns her face round over her shoulder to look at the figure behind her of naked Truth, a slim female figure recalling Botticelli's Venus, who gazes upwards and lifts her right hand to heaven in adjuration against the scene of injustice, cruelty, and wrong. Now, what does all this mean? At first sight, this picture repels us by its strange scene of grotesque violence. But it has its meaning in the history of the time. For in this picture, Botticelli writes for those who may come after the story of how Savonarola was done to death. In the stately Renaissance hall, the refuge for poets and philosophers, with its solemn statues of wisdom and justice, and its profuse decoration by art, Botticelli represents Florence as for 60 years it had been. In The Unjust Judge, with his ass's ears, seated on a throne with crown and scepter which he is not fit to bear, and in the scene of violence enacted in front of him, the painter represents the government of Florence as it had become, still occupying the localities where such different sentiments had once prevailed. In the figures of Ignorance and Suspicion, Envy and Calumny, Fraud and Deception, he represents the motives and the methods which had prevailed to put to death their victim Savonarola, while the figures of Remorse and Truth embody Botticelli's prophecy of what shall afterwards follow. This picture was painted by Botticelli for his friend Antonio Segni in the year 1498 or 1499, and it is stated that it was not allowed to be seen by the public eye until after Botticelli's death. If so, this would help to confirm the above theory as to its meaning. It is, of course, deeply interesting, both on account of the great preacher himself, and also as the powerful record given by one then living as to the way in which Savonarola's life was taken, and how false were the lies which then, and for many years afterwards, were sedulously promulgated regarding the self-accusations declared to have been made by him under torture. And then we have another strange picture, the Nativity, painted at the end of the year 1500, Botticelli's last picture, now in the National Gallery, London. And this again refers to Savonarola, and to the state of things in Florence after his death. In an inscription written over it in Greek, Botticelli explains its meaning thus: "This picture I, Alessandro, painted at the end of the year 1500 in the troubles of Italy, in the half-time after the time, during the fulfillment of the 11th of St. John, in the second woe of the apocalypse, in the loosing of the devil for 3 years and a half. Afterwards he shall be chained according to the 12th of St. John, and we shall see him trodden down as in this picture." In the center is the usual group of the Nativity, while right and left kneel the Magi and the shepherds, with angel pointing out to them the miracle. On the penthouse roof and in the sky, angels sing the Gloria in excelsis, and dance hand in hand, swinging olive boughs and crowns in their joy. In the foreground, devils crawl away to hide in the rocks, while rejoicing angels fall on the necks of Savonarola and his 2 companions, the witnesses slain for the word of their testimony. The picture not only shows how deeply rooted was the memory of Savonarola in Botticelli's mind, but also it and its inscription testify to what was the condition of crime and vice which ran riot in Florence in these years, when Cambi tells us that citizens who sought redress in the law courts were frequently stabbed in the street the next night, judges pronounced iniquitous sentences, and there was no reverence for holy things or fear of shame. After this date, Botticelli became too infirm to paint. He died in 1510 at the age of 64, and was buried in his father's vault in his parish church of Ognissanti. Footnote: Botticelli was buried with extreme secrecy, probably because he was a noted partisan of Savonarola, and his tomb still remains without any tombstone. End of footnote. Although Perugino belongs to Perugia, he painted for so many years in Florence, where all his best work was done, that he is always classed with the Tuscan school. When he died in 1524, he was almost the last of that great school which had given to painting its rebirth and had led the way in that art for over 200 years. Footnote: Lorenzo di Credi and Andrea del Sarto were the only 2 first-class painters of the Tuscan school who survived him, Andrea del Sarto by 7 years and Lorenzo di Credi by 13 years. End of footnote. Ruskin considers Perugino the culminating point of the Tuscan school of painting. Having spent 3 years in Florence as the pupil of Verrocchio, 1479 to 1482, and having executed various works there in the years 1486 to 1491, Perugino in 1492 set up his studio in that city. Ruskin says, "It is from this time that we date the great series of pictures in which he seems to carry to their deepest depth the expression of devotion, of self-sacrifice, and of holy grief." Perugino painted regularly in Florence from 1492 to 1498, and again during the greater part of the years 1501 to 1510, after which date he did little notable work, so that all his best work was done during this period of the Interregnum, As all know, he was Raphael's master, and he survived his great pupil by 4 years. Perugino has 4 chief characteristics. First, free open space, regarding which Mr. Bernhard Berenson says, "Space composition is not an arrangement to be judged as extending only laterally or up and down on a flat surface, but as extending inward in depth as well. It is composition in 3 dimensions and not in 2, in the cube and not merely on the surface." In this space composition, Perugino excelled all either before or after him. By regular gradations, his distances recede far into the background, giving a feeling of vast and limitless space. Second, aloofness in his figures. Dr. Williamson says, "They stand apart from one another, connected by a thread of thought with each other, and with the central feature of the picture, but each of them in every other way self-contained." Third, his beautiful landscapes, with distant hills bathed in a blue mist, revealing long stretches of fertile land on either side, with single trees silhouetted against the sky, and all bathed in pale golden sunlight. Fourth, a severe absence of strong action or excited emotion. Convulsive action was as much an offense to him as was its absence in his works an offense to Michelangelo. The joint effect of these 4 characteristics is to produce pictures breathing a wonderful peace. Regarding the entombment, now in the Pitti Gallery, Dr. Williamson says, "In this picture, space composition is seen in its full vigor. How vast is the space in which the episode is placed, and how wonderful the sense of immeasurable distance produced. How quiet is the atmosphere of the scene, how reverent and tender a mood it creates. The picture is one of the best Perugino ever painted. Each figure is distinct, self-centered, and enfolded in its own grief. It is a picture full of sentiment, yet sober and thoughtful." And regarding his baptism of Christ, now at Rouen, the same writer says, "Around the 2 central figures are kneeling angels and attendant figures, 8 only in number, carefully graduated in size according to position, aloof, serious, and still. Away and away beyond is the rolling landscape with its exquisite hills and dainty detached trees standing out clear against the sky. On and on the eye travels, seeking to reach the limits of this limitless vision, and impressed more and more by the skill that painted in so tiny a compass so vast a scene." Of Perugino's masterpiece, his fresco of the Crucifixion, painted in the chapter house of the convent of Santa Maria Maddalena dei Pazzi in Florence, it has been very generally felt that it is the most perfect representation of the Crucifixion ever achieved by any painter, while the whole picture breathes an indescribable spirit of peace. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G.F. Young. After Savonarola's death, Florence became more than ever a prey to anarchy. 3 different factions, the Ottimati, the Bigi, and the Frateschi, contended unceasingly, and frequent changes in the constitution only produced increased strife. At length, after 3 years of turmoil, the citizens were driven to a measure which stultified all their action in abolishing the rule of the Medici. They resolved that the only remedy for the evils of the city was the appointment of a gonfaloniere for life, as a sort of permanent dictator. There were various candidates, but as might have been expected under the conditions which prevailed, instead of a strong man being elected, the majority of the votes were given to a weak one, whom no party had any reason to fear. Piero Soderini, a well-meaning and generally respected man with no strength or ability, was elected, and he remained permanently gonfaloniere during the rest of the period of the interregnum, though owing to his weakness and incapacity, this brought little amelioration of the evils under which Florence groaned. The legal tribunals were utterly corrupt. Crime of every kind was rife. Men of ability kept aloof from public affairs. The Great Council refused to vote money necessary to meet the financial engagements of the state. Disputes and riots were incessant, and all writers give deplorable accounts of the conditions of the city. Camby says, "Justice no longer existed among the citizens through fear of each other." And Guicciardini remarks, "It is difficult to imagine a city so thoroughly shattered and ill-regulated as ours was at this time." This condition of things in Florence naturally caused her to sink into a position of insignificance among the states of Italy. Her foreign affairs were unceasingly mismanaged, being in the hands of men who were without any talents for such a task. Yet it was a time when a capable direction of foreign affairs was above all necessary. After Charles VIII's expedition, Pope Alexander VI brought about a league between Rome, Venice, Milan, the Emperor Maximilian, and Henry VII of England against France, a league which threatened the very existence of the French monarchy and of those states, such as Ferrara, Florence, and Bologna, which clung to the French alliance. Louis XII, on succeeding to the French throne in 1498, set himself to break up this league, and the campaigns which during the next 14 years he carried on in succession against Milan, Naples, Venice, and the Pope kept Italy in a state of permanent warfare and threw all states there into confusion. In 1499, Louis XII sent against Milan an army which drove out Il Moro, who fled to Innsbruck to the protection of the Emperor Maximilian. The latter, in this year, married his eldest son, the Archduke Philip, to Joanna, the eldest daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, a marriage which had important consequences in the next generation. In the same year, Florence put to death the only man she possessed who had the talents of a general, Paolo Vitelli. The Republic had sent him with a force to retake Pisa, which Charles VIII had never restored, but the attempt failed, and Vitelli was accused of treachery, recalled, and executed, though it is stated by Guicciardini that he was innocent. In 1500, Il Moro regained Milan, but was soon afterwards captured by the French and carried off to France, where he was imprisoned in the castle of Loches for the remaining 8 years of his life, Louis XII taking possession of Milan. In the same year, the combined forces of Spain and France conquered Naples, but this was followed by a dispute over its possession, which brought on a 3 years' war between them. Nor did central Italy fare any better than the north and south. In the endeavor to establish a sovereignty of central Italy, Caesar Borgia was seizing state after state, thus gaining in succession Imola, Forlì, Urbino, Faenza, Pesaro, Rimini, and Piombino, and making himself the terror of Romagna. In 1501, Caesar Borgia, having gained Faenza by causing its ruler, the young Astorre Manfredi, to be murdered, advanced into the Val d'Arno and threatened Florence. The Signoria ignominiously bought him off by agreeing to appoint him Captain General of Florence's forces at a fixed salary of 36,000 florins a year. In the same year, Alexander VI, in order to detach Ferrara from the French king, succeeded in bringing about a marriage between his daughter, Lucrezia Borgia, and Alfonso, the eldest son of the Duke of Ferrara. In 1502, Caesar Borgia, who, as the result of various crimes, had now become Duke of Valentino, Duke of Urbino, Duke of Romagna, Prince of Andria, and Lord of Piombino, informed Florence that her government did not please him, and that she had better amend it. The Signoria, relying on Louis XII's approaching return to Italy, ordered its envoys to temporize, and other events called off Caesar Borgia for a time from attacking Florence. He, however, informed her government significantly that the French king would not be always in Italy. In 1508, Louis XII advanced again into Italy to prosecute his war with Spain for the possession of Naples, but the campaign turned out adversely for the French. This would undoubtedly have brought Caesar Borgia again upon Florence, but just at this juncture Pope Alexander VI suddenly died, Caesar Borgia being at the same time taken dangerously ill. Caesar Borgia after some time recovered, but only to find all his power broken through the death of the Pope. The very states which he had usurped at once reverted to their original rulers, and Caesar Borgia was eventually arrested by the commander of the Spanish forces in southern Italy, Gonsalvo, and sent as a prisoner to Spain, where 4 years later he was killed while fighting for the King of Navarre. In December 1508, the French army in southern Italy sustained a crushing defeat at a battle which took place on the river Garigliano. It managed to retreat in great disorder to Gaeta, but was there forced to capitulate and to agree to return to France. This brought the 3 years' war in southern Italy between France and Spain to an end, and Naples and Sicily were annexed by Ferdinand of Spain to the Spanish crown and placed in charge of a viceroy. It was in the above battle that Pietro the Unfortunate lost his life, whereby his next brother, Cardinal Giovanni, became head of the Medici family. Pope Alexander VI was succeeded by Pius III, but he died 1 month later, and was succeeded by Julius II, Giuliano della Rovere, the celebrated fighting pope, the destroyer of the old St. Peter's, the founder of the new St. Peter's, and the friend and antagonist of Michelangelo. A strong character with many good points, he was fonder of war than of anything else, and was perpetually in the field commanding his forces in person. Italy had now become the battlefield on which France, Spain, and Germany fought perpetually for supremacy, and this strong, fiery old man seized with avidity the opportunity this state of things gave him to indulge his predilection for war. Footnote: his portrait by Raphael hangs in the Uffizi Gallery and is thoroughly characteristic. There is a replica of it also in the Pitti Gallery and another in the National Gallery, London. End of footnote. From 1503 to 1507, Julius II was chiefly occupied in subduing in succession the various states of Romagna, and forming them into the states of the Church, which he now founded, and which thenceforth remains permanently the temporal dominion of the papacy. In 1508 he turned his arms against Venice, and formed the League of Cambrai, a league entered into by Louis XII, the Emperor Maximilian, Ferdinand of Spain, and himself, to crush the power of Venice and for partition of her inland dominions. Meanwhile, the fortunes of the Medici family were beginning to emerge from the gloom in which for 10 years they had been plunged. On Julius II becoming pope in 1503, and Giovanni, a man whose good-natured and peaceable disposition had always been contrasted with that of his elder brother, becoming in the same year the head of the family, many who had before looked on the Medici with disfavor became ready to help them, including Pope Julius himself. Nor was the same effect unfelt even in Florence. It was Pietro and his wife who were so specially obnoxious to the Florentines, not the Medici family as a whole. And as time went on, and the effects of the misrule in Florence became more and more intolerable, the number of the citizens who secretly desired the return of this family, now that it was represented by two such characters as Giovanni and his brother Giuliano, grew constantly greater, though none dared to acknowledge this desire, owing to the law which made it death to urge the return of the Medici. Giovanni's behavior and manner of life in Rome was such as to encourage these sentiments. He showed no disposition to interfere in the affairs of the Florentines, though under the incapable rule of Pietro Soderini they continued in their chronic state of discord and anarchy. He lived plainly, having in fact but little means for ostentation, and often finding it hard to keep out of debt, never desponding, always cheerful, animated, and agreeable in his manners to all, and taking great interest in all matters connected with art and literature, though he had little money himself to spend upon such things. By this course of conduct, and by the qualities of his character, which made friends where Pietro only made enemies, Giovanni gradually retrieved the downfall of his family, creating a feeling in their favor both outside and inside Florence, which led a few years later to their being reinstalled in power there. The whole family, including Pietro's widow Alfonsina, with their 2 children, Lorenzo and Clarice, were now living in Rome. And in the year 1508, Alfonsina managed to arrange at Rome a marriage between Clarice, now 15, and Filippo Strozzi, the head of the most wealthy and important Florentine family next to the Medici. For thus daring to marry the daughter of a declared rebel and outlaw, Filippo Strozzi was summoned before the Signoria of Florence, heavily fined and banished for 3 years. But the sentence was a half-hearted one, as we find him back in Florence in little more than a year afterwards. In 1509, as the result of the League of Cambrai, there took place the decisive battle of Agnadello, in which Venice received from the Allies a crushing blow from which she never recovered. Her power had been steadily declining since 1453, and was by this defeat completely broken. And as a consequence she lost Verona, Padua, Bergamo, Brescia, Cremona, and Piacenza, and became no longer of importance in European politics. In the same year Florence, after a long siege, recovered Pisa, which had been lost to her for 15 years. In this year Henry VII of England died, and was succeeded by his son Henry VIII, then 18. The latter in the same year married Catherine of Aragon, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, and younger sister of Joanna of Spain. In 1510 Julius II changed sides and allied himself with Spain and Venice against the French, endeavoring to expel the latter from Italy. This brought him into collision with Ferrara in Florence. He first led a successful attack against Mirandola, and then advanced against Ferrara, but was defeated. Meanwhile, Louis XII retorted by proposing a council to depose the Pope, and demanded from his ally, Florence, that she should allow it to assemble at Pisa. Florence was placed in a dilemma. If she consented, she dreaded the Pope's enmity. If she refused, she would offend Louis XII and lose the protection of the French alliance. Soderini's government was quite incapable of dealing with such a problem, and by vacillation and endeavors to trim between the two opponents, contrived to offend both. Florence agreed to the assembly of the council at Pisa, but refused to permit a French force to enter Pisa to protect the council, and did not send Louis XII the troops she had promised. Julius II now determined to put an end to the inefficient government in Florence and to reinstate the Medici, and only waited until he should first have driven the French out of Italy, as by means of the Spanish alliance he hoped soon to do. In the meantime, he appointed Giovanni his representative with the force of papal and Spanish troops which was then besieging Bologna. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. This period of the Interregnum, when war and its miseries raged over Italy, and confusion and anarchy were rampant in Florence, is nevertheless the time when art reached its culminating point. It was as though men, seeking an antidote to the violence and turmoil around them, turned to the pictures of the great masters of the time, which breathed an atmosphere of peace and rest not to be found elsewhere. The zenith of the art of the Renaissance falls between these years, 1494 and 1512, during which period The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci, the frescoes on the roof of the Sixtine Chapel by Michelangelo, and the frescoes of the Camera della Segnatura by Raphael were painted, works in which art reached its highest development. There now succeeds a great army of painters, all of the first rank, and all practically contemporaneous, in whose hands art, so long associated almost entirely with Florence, soared forth over all Italy. To mention only the names of the chief of those who all flourished at this epoch is to call up before the mind's eye a mass of art creations such as no other period has produced. The following were all painting at this period, besides many others of less note: Botticelli, Florence; Leonardo da Vinci, Florence; Filippino Lippi, Florence; Lorenzo di Credi, Florence; Fra Bartolommeo, Florence; Michelangelo, Florence; Andrea del Sarto, Florence; Perugino, Perugia; Francia, Bologna; Pinturicchio, Perugia; Luini, Milan; Raphael, Urbino; Carpaccio, Venice; Giorgione, Venice; Titian, Venice; Palma Vecchio, Venice. In the year 1505, there were all working in Florence at one time Perugino, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, Fra Bartolomeo, and Lorenzo di Credi. One may safely say that never on any other occasion were 6 such painters collected together at one time and place. Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo were at work on their cartoons for the great hall of the Palazzo della Signoria. Footnote: Michelangelo's statue of David had been finished the previous year. Perugino and Lorenzo di Credi were called upon to advise as to where it should be placed. End of footnote. Perugino was engaged on his Assumption in the church of the Annunziata, and Raphael was painting his Madonna del Granduca, Pitti, his Madonna del Cardellino, Uffizi, and his fresco of the Last Supper in the monastery of San Onofrio, which bears his signature and the date 1505. Botticelli was at this time 61, Perugino 59, Leonardo da Vinci 53, Michelangelo 30, and Raphael 22. Leonardo da Vinci was sent by Lorenzo the Magnificent to Il Moro as the best among the Florentine painters whom he could recommend to him in 1487. He remained with Il Moro for 12 years, during which time he founded the Milanese school of painting. He returned to Florence from 1503 to 1506, after which his principal home was Milan until 1516, when, at the earnest invitation of Francis I, who was anxious to inaugurate the patronage of art in France, he removed to that country and died there in 1519 at the age of 67. Raphael entered the school of Perugino at Perugia in the year 1500 at the age of 17. He came thence to Florence in 1504, being then 21, and painted there for 4 years. He was summoned by Pope Julius II to Rome in 1508 and worked there under that pope and his successor Leo X for the remaining 12 years of his life, dying at Rome in 1520 at the age of 37. Michelangelo, whose earliest impulses towards art had been fostered and directed by Lorenzo the Magnificent, whom throughout his life he never forgot, went to Rome for the first time in 1496. He worked there until 1500, when he returned to Florence and remained there until 1506, when he was summoned by the Pope to Rome to design an immense tomb larger and grander than that of any other pope, which Julius II desired to have constructed for himself. And in 1508 he was given the difficult task of painting the frescoes on the roof of the Sixtine Chapel. But to Michelangelo, grand as was his genius, has been traced the downfall of art, which about 2 decades later commenced, and which was fully developed long before his death in 1564. Ruskin, carefully tracing out the cause of this downfall, says that so long as artists employed their artistic powers to depict their subjects, art continued to advance. But as soon as they reversed this process and employed their subject to display their artistic powers, art's downfall began. And that this disastrous change was made by Michelangelo, who practiced the latter method throughout his life, whose unrivaled powers led all to follow him, and who, by adopting a principle alien to the true spirit of art, was the author of its downfall. It would seem that there was in Michelangelo a false idealism which was ready to distort to any extent the character of his subject in order to produce a result which would glorify his powers of execution. This first showed itself in his Bacchus, executed at Rome in 1496 and now in the Bargello Museum, which statue Shelley, while fully appreciating the great powers of execution that it displayed, declared to be a most revolting mistake of the whole spirit of Bacchus. It showed itself still more in his David, 1503, which, astonishing as it is in its execution, is false to the true spirit of art, in that, in order to display the powers of the sculptor, it falsifies the character of the subject, which might just as well be that of a young Samson or Hercules. The same thing is no less apparent in his Moses and in his statue of Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino. In each case, the subject is treated as of no importance and distorted out of all resemblance to its character in order to form a vehicle for the display of certain powers in the sculptor. There is not one of Michelangelo's statues in looking at which we are not forced by the artist to think not of the man depicted, but of Michelangelo. It is no wonder, therefore, in view of Michelangelo's long life and the leadership which his surpassing genius and the death of all the contemporaries of his earlier years gave to him, that Ruskin, after prolonged study of the subject, should have traced to him the downfall in art which, not long after Raphael's death, set in. And if anyone should desire to see how great that downfall was, he has but to walk in Florence from Or San Michele, which Donatello's statue of St. George adorns, to the Piazza San Lorenzo, where Baccio Bandinelli's hideous statue of Giovanni delle Bande Nere, executed in 1540, is an eyesore to the whole locality, or into the Piazza della Signoria, where the same artist's no less hideous statue of Hercules slaying Cacus, executed in 1534, disfigures the front of the Palazzo Vecchio. Before quitting the subject of art's zenith and downfall, the part which Pope Julius II played in connection with the former must not be omitted. For in the intervals of war, Julius II, following the Florentine school of thought in philosophy and religion, formulated a scheme which is set forth in the 2 final achievements attained by the art of painting: Michelangelo's frescoes on the roof of the Sixtine Chapel, and Raphael's frescoes on the walls of the Camera della Segnatura, both works being in the Vatican and both executed for Julius II. These works, by 2 masters which differ so greatly, have yet underlying them a fundamental idea common to both, which, in view of the place and the circumstances, can only have been furnished by the Pope himself. The Florentine school of thought, under the leadership of Cosimo, Lorenzo, Ficino, and Pico della Mirandola, had endeavored to amalgamate Platonism and Christianity. Julius II, surrounded by men trained in that school, went a step further, and in the paintings which he caused to be executed by Michelangelo and Raphael in the Vatican, propounded that both the Jewish dispensation and the Greek philosophy were the antechambers through which the human race was shepherded to Christ. We see this idea first introduced in the frescoes on the roof of the Sixtine Chapel, wherein Michelangelo demonstrates it by showing the human race led to Christ through a long line of pagan sibyls and Jewish prophets. And we see the same idea elaborated with a still greater wealth of thought in Raphael's frescoes round the Pope's principal official room, the Camera della Segnatura, the first work executed by Raphael on reaching Rome in 1508, frescoes of which the general scheme must have been supplied by the Pope, though the wonderful way in which it is worked out is Raphael's own great achievement. In the 4 world-renowned pictures which cover the 4 walls of this room, Raphael, on the text given him by the Pope, preaches his great sermon. And in pictures in which the celebrated scientists, philosophers, and poets of pre-Christian times appear together with those of the Christian epoch, teaches the lesson that the human soul is to aspire towards God in each of its faculties. In the exercise of reason and scientific research, the School of Athens; in the exercise of the artistic and aesthetic faculty, Parnassus; in the exercise of the faculty of order and good government, secular and ecclesiastical laws; and lastly, in the exercise of the more definitely religious faculty, theology, the science about God. In these pictures, therefore, 2 lessons are combined. First, that the pre-Christian philosophers and scientists showed in their degree aspirations towards God, and helped to prepare the human race for Christianity. And second, that in man's aspirations towards God, his highest intellectual faculties are not to be excluded, but that all his faculties are to be included and consecrated to God. The thoughts thus expressed show the standpoint which had at length been reached after nearly 80 years' discussion of these subjects by the thinkers of Florence. We are reminded of Pico della Mirandola's speech long before: philosophy seeks truth, theology finds it, religion possesses it. How much of the sermon belongs to Julius II, and how much to the great artist Raphael, we can never know, but we could have no grander example of the way in which art is a language and has deep thoughts to speak to all who will listen to its words. But there was one event at this time in the world of art, inseparably connected with Pope Julius II, which by no means redounded to his glory, or that of any of those concerned in it. Urged on by Bramante and Michelangelo, he committed the enormous vandalism of pulling down the old St. Peter's, rich with 1,000 years' historical associations, because it would not hold the huge and tasteless tomb which he had ordered, and erecting instead the present St. Peter's. Regarding this act and the motives which caused it, Ranke remarks as follows: "Was it not profoundly significant that a pope should himself resolve to demolish the ancient basilica of St. Peter's, the great metropolitan church, every part of which was hallowed, every portion crowded with monuments that had received the veneration of ages, and determined to erect a temple planned after those of antiquity on its site? Both the factions then dividing the jealous world of art urged Julius II to this enterprise. Michelangelo desired a fitting receptacle for the enormous monument of the Pope, which he proposed to complete on a vast scale, and with that lofty grandeur which he had exhibited in his Moses. Yet more pressing was Bramante, whose ambition it was to execute that bold project of raising high in the air, on colossal pillars, an exact copy of the Pantheon in all the majesty of its proportions. Many cardinals remonstrated, and it would even appear that there was a general opposition to the plan. So much of personal affection attaches itself to every old church. how much more then to this, the chief sanctuary of Christendom? As Panvivius wrote, he had men of almost all classes against him, and especially the cardinals, not because they did not wish to have a new basilica erected with all possible magnificence, but because they grieved that the old one should be pulled down, revered as it was by the whole world, ennobled by the sepulchres of so many saints, and illustrious for so many great things that had been done in it. But Julius was not accustomed to regard contradictions. Without further consideration, he caused one half of the old church to be demolished, and himself laid the foundation stone of the new one. The year 1512 opened with a new series of military operations. France, Ferrara, and Florence on one side were against the Pope, Spain, and Venice on the other. The French army was commanded by the brave and capable young general Gaston de Foix, cousin of Louis XII and only 24 years of age. The Spanish forces were commanded by Raimondo de Cardona, viceroy of Naples, and the papal troops were placed by Julius II under Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici. And as to rise in favor with Julius II, one had to be above all things a soldier. Giovanni could not refuse, though he evidently had no talents in that direction. After several brilliant successes had been gained by the French under the leadership of Gaston de Foix, a pitched battle was fought on the 6th April, 1512 at Ravenna, in which the papal and Spanish army was totally defeated by the French, who, however, sustained a serious loss, for at the moment of victory their brave young commander, Gaston de Foix, was killed. This battle was one of the bloodiest on record, and while the commander on the French side was killed, Cardinal Giovanni, the Pope's representative, was taken prisoner by the French and sent a captive to Milan. Pope Julius II was not cowed by this reverse. He rapidly collected a fresh army. The loss of Gaston de Foix seemed to paralyze the French. The tide of victory turned, and within 3 months the French army was driven across the Alps. Then Julius II turned his arms against Florence, and the troops of the Holy League which he had formed were sent against her, Julius II being determined to put an end to the existing state of things in that city, and to visit Soderini in particular with a wrath for having allowed the assembly of the council at Pisa. Cardona's army of Spanish troops was therefore ordered to advance into Tuscany, and Cardinal Giovanni having escaped from Milan, he, his brother, and his cousin were sent with it, the Pope informing Florence that the terms he required from her was that she should dismiss the Gonfaloniere Soderini, pay a fine of 100,000 florins, and allow the Medici to return to Florence. These terms Soderini's government declined to accept, and sent an inefficient force, chiefly composed of Machiavelli's newly organized militia, to oppose Cardona's army at Prato, about 10 miles from Florence. Cardona reached Prato on the 28th August, and summoned it to surrender, which being refused, the attack was at once commenced, and after a feeble resistance, the town was taken by assault on the 29th August. The terrible sack of Prato, which has become proverbial among such events on account of the atrocities committed by the inhuman Spanish troops, ensued. Mr. Hyatt says, "The horrors of the sack which followed are without a parallel in history. For 21 days no attempt seems to have been made by Cardona to control his savage, greedy, and licentious soldiery. Every building was pillaged. The defenseless inhabitants were chased from street to street and slaughtered as soon as overtaken. Neither youth, age, nor sex, neither the sanctity of place nor office were respected. Mothers threw their daughters into wells and jumped in after them. Men cut their own throats, and girls flung themselves from balconies onto the paving stones below to escape from violence and dishonor. It is said that 5,600 Protestants perished." A medieval army was on such occasions absolutely uncontrollable, and it is a mistake to speak of Cardona as though he wielded a power over his troops of a kind similar to that possessed by a modern commander and failed to exercise it. Discipline, as we understand it, scarcely existed in such army at any time, and in the sack of a city not a vestige of it remained. From the moment that a town was taken by assault, there was no longer an army, but only a horde of savage ruffians with arms in their hands, mad with passion, and ready in a moment to turn their weapons against those who for the time were but nominal commanders, should these latter attempt to interfere with their proceedings. The real cruelty was perpetrated by the weak and incapable governing body headed by Soderini in sending a totally insufficient force to Prato, not strong enough to meet Cardona's army with any chance of success, but just sufficient to make the result upon Prato which actually occurred a certainty, and this in the case of a town which had no voice in the matter of offering resistance to that army. The Medici brothers were not present during the whole of these terrible doings at Prato. Giuliano was only there during the first 2 days, Giovanni for 10 days longer. During this time they exerted themselves to do what they could to protect the women and children, among other things getting a guard placed over the great church in which a large number of them had taken refuge. And Jovius states that if the Cardinal de' Medici and his brother Giuliano had not at the risk of their lives opposed themselves to the fury of the conquerors, these enormities would have been carried to a still greater excess. While these horrors were taking place at Prato, Florence was occupied in carrying out a rapid revolution. Immediately on the news being received that Prato had been taken and that these atrocities were being perpetrated there, a number of the citizens, justly attributing all that had occurred to Soderini's mismanagement, forced their way into his room, made him resign his office, and sent him under an escort to Siena, whence he fled to Castelnuovo, where, that town being under the Turks, he felt safe from Julius II, whose personal animosity against him for the matter of the council he well knew. The remaining members of the government hastily signified to Cardona their willingness to allow the Medici to return and agreed to pay the fine which the Pope demanded. And on the 1st September 1512, the Medici once more entered Florence after an exile of 18 years. Moreover, it was soon evident that the people were glad to get them back again, that it had only been the power of a dominant faction which had kept them out so long, and that the result of the misrule suffered under the government of the latter had sunk deep into the minds of the people. For had it been otherwise, the re-establishment of the family in Florence would not have been accompanied by the results which ensued. That they were greeted on their arrival with the old shouts of "Palle, palle," may not of itself show much. More significant, however, is the fact that the Spanish troops which had escorted them into the city were able within a month to be entirely dispensed with, and this notwithstanding that all laws passed since 1494 were repealed, that the Consiglio Maggiore established by Savonarola was abolished, and that the government was remodeled on exactly the same lines as in the times of Lorenzo the Magnificent, although a law expressly forbidding this had been passed in 1495. There was no demonstration whatever against these changes, and Professor Villari tells us that after the Spaniards had left, the new government required no support from foreign troops. Also, the writings and conduct of Francesco Valori, Nerli, and Machiavelli fully corroborate the statement made by the latter that even those who disapproved of the present constitutional changes soon reconciled themselves to the return of the old order of things. From the above it is clear that although the Medici returned in accordance with the terms imposed upon the city by Julius II, yet the people were well content to have it so. They were in fact sick to death of the misgovernment they had experienced for so many years, and ready to welcome a rule which had ever been associated with order and security to life and property. And the conduct of the Medici brothers, Giovanni and Giuliano, was worthy of the occasion. They followed the traditions of their house, and the example that had been set by Cosimo Pater Patria and Piero il Gottoso. Their family had been made to suffer much. They themselves had had to endure for long years the harsh conditions attaching to the life of outcasts and wanderers. They returned to a family home which had been swept bare, all the invaluable collections of their ancestors which it had contained when they left it having been wantonly destroyed or carried off. Nevertheless, their father Lorenzo's speech of 46 years before was not forgotten by his sons, and they showed that they knew how to conquer by showing that they knew how to forgive. The vindictive policy which among the Florentines invariably accompanied the return to power of a banished faction was by the Medici entirely rejected. There were no executions, prohibitions, confiscations, or banishments, except in the case of Piero Soderini, who had been banished by the Florentines themselves before the Medici returned, and even he was afterwards befriended by Giovanni. In this manner did the Medici once more set up their rule in Florence, and all things seemed to augur well for its satisfactory continuance, especially as it was decided that the rule should be placed in the hands of Giuliano, both Giovanni and Giulio being anxious to depart to Rome, where the election of a new pope was imminent. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1 by G.F. Young. Chapter 12. Giuliano, Duke de Nemours, and Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino. The Medici, when they returned again, after so many years, to Florence, were represented by the two brothers, Giovanni and Giuliano, and their first cousin Giulio. They had been youths of 18, 15, and 16 when driven out from their home. They returned as men of 36, 33, and 34. During the intermediate years, they had had many varied experiences, had seen much of life, had had many hard things to endure, and ample opportunities of realizing how differently the world treats those who are in a position to grant favors and those who have to seek them. On one of the trio, the effect of these experiences had been good. On the other two, the reverse. And the relative characters of these three young men are important in regard to subsequent events. The senior member of the trio, Giovanni, was an easy-going, pleasure-loving man, with a full measure of the ability customary in his family, but ever ready to avoid trouble, while the experiences through which he had passed had left him with few scruples as to the manner in which he attained his objects. With his brother Giuliano it was otherwise. He had a thoroughly good disposition, and one which would not allow him to adopt unworthy methods. But it is with the third member of the trio that we are in this matter chiefly concerned. Giulio was full of energy, and endowed with extreme ability, second only to that of his uncle Lorenzo the Magnificent, though the objects to which he throughout life devoted his powers were on so much lower a level as to make them less generally apparent. From their very boyhood he had attached himself closely to his cousin Giovanni, becoming his constant companion and adviser, and an agent ever ready to take all trouble off his shoulders, an arrangement which exactly suited Giovanni's ease-loving character. These conditions were fraught with important consequences, for during the long years of exile Giulio's fertile brain had designed a course of action in regard to Florence, should they ever succeed in regaining power there, which would make an entire change in the traditional policy of the family. No more should there be any of that resting of the Medici power upon mere popularity, which had proved, Giulio considered, such a broken reed. But it should rest, if he could direct events, upon force, pure and simple. but the force should be that of a steel hand in a velvet glove, and the despotism thus planned be made as little irksome as possible by the outward form of a republic being still maintained, at all events for a time. For Giulio's far-reaching schemes went further than this, and looked forward to a time when even the form of a republic might be abolished, a despotic monarchy of Tuscany set up, and a crown at length to be placed upon a Medici head. All this could, he considered, be brought about, or at all events set in train, if Giovanni would continue to be guided by him, and if only it could be managed that Giovanni should become Pope. To this member of the trio such feelings as generosity, magnanimity, care for the people, readiness to give unselfish labor for the good of one's country, clemency towards enemies, and other similar motives of action, which had been so long inherent in all the men and women of this family that they had grown to be assumed as matters of course, were completely non-existent. Beneath a handsome exterior and a graceful manner, he hid a cold-hearted disposition, a nature able to entertain only ignoble aims, and a character burdened with no scruples whatever. But Giulio well knew that the younger of the Medici brothers, Giuliano, would absolutely oppose any such projects, and in the present relative position of the two brothers would be able to do so successfully. Therefore, Giulio's plans must be kept for the present to himself. Let Giovanni, however, become Pope, and it should be seen how differently Florence would be ruled, while it would be easy to provide for Giuliano elsewhere, and to place Florentine affairs in the hands of some more amenable agent. Such were the plans laid during the years of exile by this base-born scion of the Medici, who, possessing all their ability but not a particle of their other qualities, and scheming to direct the family towards aims and raise it by methods which were the only ones he appreciated, became its evil genius. And now the first step necessary to his schemes had been gained, and they were once more installed in power in Florence, and Giulio turned all his attention to the second step, that of getting Giovanni made Pope. The dim crown in the distance, which Giulio had set before him as the family aim, had advanced one step nearer than it was when they were homeless exiles without power or influence, but he little realized through how many vicissitudes the family were at length to gain that aim after he had passed away. Giuliano, Duc de Nemours, born 1479, ruled 1512 to 1513, died 1516. Giuliano, the third son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, was 33 years of age when his family returned to the home from which they had been driven out when he was a boy of 15. During the earlier part of their period of exile, he had taken refuge with the Duke and Duchess of Urbino, Guidobaldo Montefeltro, and his talented wife, Elisabetta Gonzaga, the second greatest lady of the Renaissance, both of whom were very fond of him. And during the years of exile he had shown himself possessed of both general capacity and military ability. On his family being reinstalled, Giuliano was placed in charge of the rule of Florence, ruling, that is to say, in the same manner as Lorenzo the Magnificent had done, the ostensible government being, as heretofore, the Signoria. And as soon as the new government had been established, Giovanni, accompanied as always by Giulio, his fidus Achates, departed to Rome. This return after 18 years' banishment, or rather the election of Giovanni to be Pope, which was almost simultaneous with it, marks the second turning point in the history of the Medici. Up to this point, great as had been their rise, the position which they had attained was not higher than that of various other rulers of Italian states. Now, however, their history enters on a new phase, one in which they were to be among the most important people in Europe, intermarrying with crowned heads and taking a prominent part in great events of European history. Giovanni's decision to place the rule of Florence in Giuliano's hands, rather than in those of Pietro's son Lorenzo, who was then 20 and had returned with his two uncles, was a wise one, for Lorenzo's character was similar to that of his father Pietro and his mother Alfonsina. while to inaugurate again the kind of rule maintained by Lorenzo the Magnificent, it was eminently necessary that the power should be in the hands of one who had a conciliatory disposition, and was in sympathy with the feelings of the Florentine people. Giuliano was in every way calculated to fulfill these requirements. Born just after the conspiracy of the Pazzi, his father, Lorenzo the Magnificent, had given to him the name of the much-loved brother whose murder was so great a grief, and in disposition Giuliano was extraordinarily like the uncle whose name he bore. All writers agree as to his admirable character. He had a generous and sympathetic nature and conciliatory manners, was opposed to bloodshed and violence, was highly accomplished, and a great lover of literature and art. At the courts of Urbino and Mantua, and wherever else he had wandered during the years of exile, the young Giuliano de' Medici had been a favourite at all social gatherings, and Castiglione gives us, in his Il Cortigiano, an attractive picture of him, describing him as the chivalrous champion of women. Another writer says, "He was a thoughtful and religious man, of a peaceful and generous nature, revolting from the crimes in those days necessary to the success of worldly ambition." He has been justly called one of the most attractive personalities the Italian Renaissance can claim to have produced. He showed himself at once, even in his outward actions, desirous of meeting Florentine views. He shaved off his beard in accordance with the fashion among the Florentines, who regarded a beard as the badge of the foreigner. He wore the Florentine lucco, and, avoiding all ostentation, bore himself simply as an ordinary citizen. But Giuliano's rule of Florence was of short duration. In February 1513 Julius II died, and as his successor Giovanni de' Medici was elected Pope, and took the name of Leo X. Immediately upon this Giulio's schemes began to work. Giuliano's lenient rule must be replaced by one more adapted to the new Pope's views regarding Florence. So he was made Gonfaloniere of the papal forces, an office which necessitated his residence in Rome, and the rule of Florence was made over to his less scrupulous nephew, Lorenzo, who was ordered to conduct Florentine affairs in accordance with instructions given to him by the Pope. Just before this change was made, the plot occurred which blighted the political career of Machiavelli. He had been secretary to Soderini's government, but had signified his willingness to serve under the new regime. Two young men, Boscoli and Capponi, fired with ideas acquired by reading the ancient Roman authors, had concocted an ill-digested plot for the murder of Giuliano and his nephew Lorenzo. They had apparently no confederates, but one of them dropped in the street a paper which disclosed their plot and contained a number of names, presumably of men whom they thought likely to sympathize with them, amongst which Machiavelli's was one, and the finder took the paper to the Signoria. The latter caused Boscoli and Capponi to be executed, but of the rest, while a few were banished, the greater part were set at liberty, it being felt that the plot had no real sympathizers, but was simply a dream of two harebrained young men. Machiavelli was one of those held to be entirely innocent, but the suspicion which had rested on him for a few days ruined his career, as he could get no further official employment. He retired to his country villa and took to literature. Giuliano, on being relieved of the rule of Florence, retired to Rome, a change which was not unacceptable to him. He preferred the charms of private life, literature, and the society of learned men to ambition, and such society, having been driven from Florence by the anarchy of the previous 18 years, had now gravitated to Rome, which, under Julius II, and still more under Leo X, was becoming what Florence had once been, the centre of art and learning in Italy. In 1513 Louis XII again advanced into Italy and attacked Milan, but was repulsed by the armies of Ferdinand and Maximilian, sustaining a decisive defeat at the Battle of Novara. In 1515 Louis XII died, on the 1st January, and was succeeded by his distant cousin Francis I. Giuliano, loving a quiet and unostentatious style of life, was averse from the honours which his brother Leo X, in the desire to aggrandize his family, now thrust upon him. He was made Lord of Parma, Piacenza, and Modena, but he thwarted the design which Leo X formed to make him Duke of Urbino by dispossessing its Duke, Francesco della Rovere, who in 1508 had succeeded his uncle, Guidobaldo Montefeltro. When this was proposed, Giuliano absolutely refused, because it would be an injustice to the rightful Duke, and Leo X had to defer his design to gain Urbino for his family until after Giuliano was dead. Early in 1515, Giuliano was sent by the Pope as his representative to congratulate the new King of France, Francis I, on his accession. Francis developed a great liking for him, and while at the French court Giuliano was married to the charming Philibert of Savoy, then 17 years old, the anima eletta of Ariosto, the young aunt of Francis I, sister of his mother, Louise of Savoy. The French king, at the same time, created him Duc de Nemours, by which title he is always known, to distinguish him from his uncle Giuliano, the brother of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Soon after his return to Rome from France, Giuliano accompanied Leo X as commander of the papal forces to the conference between the Pope and the King of France, which was held at Bologna in December 1515. On which occasion there were great festivities in Florence, both on the way to Bologna and during their stay at Florence on their return. But in February 1516, Giuliano, being much out of health, removed to the Badia of Fiesole, and there, on the 17th March, he died at the age of 37, sincerely lamented by the Florentines, to whom he had greatly endeared himself. Thus the two Giulianos were, each in their respective generations, the best beloved of their family. To the very last, Giuliano endeavoured to prevent his brother's design upon Urbino, and Alberi tells us that when Leo X came to see Giuliano at Fiesole in his last illness, the latter begged him almost with his dying breath not to attack the Duke of Urbino. Philibert of Savoy did not survive him many years. She only lived to the age of 26, dying in 1524. Giuliano was buried with great ceremony in San Lorenzo, in the new sacristy, then just begun by Michelangelo under the orders of Leo X, being the first member of the family to be interred there. And in after years, over his tomb, was erected one of the two great masterpieces of Michelangelo. Giuliano left no child by Philibert, but left an illegitimate son, Ippolito, born at Urbino in 1509. The fine portrait of Giuliano by Raphael is particularly interesting because it has only recently come to light after being lost for 350 years. The portrait of him in the Uffizi Gallery by Alessandro Allori, 1535 to 1607, had always been said to be a copy of one known to have been painted by Raphael and mentioned by Vasari as having been seen by him. But since Vasari's time all trace of this portrait had disappeared. In 1901, however, a picture which had been bought by the Grand Duchess Marie of Russia some years before was brought to Paris by the Prince Sciarra Colonna for examination by the late Monsieur Eugène Muntz, director of the École des Beaux-Arts, who, after a careful inspection, pronounced it to be undoubtedly the lost portrait by Raphael of Giuliano, Duc de Nemours, and this opinion has since been confirmed by that of Dr. Wilhelm Bode, director of the Royal Gallery of Berlin, and other experts. The picture differs from that by Alessandro Allori in having in the background a view, looking from the Vatican, of the castle of Sant'Angelo, and showing the corridor leading from the Vatican to the castle. It was evidently painted in Rome in 1516, either just before, or more probably just after Giuliano's return from his embassy to France. He wears the style of cap in vogue there, the French style of dress, and a beard, as customary in that country. Over a scarlet vest and a black doublet he wears a cloak of greyish-green brocade bordered with fur, the left sleeve having on it a narrow strap with a gold ornament. The document in his hand, and the folded paper stuck into his cap, refer to his diplomatic mission to Francis I. Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, born 1492, ruled 1513 to 1519, died 1519. Lorenzo, the only son of Pietro the Unfortunate, was 2 years old when the family were exiled, 11 years old when his father died, and 16 when his sister Clarice was married in Rome to Filippo Strozzi. In consequence of his father's wandering life and early death, he was brought up by his mother, Alfonsina, and had imbibed from her all those ideas of pride and arrogance which were most repugnant to the Florentines. When he was 21, the rule of Florence was placed in his hands as the representative of his uncle, Leo X, the senior member of the family. He was ordered to rule in accordance with detailed instructions which were drawn up for his guidance by the Pope, and which specially warned him against offending the feelings of the Florentines by ostentation in his mode of life, or any display of that arrogant demeanour to which he was inclined. Leo X and his adviser Giulio were bent upon ruling Florence with a strong hand, but at the same time they had no desire to disturb the excellent relations between them and the people which had been established on their return to power. And for the first 2 or 3 years Lorenzo obeyed these wise instructions. Though he had little capacity, he refrained from giving offence. And when in 1515 Leo X visited Florence, the enthusiastic reception which the people gave him showed that the Medici rule was still popular. In March 1516, Giuliano's death removed the obstacle to Leo X's design of seizing upon the dukedom of Urbino and giving it to one of the members of his own family. The papal forces were at once set against Urbino, Lorenzo being put in command. The reigning duke, Francesco della Rovere, was driven out, and on the 30th May the papal army entered Urbino. Whereupon Leo X declared Lorenzo Duke of Urbino, by which name he is always known. But he remained so in little more than name, and on Leo X's death 5 years later the rightful duke recovered his state. This new acquisition by the representative of the Medici family charged with the rule of Florence was of doubtful advantage to that state. Lorenzo had not the wit to be a duke in Urbino and a simple citizen in Florence. He now disregarded the instructions he had received, and his insolent bearing, his maintenance of a semi-ducal ceremonial, and his dissolute conduct soon made him hated in Florence. Moreover, Lorenzo's new dignity involved Florence in a costly war, for Francesco della Rovere made strenuous endeavours to regain his inheritance, and Lorenzo, before his authority over Urbino was secured, had to undertake a campaign lasting many months. All this embittered the Florentines. Conspiracies to take his life were frequent, followed by executions which enraged the people still more against him, and matters were rapidly tending towards another revolution. In 1518 Leo X and his adviser Giulio, who had now become a cardinal, succeeded in arranging with Francis I that Lorenzo should be married to the king's distant relative, the beautiful Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne. The contemporary historian Fleurange remarks that she was trop belle que la mariée, referring to Lorenzo's dissolute life. Lorenzo went to France in great splendour, both to represent the Pope at the baptism of Francis's eldest son, as well as for his own marriage to the king's relative. He was accompanied by his brother-in-law, Filippo Strozzi, and other principal Florentines, all dressed in crimson velvet and with a numerous retinue. The court of Francis I was at this time the most brilliant in Europe. It was now assembled at Amboise, and there, first the baptism of the heir to the throne took place, followed 3 days later by the marriage of Lorenzo de' Medici and Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne. Fleurange, who was present, says that the festivities on the occasion of this marriage were on a more splendid scale than had ever before been witnessed in Christendom, and gives a long description of them. The young King Francis I delighted in the most gorgeous pageants, and no place was more suited to the display of 16th century magnificence than the splendid old feudal castle of Amboise. The festivities lasted a month, after which Lorenzo and his bride returned to Florence, where the Medici palace must have seemed to Madeline a somewhat sombre abode after the brilliance of Francis I's court. After this marriage, Lorenzo added to his other misdemeanors in Florentine eyes by adopting the French custom of wearing a beard, a dire offense in Florence, and the portrait we have of him was evidently painted at this time. Madeline only lived for 1 year after her marriage. She died in the Medici palace on the 29th April, 1519, a fortnight after giving birth to a daughter, Catherine. And 6 days later, on the 4th May, Lorenzo, worn out by a dissolute life, also died, at the age of 27, his death being to the advantage not only of Florence, but also of the Medici family, to whose name he had brought nothing but discredit. Lorenzo was buried, as his uncle Giuliano had been, in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, and Michelangelo received orders from Leo X to design his monument. This in after years he carried out in the manner which has made this monument perhaps the most generally admired of all Michelangelo's works. And these 2 tombs in the new sacristy, over Giuliano, Duke de Nemours, and Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, are probably the best known tombs of any in Europe. Over each sarcophagus sits a statue of the man whose remains it contains, but these statues make no attempt to resemble the man depicted. To Giuliano, who had a fine character, is given a statue representing quite the reverse, while to Lorenzo, the most worthless of the Medici, is given a statue so grand that poet after poet has been inspired to write fine lines about it, attributing to the man the qualities represented by the statue. When this result was foreseen, and it was pointed out to Michelangelo that the figures bore no faintest resemblance to the men represented, he contemptuously asked who would know it in the ages to follow. The plans of Giulio de' Medici had been much disarranged by the results of Lorenzo's failure to follow the instructions laid down for him. On the latter's death, therefore, Leo X sent Giulio with all speed to Florence to undo the harm to the family interests which Lorenzo had caused. He must have travelled with great dispatch, for he arrived in time to superintend the arrangements for Lorenzo's funeral, which was carried out with much magnificence. Giulio then turned his attention to the matters on account of which he had been sent to Florence, and here, for the first time, gave public evidence of his great ability, for he was completely successful in his arduous task. The embittered feelings which the misgovernment of Lorenzo had called forth caused the political atmosphere to be one of seething discontent. The Frateschi, led by Jacopo Salviati, declared the existing method of government to be too oligarchical. The Ottimati, led by Piero Ridolfi, condemned it as being too republican, while outside these 2 parties were many turbulent spirits who merely aimed at anarchy. Giulio skilfully avoided identifying himself with either of the opposing parties, and yet contrived to please both of them, while at the same time keeping the real power in his own hands. And during the 5 months that he remained in Florence, he lightened taxation, brought the finances into order, reformed the administration of justice, and restored to the elective bodies rights of which Lorenzo had deprived them. Nardi tells us that both his measures and his demeanour gave general satisfaction. This 5 months' work on Giulio's part was in its way a masterpiece in the art of government. But Cardinal Giulio had other difficulties than these to surmount. There were very intricate family politics also, through which a way must be found if his cherished scheme was ever to bear fruit. By Lorenzo's having died leaving only a daughter who was a baby a week old, the position of the family as rulers of Florence had become very precarious, since Cosimo's branch threatened to become extinct. Lorenzo had been the only son of Pietro the Unfortunate, and of his 2 uncles, Giuliano was dead, and Giovanni was pope, while Giuliano's son, Ippolito, then 10 years old, as well as Giulio himself, were both illegitimate. So that this little baby, Catherine, was the last legitimate representative of the elder branch. The succession to the headship of the family, and with it to the rule of Florence, would therefore on Leo X's death, by rights go to the younger branch, either in the person of Pier Francesco, great-grandson of Cosimo's brother Lorenzo, or in that of the latter's other great-grandson, Giovanni della Bandanere, who was now 21 years old and already making a name for himself as a military commander. Not only, however, had the younger branch shown no aptitude for state affairs, but also that branch deserved no consideration from any of Cosimo's branch, seeing that they had been the chief cause of the exile of the family, had discarded the family name during the years of the Interregnum, and had acted a mean and ignoble part all through. So that Leo X and Giulio were determined to keep the rule of Florence out of their hands and in those of Cosimo's branch, if this should be in any way practicable. Nor were either of them likely to be at all scrupulous as to the methods by which this object might be effected. But all this, by what schemes under such circumstances the power was to be kept in Cosimo's branch, what was to be done with this baby girl who had become the most important person in the future of the family, and how all this was to be combined with that ultimate aim of which he had never lost sight, furnished for Cardinal Giulio a problem the consideration of which occupied many more hours of those 5 months at Florence than even the difficulties of public affairs. Immediately after the splendid funeral in San Lorenzo, he took up his abode in the Medici palace, now tenanted by so small an owner. And we can well imagine the far-reaching dreams and complex projects for a distant future which filled the active brain of Giulio de' Medici, as his deep, thoughtful eyes, for the first time, looked down in her cradle on this last frail scion of Cosimo's branch, a fragile bark to bear so weighty a freight. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 13. Giovanni, Leo X. Born 1476. Pope 1513 to 1521. Died 1521. Leo X was by no means so important a character as it has been universally the fashion to depict him. The splendor which surrounded him has caught the popular imagination, and has prevented its being seen how little he merited the exalted view of him which has obtained general acceptance. When, however, he is brought to stand side by side with the other members of his family, this inevitably comes out. The combined effect of his desire to take life easily and his unfailing common sense, which kept him from involving himself in matters likely to lead to embarrassment and disaster, prevented him from becoming, as did his cousin Clement VII, the pivot round which the great events which took place in his time revolved. As a result, in a history of the Medici family, where each individual occupies the place demanded by his own character and deeds, the narrative of Leo's life becomes of far less importance than that of his much less pleasing cousin Clement, who not only played a more important part in the affairs of Europe, but also pursued a course which had infinitely greater effect on the subsequent fortunes of the family. Giovanni, the second son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, was only 37 when, on the 11th March, 1513, he was elected Pope. During the previous 20 years, from the time when at 16 he had left his home in Florence to take his seat for the first time in the Sacred College, his life had been a checkered one. Returning to Florence after only a few months in Rome, he had, during the 2 years that followed, seen the rapidly increasing unpopularity of his family under his brother Pietro's unsympathetic rule, had been driven forth with him into exile, had spent 5 years in endeavors at various courts to obtain assistance for his brother in military enterprises against Florence, which invariably failed, and then, departing from Italy for a time, had wandered through northern Europe, seeing many cities and the life of many lands. Returning at length to Rome, he had gradually won for himself and his family a position of favor with the Pope, and had been sent by him on important missions, had been placed practically in command of a military force, had taken part in a severely fought battle and been taken prisoner, had seen the terrible sack of Prato and done something to mitigate its horrors, and finally had re-entered his native city in triumph, and re-established his family in power there. All this had given him a wide experience of men and affairs, but it had not altered his ease-loving disposition. Leo X gave his name to his age, and his 9 years' reign as Pope has been extolled to the skies by the literary men of 3 centuries. His character has in part been already noted. Apart from his love of literature and art, an unusually strong common sense and a genial good nature were his chief characteristics. Erasmus, who knew him well, praises his kindness and humanity, his magnanimity and learning, the charm of his manner, and his love of peace and the fine arts, and comparing his pontificate with that which had preceded it, says that an age of iron was suddenly transformed into one of gold. And even Sarpi states, Leo, noble by birth and culture, brought many aptitudes to the papacy, especially a remarkable knowledge of classical literature, humanity, kindness, the greatest liberality, and an avowed intention of supporting artists and learned men, who for many years had enjoyed no such favor in the Holy See. While Dr. Krauss says, paramount in Leo's character were his gentleness and cheerfulness, his indulgence both for himself and others, his love of peace and hatred of war. But on his personal character the great blot must rest that he passed his life in intellectual self-indulgence, and took his pleasure in hunting and amusement, while the Teutonic North was bursting the bounds of reverence and authority which bound Europe to Rome. On becoming Pope, Leo at once actively began all that encouragement of literature and art for which his pontificate is famous, inviting learned men from all parts of Italy to Rome, making plans for founding a great university there for the study of the Greek and Latin authors, corresponding with Aldus Manutius and others about inaugurating a printing press at Rome, commencing research work to obtain lost manuscripts of the classical age, planning schemes for important works to be executed by Raphael and other artists, and setting himself in every way to advance the cause of learning and art. He also set about assuring the future of his family. He created as cardinals his 2 first cousins, Giulio de' Medici and Luigi Rossi, also his nephews, each a son of one of his 3 married sisters, Innocenzio Cibo, Giovanni Salviati, and Niccolò Ridolfi. With 5 cardinals in the family, there would be a good probability that one of them would succeed him as Pope. His schemes for securing to the family the Duchy of Urbino have already been noted. In January 1515, Francis I, on succeeding to the French throne, began to make preparations for an expedition to recover Milan. Leo X endeavored to oppose this by means of an alliance between himself, Ferdinand of Spain, and the Emperor Maximilian. But Francis gained the victory of Marignano and took Milan, and Leo was forced to come to terms with him, which were settled at a personal conference between them, held at Bologna in December 1515. On his way to this conference, Leo stayed 3 days in Florence, where a splendid reception was prepared for him. Landucci, who was present, states that the grandeur of this reception was beyond description, and that no other city in the world would or could have done the like. The city was decorated in all directions with triumphal arches, imitations of buildings of the classic age, statues, and allegorical devices. In the Piazza della Signoria, an octagonal temple was erected by San Gallo. Over the unfinished façade of the Duomo, the design for it, made by Lorenzo the Magnificent himself, was executed in wood by Sansovino and painted by Andrea del Sarto. A colossal Hercules for the Loggia de' Lanzi was sculptured by Baccio Bandinelli. Various triumphal arches were erected by Montelusso, Rosso, and Granacci, one between the Badia and the Bargello, and another near the monastery of San Marco, being specially fine. And the city gave itself up to welcoming with numerous festivities the first Florentine who had ever sat on the papal throne. On his return from Bologna, Leo stayed at Florence for more than a month, remaining there till the 17th February 1516, and during this visit he made arrangements for completing the family church of San Lorenzo. He ordered Michelangelo to prepare a design for the façade, and sent him to Carrara to obtain the necessary marble. And for this purpose no less than 34 shiploads of marble were subsequently dispatched to Florence, though the façade remains to this day untouched. Leo also directed the construction by Michelangelo of the new sacristy in San Lorenzo, which the Pope intended should form a mausoleum to contain 6 tombs, those of his father, Lorenzo, and his uncle, Giuliano, as well as tombs for the other 4 members of the family who were then living, viz., himself, his brother Giuliano, his cousin Giulio, and his nephew Lorenzo. But only 2 of these 6 tombs were ever completed. In 1516, Leo X, immediately upon his brother Giuliano's death, seized Urbino, as previously mentioned, in order to form a sovereignty for his nephew Lorenzo. The dissatisfaction caused by this procedure led, in the spring of 1517, to a remarkable episode. A serious conspiracy, headed by the young Cardinal of Siena, Alfonso Petrucci, was formed amongst the cardinals to poison the Pope. This being discovered, Petrucci, who had absented himself from Rome, was invited thither under a safe conduct, as well as a solemn promise given by Leo to the Spanish ambassador that Petrucci's life would be spared, both of which promises were disregarded as soon as the latter reached Rome, where he was thrown into prison and condemned to death. Further examination proved that a large number of cardinals were implicated in the plot, and Petrucci with his 2 chief assistants, a surgeon and a secretary, were cruelly tortured and put to death. The lives of the other cardinals concerned were spared, but they were subjected to various deprivations. These punishments aroused so great disaffection among nearly all the remaining cardinals that the Pope had to be surrounded by guards even when celebrating Mass in St. Peter's. To meet this alarming state of affairs, and finally put an end to this extraordinary episode, Leo X took the bold and unprecedented step of creating in one day 31 new cardinals. At this period, just before the Reformation, the plurality of offices held by the higher clergy was scandalous. Roscoe states, "It is actually and substantially true that the same person was frequently at the same time an archbishop in Germany, a bishop in France or England, an abbot or a prior in Poland or Spain, and a cardinal in Rome." The creation of so many additional cardinals, with the benefices given to them, of course increased this evil, and this large number of important church offices held by permanent absentees, tending as it did to much corruption and maladministration in the diocese, thus deprived of their proper rulers, helped to increase the dissatisfaction with the Church which was steadily growing in Northern Europe. In 1518, Leo X arranged with Francis I the marriage already mentioned between his nephew Lorenzo and the king's relative, Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne, this being the second matrimonial alliance with the royal family of France made by the Medici family. When in the following year Lorenzo died, Leo sent his cousin Giulio to administer Florentine affairs for a time. The latter remained in Florence from May to October 1519, and on his return to Rome, Cardinal Passerini was left in charge of the Medician interests in Florence on behalf of the Pope, and continued in charge for the next 2 years. In 1521, Perugia being greatly misgoverned by its ruler, Gianpaolo Baglioni, described as a monster of iniquity, Leo X determined to put an end to the Baglioni rule there, and to incorporate Perugia with the States of the Church. He seems to have considered that against such a criminal any treachery was admissible. Baglioni was invited to Rome under the pretext of consulting with him about political affairs, and given the Pope's safe conduct, but on arrival was thrown into prison, subjected to torture, and beheaded in the castle of Sant'Angelo, the Pope taking possession of Perugia. About the same time, a similarly treacherous endeavour was made to enlarge still further the states of the Church by seizing Ferrara, but the agents who had been bribed to open the gates on the approach of the papal forces revealed the plot to the Duke of Ferrara, and the attempt failed. Even Roscoe, with all his admiration for Leo X, remarks that these operations disclose some of the darkest shades of his character. And they are to be attributed, if not wholly, at all events to a very large extent, to that action which was the fundamental mistake of Leo X's life. For in order to satisfy his easygoing temperament and indulge in those pursuits of literature and art, convivial pleasures, and luxurious enjoyment for which alone he cared, Leo surrendered the whole conduct of the political affairs of the papacy into the hands of his energetic and crafty cousin Giulio, with the consequences which were to be expected from the latter's unscrupulous character. Leo X must, of course, bear the full responsibility for the acts which he permitted to be done in his name, but while this is so, the political acts of his pontificate are to be ascribed rather to Giulio than to Giovanni, and in looking at the latter's life and character this requires to be borne in mind. To him, political and ecclesiastical affairs were a wearisome burden to be got rid of as much as possible, while as time went on he left them more and more in the hands that were so willing to undertake them, leaving him free to attend to those matters which to him were so much more congenial. It was indeed hard on such a nature that it should be his lot to have to deal with a movement like the Reformation, and be expected to divert his attention from the latest reproduction of some classical work brought out by Aldo's printing press to give heed to the troublesome complaints of a Luther. It is almost as much a relief to us as it must have been to Leo himself to turn from his political life to his action in regard to those matters which were his chief interest. Here we find another man altogether, and here there is neither apathy, boredom, surrender of his leadership to others, nor treacherous or underhand dealing. In that world of literature and art which his soul loved, and in his sympathy for all the culture of his time, he is worthy of that atmosphere of splendor which is gathered round his name. His great-grandfather Cosimo and his father Lorenzo had contrived both to conduct difficult political affairs and also to achieve mighty results in the domain of literature and art. Leo X had none of the energy of his ancestors, while his abilities were cast in a smaller mould, so that he found one half of the matter as much as he could attend to. But in that half his achievements, though not to be compared to those of his father and great-grandfather, were considerable. Moreover, he had greater resources to draw upon. Art had advanced to its zenith. Great stores of the classical literature had by this time been brought to light. Printing had come to assist in their reproduction, instead of the slow and laborious process of hand copying. While great as had been the wealth which his ancestors had possessed to assist their efforts in this cause, Leo had the still greater resources of the papacy. To detail all that he did in the patronage of literature and art would fill a volume. The same effect was produced at Rome as had taken place 80 years before at Florence, where his great-grandfather Cosimo became the leading man in that city. Scholars and artists flocked to Rome, where such a patron was to be found. Leo founded the University of Rome, to which he summoned a crowd of celebrated men, and which had 88 professors as teachers of various branches of learning. And he did not rest until he had, with the assistance of Marcus Masurus and Aldus Manutius, established a press at Rome for printing the works of the great authors, which, as they issued, were corrected by the celebrated Giovanni Lascaris himself, who had in his earlier years been employed in the researches of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and whom Leo now summoned to Rome to help him in this work. Ariosto speaks in glowing terms of the gifted company of poets and learned men whom Leo gathered round him. His own classical attainments were considerable, and he was justly acknowledged as a judge on all such matters. He had a passion for all books and manuscripts, both in the dead and living languages, and these he devoured with avidity, remembering and quoting their contents out of an excellent memory. Towards art his patronage was unbounded, and great as was his renown, it has been held by many that his protection of and affection for Raphael, who died the year before him, is and always will be Leo's best and noblest title to fame. The above pursuits were combined with all the amusements of an existence frankly given up to enjoying life as much as possible, and never showing from first to last any indication that a future life was to be expected. This latter is a strange trait under the circumstances, and one which had very important results. Lorenzo the Magnificent, for all his love of the pagan classical literature, and whatever he may or may not have been in conduct, never displayed this trait. But in the son whom he had helped to become head of the Church it is a marked feature, and various eminent writers have supported the opinion of Mosheim in designating Leo X as an atheist. Not that he was by any means wanting as regards to the outward performance of his religious duties, for as to these he was most scrupulous. But both Europe in that age and Mohammedan countries in our own can show plenty of examples that the scrupulous performance of such duties is compatible with entire unbelief. So far as one can judge, on so essentially private a matter, from a man's outward conduct and expressed opinions, Leo was a simple Epicurean pagan. He was not a coarse voluptuary, but his speech on becoming pope frankly displayed his mind. Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it. And he did. Hunting and hawking parties in the Campagna, pleasant gatherings at his villa of La Magliana, convivial supper parties at Rome, the delights of literature, poetry, music, and theatrical representations, a revelry of culture as Gregorovius has called it, these things occupied the greater portion of his time. Unlike most scholars or any previous pope, Leo was greatly devoted to sport, as understood in those days, and often spent a month or more at a time absent from the papal city, either fishing or pheasant shooting round the lake of Bolsena, or staying at his favorite hunting lodge of La Magliana, 5 miles from Rome, in the fever-laden valley of the Tiber, taking part in the grand battues of stags, wild boar, and every sort of game, and scandalizing the papal master of ceremonies by appearing in hunting costume, and worst of all, in long riding boots. When in Rome his life was a less healthy one. The Venetian ambassador at his court has described the ponderous and unwholesome banquets, lasting for hours, and in their lavish profusion and variety of incongruous dishes, reminding us of the feasts of the Roman emperors of antiquity. And Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua, who was the Pope's guest during the winter of 1514, has graphically detailed how she and her maids of honor were plunged into a perpetual round of banquets, balls, processions, hunting parties, popular festivals, and dramatic performances. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1 by G. F. Young. Chapter 8, Giovanni, Leo X, Part 2. Occupied in this constant succession of festivities, field sports, and literary and artistic delights, Leo led an easy, jovial existence, troubling himself as little as might be with political affairs, and leaving the heavier burdens of the papacy, whose course was at that epoch becoming from day to day more thickly strewn with rocks and shoals, to be borne by his cousin Giulio. In 1515, the Emperor Maximilian's grandson, Charles, then 15, was invested with the government of Flanders, his father Philip having died in 1506. His genealogy is important, and was as follows. Maximilian of Austria married Mary of Burgundy, only child of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy. They gave birth to Philip, Archduke of Austria, and heir of Flanders through his mother. Philip married Joanna, Queen of Spain and Naples, and the daughter of Ferdinand, King of Aragon, and Isabella, Queen of Castile, and sister to Catherine, married to Henry VIII of England. Philip and Joanna gave birth to Charles V, married to Isabella, daughter of the King of Portugal. Ferdinand, King of Bohemia. Eleonora married 1. the King of Portugal, and 2. Francis I of France, and Mary, married to Louis, King of Hungary. In 1516 Ferdinand of Spain died, and Charles was invested with the government of Spain and Naples in place of his mother Joanna, who was set aside, being mad. In the same year, the 8 Years' War, begun by the League of Cambrai, was brought to an end by the Treaty of Noyeux between Francis and Charles, which left France in possession of Lombardy, and Spain in possession of Naples and Sicily. In 1519 the Emperor Maximilian died, and Charles succeeded to the crown of Austria and Flanders. There ensued 5 months' rivalry between Francis I of France, Henry VIII of England, and Charles of Austria, as to which of them should be elected emperor. Finally, Charles was elected. Thus, Charles V inherited Austria from his grandfather Maximilian, Flanders from his grandmother, Mary of Burgundy, Spain and Naples from his grandfather Ferdinand and his grandmother Isabella, and the imperial title, with such dominions as still remained to it, by the election of the German Diet. The result of his election as emperor was a contest between the 3 rivals which lasted for 28 years, in which Francis and Charles were always opponents, and Henry sided sometimes with one and sometimes with the other. In 1520 Charles V visited Henry VIII in England in May, and in June Francis I and Henry VIII held the meeting known as the Field of the Cloth of Gold to cement their friendship. In 1521 Francis declared war against Charles, invading simultaneously Luxembourg from one side of France and Navarre from the other. Henry, led by Wolsey, sided with Charles. The atmosphere of cultured paganism which Leo X created around him in the Vatican was unique, and it has been too well described by Ranke to be given in any other words. He says, "At that time men sought to emulate the ancients in their own language. Leo X was an especial patron of this pursuit. He read the well-written introduction to the history of Jovius, Volume I, 2d, aloud in his circle of intimates, declaring that since the works of Livy nothing so good had been produced. A patron of the Latin improvisators, we may readily conceive the charm he would find in the talents of Vida, who could set forth a subject like a game of chess in the full tones of well-cadenced Latin hexameters. A mathematician, celebrated for expounding his science in elegant Latin, was invited from Portugal. In this manner he, Leo, would have had theology and church history written. It was in his presence that the first tragedy was performed, and also the first comedy produced in the Italian language, and this notwithstanding the objectionable character of a play that imitated Plautus. Ariosto was among the acquaintances of his youth. Machiavelli composed more than one of his works expressly for him. His halls, galleries, and chapels were filled by Raphael with the rich ideal of human beauty. He was a passionate lover of music, and its sounds were daily heard floating through the palace, Leo himself humming the airs performed. Easily does life veil its own incongruities. Such a state of things was directly opposed to Christian sentiment and conviction. The schools of philosophy disputed as to whether the soul were really immortal or whether it were absolutely mortal. Nor are we to believe that these opinions were confined to a few. Erasmus declares himself astonished at the blasphemies that met his ears. Attempts were made to prove to him, a foreigner, by passages from Pliny, that the souls of men are absolutely identical with those of beasts. Such was the atmosphere in which Leo X passed his life as Pope. And if this mode of life was less objectionable than that which had distinguished some of his immediate predecessors, it was not less at variance with the urgent needs of the circumstances of the time. For a storm was beginning to gather north of the Alps, destined in no long time to envelop all Europe, and to give the papacy other things to think of than light literature and the triumphs of art. The papacy had fallen to one who neither outraged the world by crime and immorality, like Sixtus IV. And Alexander VI., nor harassed mankind by perpetual war, like Julius II. But the causes which had long been tending towards a revolt from the papacy were still steadily at work, and, as the results of the invention of printing increased, were ever gathering greater strength. Printing presses did not only reproduce the Greek and Latin works of pagan poets, and the ancient manuscripts, unearthed by ardent research, included the writings of Irenaeus and Tertullian, Cyprian and Basil, no less than those of Cicero and Pliny, Tacitus and Livy. The work of Cosimo and Lorenzo was now about to produce results which they had never anticipated. The new learning was no longer confined to Florence or to Italy. It had spread far and wide, carrying with it to Germany, to Flanders, to Switzerland, to France, and to England the knowledge of the fraudulent basis on which the papal claim to supremacy in the Church rested, the knowledge of a Christian age in which there had been no papacy, and all bishops had been of equal rank and authority, and the knowledge of a pre-existing scheme of Christian doctrine not overlaid by the errors and corruptions which had subsequently grown up in the Church at Rome. And as this knowledge spread, wider and stronger grew the determination to end the existing state of things in the Church, to cast off the usurped supremacy of Rome, and to return to a purer form of Christianity. Not that the Roman Church is to be justly charged with all that her opponents asserted. The power developed by the papacy had, in its time, done great things for religion. During a large part of the earlier Middle Ages, the papacy was the sole authority in Europe which stood for justice and righteousness, and had it not possessed the power it gradually developed, it would have been unable to withstand effectively, as it did, the almost universal unrighteousness in high places. But that time was long past, and for at least 2 centuries the papacy had only made use of its power for purposes of worldly aggrandizement, with results that caused the condemnation which it incurred to be fully deserved. The gradual spread of this newly acquired knowledge, following on the failure of all efforts to obtain reform by means of a general council, had by degrees made men ready, as soon as opportunity should occur, to fly to arms to obtain that reform which it was evident was to be gained in no other way. This effect had been steadily growing during the pontificate of Sixtus IV., Innocent VIII., Alexander VI., Julius II., and Leo X. But so little did these popes realize the conditions of the case, that they seemed, by the kind of life they led, bent upon bringing about that appeal to arms. They were bishops of the leading see of Western Christendom, yet anything more opposed to the ideal life of a bishop, whether measured by the standard of the earliest centuries of the Church's life, or by that of our own age, than were their lives, it would be hard to conceive. And so the natural result followed in a conflagration which brought cruel wars and innumerable sufferings upon mankind, and tore the civilized world asunder for 150 years, but in the end cleansed Christendom. And here we come upon one of those strange revelations, impossible for anyone at the time to have seen, but which history, throwing its light back upon events long past, every now and then shows to those who come afterwards. From the time of Cosimo we see 4 successive generations of the Medici, the very last family to wish to bring about such a movement as the Reformation, and the very family out of which were to come the two popes who were the leading opponents of that movement, eagerly engaged in pursuing a course which made them, little as they dreamt it, the chief agents in producing that great revolt from the papacy. For it was not Luther, but the new learning which produced the Reformation. A very little consideration will show that no single individual, much less one placed in so obscure a position as Luther, could have produced a convulsion which shook all Europe from end to end. What Luther did was to set light to materials which were ready to take fire. And this new learning was created, nourished, fostered, and endowed chiefly by the Medici. It is strange indeed to note what energy they devoted and what wealth they expended through a period of 80 years on that which was to bring upon the papacy such dire results, and to do so during the very time that the papal throne was occupied by the two members of this family who in turn sat upon it. Of the 5 popes who have been named, Leo X was the one against whom mankind had by far the fewest accusations to bring. It was, however, his fate to take the action which finally precipitated the crisis. The legacy which Julius II had left him of building a new St. Peter's caused such a heavy drain on the resources of the papacy that it became necessary to find some unusual means for raising funds. Accordingly, in 1517 Leo published a bull declaring that the Pope has the power of granting indulgences affecting the state of souls after death, and that this doctrine was an essential article of belief. And this was followed by the scandalous measure of the sale of these indulgences, thus starting a traffic in holy things which roused Northern Europe to a pitch of indignation such as even the crimes of Alexander VI had failed to call forth. Obviously, one who doubted whether souls were immortal would find no difficulty in declaring his power to grant such indulgences, or in selling them to anyone who would give money for them. And it is very probable that Leo felt astonished at the uproar which his action aroused. Upon the issue of this bull by the Pope, Luther published and nailed up on the door of the principal church at Wittenberg his celebrated theses against both the sale of indulgences and all the additions which had been made to the theory and practice of indulgences during the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, with all they involved. The system of indulgences, with the doctrines on which it was based, was no new invention of Leo X. It had existed for at least 300 years, and Leo only redeclared it. But the new learning had caused the temper of men's minds to change, and the new departure of the sale of such indulgences came just when men were least disposed to endure it. The conflagration quickly spread. Germany was soon in a blaze, and Flanders and Switzerland showed signs of following suit. Luther proceeded to rouse all men against the iniquities of the papacy, and to urge the assembly of a general council to purge the Church, and at length, in June 1520, he published his celebrated Appeal to the Christian Nobility of the German Nation. 4,000 copies were distributed with the greatest rapidity, the printers working while Luther wrote, and it immediately produced a strong impression throughout Germany. At the same time, from the other side, Leo published in all countries his bull of 1520, condemning the doctrines of Luther, calling upon all princes and peoples to seize him and his adherents, and excommunicating all who might harbor them. This bull, Luther, protected by the Elector of Saxony, publicly and solemnly burnt at Wittenberg. And so began a conflict which was to last for generations, splitting countries, nations, and even families asunder, and having far-reaching effects which are still extending. In the following year, Leo, anxious to drive the French out of Italy, deserted Francis and engaged to join Charles in an attempt to regain Milan. The imperial and papal forces were commanded by the Marquis of Pescara, and in November 1521 Milan was captured. The news reached Leo at his villa of La Magliana at the 22nd November, and filled him with the greatest joy. But the same evening he caught a chill on returning hot and tired from the chase, Fever set in, he returned to the Vatican, grew rapidly worse, and died on 1st December. There was, as usual, a suspicion that his death was due to poison, and Castiglione, who was with him at Magliana, at first believed this, but the post-mortem examination which was held failed to confirm the suspicion. And in view of the excessively malarious character of the locality of Magliana, nothing could be more probable than that malarial fever contracted at the place where he so often resided should eventually be the cause of his death. Leo X was 45 when he died. He was buried at first in the Vatican. The result of Julius II's action in regard to St. Peter's was that neither he himself nor any of the 3 popes after him could be buried there, and for several years no tomb was erected to Leo X. But after the death of Clement VII, 1534, it was decided that these 2 Medici popes should be interred in the church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, whereupon Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici removed Leo X's remains from the Vatican to that church, and commenced the erection of the tombs of the 2 Medici popes, Leo X and Clement VII, which are to be seen there. After Ippolito's untimely death in 1535, these tombs were completed by Leo X's sister, Lucrezia Salviati. It would have been hard if the Medici, the greatest of all patrons of art, and belonging to art's own special home, Florence, should not have been able to show us a unique succession of portraits of themselves, executed by the leading painters of their day. And in Leo X's case, none other could of course be employed to paint his portrait than his own great protégé and favourite, Raphael. And so Raphael has given us one of the most celebrated portraits in existence, that of Leo X with his 2 first cousins, Giulio de' Medici and Luigi Rossi, which hangs in the Pitti Gallery. And it tells us much of Raphael's own character to note that even though he is entirely dependent upon this great patron, yet he will not flatter him, and we feel that we have the man to the life placed before us. Easy-going, jovial, indolent, luxury-loving, shrewd, and worldly wise, all this he was, and just so does Raphael depict him. His tendency to fat was not altogether his fault. He had it throughout life, and endeavoured to combat it by outdoor pursuits, and it was on the advice of his physicians that he carried these on even after he became pope, notwithstanding the shock that it gave to the ideas held by the papal officials as to what was becoming in a pope. His love of learning is indicated in the picture by the book which he has just been studying, his love of all forms of art, both by the illuminations of the book and by the highly chased silver bell, and his indifferent eyesight, which was proverbial, by the spectacles and the magnifying glass, which latter Jovius says he used on all occasions. Of the 2 cardinals shown with him, Giulio is the one standing at the right hand of the Pope, who seems to be listening to his advice, their respective attitudes through life. Giulio's clever and intelligent, yet cold, hard face is probably a much better likeness of him than that afterwards painted by Andrea del Sarto. Luigi Rossi was the Pope's secretary. The picture is not only notable for its portraiture, but also as a wonderful study of the combination of colours, the whole, except the Pope's white robe, being in various shades of crimson and red. Exaltation to the papacy is probably the severest trial to character which this world holds, and it was one which Leo was not able to bear. A steady deterioration in his character from the time that he became pope is the most marked feature in him. Many cited, like all his family, he was a remarkable mixture of good and bad points, but in the end the latter predominated. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1 by G. F. Young. Chapter 14. The 20 Months Pontificate of Adrian VI, 1522 through 1523. Adrian VI did not belong to the Medici family, but as his short pontificate of 20 months spans the period between the two Medici popes, and is important with reference to their history, it is desirable to detail briefly the events of his reign. On the death of Leo X, an unusual amount of discord took place at the conclave assembled to elect a new pope. Giulio de' Medici, having been the late pope's adviser in everything, counted on succeeding him, and employed all the arts of which he was a master to get himself elected. But out of the 39 cardinals assembled, as many as 18 wanted the office themselves, and Giulio was only able by all his efforts to get together a party of 14. Wolsey was also a candidate, and had for a long time been swaying the politics of England in favor of Charles V in the latter's struggle with Francis I, so as to obtain in return the emperor's influence on his behalf at this election. With the emperor's candidate in possession of 7 votes, with Giulio de' Medici in possession of 14, and with the remaining 18 cardinals each striving to gain votes for himself, the conclave became a scene of the most disgraceful party struggles, and the discord was so great that it seemed as though no conclusion would ever be reached. At last Giulio's party, merely as an expedient for wearying out their opponents, voted one morning at the daily scrutiny for the most unlikely man they could think of, Cardinal Adrian Vedel of Utrecht, Archbishop of Tortosa, who had been the emperor's tutor, at that time governing Spain as Charles V's representative. To their amazement and disgust, a majority of the other cardinals, seeing that they could not succeed themselves, and in order to defeat Giulio's party, at once voted the same, and to the astonishment of all Europe, one who had never been dreamt of by any one for such an office, and had made no candidature for it, became pope. Thus did the sad and serious Adrian and earnestly religious Fleming succeed to the throne so recently occupied by the cultured Epicurean Leo. If all Europe had been searched, a more startling contrast to the latter could not have been found. The new pope at once gave evidence of his temperament by declining to follow the custom which had so long prevailed of changing his name, preferring to adhere to the practice of the earlier centuries in this respect. Giulio de' Medici, having thus failed, departed to Florence and took over the charge of Florentine affairs. The absence of any opposition to his doing so shows that no doubt was felt as to the tacit right of a Medici to control the government of Florence, and this undoubtedly rested on solid ground, and was due to the instinctive feeling that Florentine affairs only went smoothly when a Medici was at the helm. Passerini's inefficient administration had gradually created considerable discontent, financial affairs were in disorder, and much discord prevailed. But Giulio de' Medici, wanting in so many other respects, had just one good quality, inheriting in full measure that special gift, conspicuous in this family and generation after generation, of a genius for pacifying the angry passions of Florentine political life. By his conciliatory manner, careful attention to public affairs, and knowledge of the feelings of the Florentines, he soon put an end to the prevailing discord, and under his guidance Florentine affairs were satisfactorily administered. It was the universal opinion that never since the city had been under the rule of the Medici had it been governed with greater appearance of civil liberty or more skilful concealment of despotism. Nardi's remark shows that Giulio was still carefully pursuing his scheme, and biding his time until those of the family who were then children should be grown up, and he himself in a position to adopt a more rigorous attitude towards Florence than that of merely controlling her government. Meanwhile, Adrian VI was showing himself a pope such as Rome had not seen for many centuries. He was not only virtuous and frugal, humble and pious, a hater of pomp, and simple and straightforward in character, but he also viewed with indignation the corruption which abounded in the Church, and set himself vigorously to the task of reform. There was a prompt end to all the pleasant ways which Rome loved, and a volte face which was in some of its aspects almost comic. Bishops, to whom life at a distance from Rome was like banishment to a barbarous country, were sent off to their neglected bishoprics. The sycophantic throng of poets, philosophers, artists, and musicians who had surrounded Leo were swept out of the Vatican. The supper parties, hunting parties, and convivial gatherings came to an abrupt end. The Pope insisted on living in the simplest fashion, with a very small establishment, and spent a great part of his time in prayer and study. Rome was consumed with an unutterable disgust. Moreover, whereas it had been a main object with every preceding pope to aggrandize his family and increase the papal dominions, Adrian VI refused to do anything of the kind. He restored Urbino to its rightful duke, Francesco della Rovere, and gave back to the Duke of Ferrara the territories which Leo X had taken from him. Such acts increased his unpopularity. Adrian, however, was unmoved by the indignant wrath of the corrupt community by which he was surrounded. He set before himself three main objects: the reform of the Church, the restoration of peace in Germany, and the defense of Christendom against the Turks. That he lived too short a time to effect any of these objects does not detract from the honor due to him for having earnestly and by wise methods striven to attain them. Contemporary historical events, 1521 through 1523. In 1521 the Diet of the Empire was assembled by Charles V at Worms to consider how to check the growth of the new opinions in religion which were causing so much conflict in Germany, with the result that Luther was placed under the ban of the Empire. In 1522 Charles V again visited England. Henry VIII, urged on by Wolsey, who still hoped for the Emperor's assistance at the next papal election, which all felt could not be far distant, now deserted the side of Francis which he had lately been favoring, and took that of Charles. Meanwhile, Solyman, the Turkish Sultan, after invading Hungary and taking Belgrade, turned his victorious arms against Rhodes, which, held by the Knights of St. John, had been the bulwark of Christendom against the Turks since the fall of Constantinople. Adrian VI appealed earnestly to Charles, Francis, and Henry to lay aside their quarrels and unite to save Rhodes from the Turks. But they were too occupied with their mutual jealousies, and the story of Constantinople was repeated. After a stubborn resistance of 6 months, Rhodes was to capitulate. Charles gave Malta to the Knights of St. John, and they retired there. In this year, 1522, the conquest of Mexico added yet further to Charles' Spanish dominions. In 1523, Francis I carried the war into Lombardy, and dispatched a large force thither under Bonaparte. At the same time, swayed by his vicious mother, Louise of Savoy, he by various insults drove into rebellion the best general that he had, Charles, Duke of Bourbon, Constable of France, who, relentlessly persecuted by Louise because he would not marry her, and deprived of his position in the French army, at last in desperation deserted his country and offered his services to Charles V. In his endeavors to reform the Church, Adrian VI showed both wisdom and vigor. Not only did he insist on a reform of their ways by the bishops, who had so long brought discredit upon their office, but he also set himself with all his power to heal the discord in Germany by searching out the cause of the disease and the remedy required. For 120 years Europe had cried out for a reform of the Church in head and members. 3 great councils had been assembled, and all the power of the laity throughout Europe put forth to effect this reform, but all had been foiled by the head, which refused to admit that it needed reformation. Adrian VI for the first time struck a different note. He ordered Aegidius of Viterbo, the learned principal of the Augustinian order and the most pious man of intellect at that time in Rome, to furnish him with his opinion as to the disease and its remedy. in response to which Aegitius drew up the great document in which he showed the disease to be due to the misuse of papal power, and that the remedy was a limitation of the absolutism of the head of the Church. Adrian VI agreed with the views expressed, and the result was the celebrated set of instructions issued by him in 1522 to the nuncio Chieri Rigato, in which the Pope declared that the disease had spread from the head to the members, from the Pope to the bishops and cardinals. He wrote, "We have all sinned, there is not one that doeth good," and announced his determination to carry out a radical reform. Had Adrian VI lived longer, widespread results must have ensued from such an edict emanating from such a source. But it was not to be, and when the grave closed over Adrian VI, the last non-Italian pope, it closed also over all chance of a reform of the head and members conducted by the head himself. Not, however, that Adrian VI took the Protestant side by any means. He was both learned enough and wise enough to see the error of both sides, and he met the fate of all who are able to do this, and are honest enough to let both know it. To the Diet of the Empire, then assembled to discuss the subject, he addressed a most powerful protest against the doctrines of Luther, while in the same document acknowledging candidly and in the most positive terms the corruptions of which Luther and his followers accused the Church of Rome, and showing that he was determined to eradicate them. Adrian VI presented the almost unique instance in that age of a man of the humblest birth who had risen in the Church solely through the great respect entertained by his profound theological learning. And this justly deserved reputation, joined to his candid acknowledgment of the corruptions of the Church, with the stringent measures he was taking to extirpate them, made his protest against the new doctrines, and his demonstration of the ignorance on which they were to a large extent based, far more forcible than that which any other pope of that time could have made. Whereas others maintained such doctrinal points by appeals to this or that precedent, Adrian did so out of his own knowledge as a theologian. Thus the gentle and humble Adrian condemned Luther's opinions much more sharply than Leo X had ever done, while he also passed severe censures upon the princes of Germany for allowing them to spread owing to their own ignorance and their attaching greater importance to political contests than to religion. Truly many centuries had passed away since any head of the Roman Church had spoken in this fashion, or had been animated by sentiments like these. But in that corrupt age a pope of this type was obnoxious to all parties. He was obnoxious to the followers of Luther for disagreeing with their doctrines, to the princes of Germany, who, as he rightly said, only paid heed to the matter so far as they could make use of it for a political purpose, to the cardinals, who bitterly resented reforms which robbed them of all for which they cared, and above all he was intensely obnoxious to the Roman people, who loved a pope who spent money freely and was troubled with no inconvenient morality. Both of the two latter parties looked upon Adrian VI and his ways with a horrified disgust too deep for words. The change from the one extreme to the other, from the easy-going, lavishly generous Leo to the austere reformer Adrian, was too bitter a contrast. A pope who admitted that the Church needed a reform, and was bent on carrying it out, was altogether insupportable. Of course his end was certain. Rome wanted no popes of this sort, and would not endure them. That he existed even so long as 20 months is extraordinary. At the end of that time he was poisoned, and lest there should be any doubt of the fact, or of their great relief thereat, the Roman people on the night after his death adorned his chief physician's house with garlands, and with the inscription written over them, "To the deliverer of his country." Thus ended Adrian VI, who, had his lot been cast in other times, would have accomplished much for the Church. He died on the 14th September, 1523, and was buried in the church of Santa Maria dell'Anima, and the epitaph written for his tomb by his faithful friend and companion, Cardinal Inkelfort, was certainly suitable, pro dolor quantum refert in quae tempora vel optimi cojuste vertas incidat. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1 by G. F. Young. Chapter 15. Giulio, Clement VII. Born 1478. Pope 1523 to 1534. Died 1534. 1. The first 4 years of his pontificate. Clement VII has generally been looked upon as a more or less feeble intriguer, humbly carrying out, during the pontificate of his cousin Leo X, plans originated by the latter, and involved in disasters in his own pontificate owing to want of ability. How far from the truth is the first portion of this view of him has already been shown. While, as regards the second portion, it will be seen in the sequel that the disasters in question, far from being due to any want of ability, were deliberately incurred for the sake of a single definite object which governed all his actions. Giulio de' Medici, son of the Giuliano killed in the Pazzi conspiracy, was tall and good-looking, spare in figure, of agreeable manners, and, except his uncle Lorenzo the Magnificent, was the cleverest of all this able family. Ranke, speaking of him after he became Pope, says, "He spoke with equal knowledge of his subject, whether that were philosophy and theology, or mechanics and hydraulic architecture. In all affairs he displayed an extraordinary acuteness. The most perplexing questions were unravelled, the most difficult circumstances penetrated to the very bottom, by his extreme sagacity. No man could debate a point with more address, and he manifested a circumspect ability in practice which none could surpass. At the same time he was, as we have seen, of a cold-hearted and crafty disposition, and absolutely unscrupulous, with none of those qualities of kind-heartedness, magnanimity, and cheerful bonhomie which in the case of his cousin, Leo X, helped to balance great faults. In this member of the family we see the Medici reaching their highest importance in the politics of Europe, and their history becoming, for a time, to the large extent that of Europe. But more than this, we see in him one who turned this family from those aims which his ancestors had followed, who set it upon a path where even success could confer no glory, and who, leading it to strive after an ignoble aim, brought upon the name of Medici obloquy and condemnation, where before it had won honour and esteem. This course of action, already steadily pursued by Giulio ever since the family were reinstated in Florence, was now to have a greater development. Upon the death of Adrian VI, the same disgraceful scenes which had characterized the previous conclave were repeated, and this time they lasted much longer. For 7 weeks the bribing and intriguing continued, Giulio's 2 chief antagonists being Wolsey and Alessandro Farnese. At length, on the 19th November, Giulio triumphed, and was elected Pope, assuming the name of Clement VII. He was then 45 years old. On becoming Pope, the first point which Giulio, now Clement VII, had to settle was how to retain the rule of Florence in the elder branch of the family, seeing that he himself could no longer reside there, that Lorenzo's only child was a girl of 4 years old, and that Giuliano's son, Ippolito, was too young at present to be entrusted with authority. Under these circumstances, Clement decided for the present to delegate the control of Florentine affairs to Cardinal Passerini as his representative. Accordingly, Passerini was in May 1524 sent to Florence, and for the next 3 years Florentine affairs were administered by him under orders from Rome, though the Signoria continued to be ostensibly the ruling body. With Cardinal Passerini, Clement also sent Giuliano's son Ippolito, now a handsome, intelligent, and attractive youth of 15, who was looked upon by all as destined to succeed to the authority exercised by his father 12 years before with such satisfaction to the Florentines. He took up his abode with Cardinal Passerini at the Medici Palace, assumed the title of Il Magnifico, and was elected a member of the government. A few months later there was also sent to Passerini's charge, from Naples, where he had been brought up, another boy, Alessandro, then about 13, who now for the first time appears in connection with Florence, and whose woolly hair and negro-like appearance had already caused him to be called the Moor. This boy's origin was a secret. Born during the time that the family were in exile, he was in reality the son of Clement himself, but the latter had hidden the fact, and kept the boy out of sight as long as he could. Subsequently, after Giuliano, Lorenzo, and Leo X were all dead, Clement brought this boy forward as an illegitimate son of Lorenzo. The fact that Clement had not yet begun to make this claim, and to pass Alessandro off as Lorenzo's heir, at the time when he first became Pope, is corroborated by what took place on that occasion. For when Clement, on becoming Pope, consulted the envoys of Florence as to what he should do with regard to that state, 3 of them advised him to give the supreme power to a gonfaloniere, appointed from year to year, until Ippolito was old enough to rule. It is significant that it was Ippolito who was mentioned, and not Alessandro, as must have been the case had the latter been declared at this time to be the heir of Lorenzo. It was not until 3 or 4 years later that Clement devised the scheme of passing over Ippolito in favor of Alessandro, giving as a reason that he was Lorenzo's son. The 11 years' pontificate of Clement VII, 1523 to 1534, was a troubled time in Europe. The triangular duel which Charles V, Francis I, and Henry VIII carried on lasted for 26 years, never ceasing until Francis and Henry both died in the same year, 1547, and during the first half of this long struggle it was Clement VII who kept this contest alive. The latter, during the whole of his reign as Pope, was employed in prosecuting vast schemes of diplomacy, all with the object of playing off Francis against Charles, to prevent their combining against himself, and of effecting his own designs while pretending to favour each of theirs in turn. Thus, whereas Adrian VI had striven to create peace between them, Clement's whole aim was to inflame their animosities to the utmost. In this he succeeded only too well, and by their unceasing wars large portions of Europe were laid waste, ravaged by ruthless and undisciplined armies, whose track was like that of a pestilence. It is curious to note the sanguine expectations which were formed when Clement VII succeeded to the papal throne, and how strangely they were falsified. It was anticipated that his pontificate would show all that had been best in that of Leo X, while avoiding its defects. Belonging to a family so renowned for their patronage of literary and artistic culture, and being himself fond of art, culture, music, and the conversation of learned men, it was confidently asserted that there would be a restoration of that culture which had been put to flight by his predecessor, while from his sober temperament it was presumable that there would be none of that extravagance and luxury which had marked the reign of Leo X. Lastly, of his great administrative ability there was no doubt. He had ruled Rome well in Leo's day, while at Florence he had, on 2 separate occasions, put an end to dissensions, reorganized the finances, and given general satisfaction in the midst of discordant elements. There appeared, therefore, every ground for the confident expectation entertained that his pontificate would be an unusually satisfactory one. Yet the result was extraordinarily the reverse. The difficulties surrounding him on becoming Pope, and the qualities he possessed for meeting them, are thus described by Trollope. The time was a difficult one for any Pope. But a straight course along an open road would have been less congenial to the talents and temperament of Giulio de' Medici than one where intrigue, craft, and wily policy were necessary, and the situation was one exactly suited to his talents and disposition. calm, moderate, unimpassioned, active, vigilant, astute, with nothing genial, large, or noble about him, but decorous, correct, and eminently respectable, while at bottom thoroughly unscrupulous, it might have been thought that Clement was just the man for the occasion, and that he, if any man, was bound to rise a winner from the slippery game of the politics of the time. Yet the result was such that his pontificate has been called the most disastrous of any pontiff who ever sat on the papal throne. Clement was not long in showing what would be the general character of his policy. Soon after he became pope, the emperor, anxious to bring about that reform of the Church which Adrian VI had not been given time to effect, began to suggest the assembly of a general council. Clement professed entire agreement, but by plausible stipulations contrived to create difficulty after difficulty in the emperor's path, hoping meanwhile that the pressure of war would soon give the latter other matters to attend to. This result soon followed, and during the next 4 years Clement's endeavors to keep the two great rivals at feud were so successful that widespread war swept backwards and forwards in turn over Burgundy, northern France, southern France, Savoy, northern Italy, and southern Italy. Clement at first took the side against Francis, who was beset with difficulties. 3 armies had entered France, a Spanish force advancing into Languedoc, a German one entering France on the northeast, and an English one occupying Picardy. On the other hand, a large French army under Bonnivet had, as already noted, invaded Lombardy. Charles's armies in northern and southern France were repulsed by the French, but in Lombardy, where the imperial army was commanded by Lannoy, Viceroy of Naples, with whom were Pescara and Bourbon, the French suffered serious reverses. All through these wars the Spanish generals were superior to the French. Francis had no good general, and suffered perpetually from the irretrievable loss he had caused himself by having driven from his service Charles, Duke of Bourbon. In 1524 the French army in Lombardy was at length forced by Lannoy to commence a disastrous retreat toward France, and in this retreat was severely defeated at the passage of Sesia, where the Chevalier Bayard, the knight sans peur et sans reproche, who commanded the rear guard of Bonnivet's army, was mortally wounded and died on the field. The imperial army, driving the French before it, advanced into southern France, and laid siege to Marseilles. Francis, as though the ordinary miseries of war were not enough, met this invasion by laying waste the whole of Provence, the garden of southern France, in order that the invading army might be unable to subsist. The entire population of the district was made to move elsewhere. Villages were razed to the ground, cattle driven off, crops destroyed, and the sufferings of the people were almost as great as though they had been the captives of a hostile force. By this measure the imperial army, after heavy losses from disease and starvation, was forced to quit France and retired again into Italy. Clement, who hitherto had encouraged Charles, now began to intrigue with Francis, and in December 1524 concluded a secret treaty with him. Meanwhile Francis, elated by his success in Provence, prepared, against the advice of his ministers and generals, and even of his mother, Louise of Savoy, to invade Lombardy, with a large army under his own command. All the flower of the French nobility flocked to join this expedition. Francis appointed his mother regent of France in his absence, and marched for Italy with the most powerful army which had till then been seen in war. At first Francis was successful. He took Milan, and then proceeded to attack Pavia, defended by the experienced Spanish general Antonio de Leyva. During 3 months Pavia sustained a most rigorous siege, everything known to the engineers of that age being employed to reduce it. Francis added strong reinforcements to his army, bringing up a large body of Swiss troops, and also receiving troops sent to join him by Clement, commanded by Giovanni della Bandinere, now the foremost commander of his time among the Italians. Meanwhile, Lannoy, Pescara, and Bourbon were collecting troops sufficient to oppose the powerful army of Francis, and at length advanced to the relief of Pavia. A great battle was fought outside the walls on the 24th February, 1525, in which the French sustained the most fatal defeat known in those times. The Battle of Pavia is the greatest military event of the 16th century. Francis I, who very nearly lost his life owing to his refusal to surrender to the Duke of Bourbon, was taken prisoner. Nearly the whole of the French nobility were either killed or captured. 10,000 men of the French army were killed and the rest surrendered, and in a fortnight after the battle not a Frenchman remained in Italy except those who were prisoners in Lannoy's hands. It was a crushing defeat for France, whose whole military strength had been collected in this army commanded in person by the king. Lannoy at once sent news of his victory to Charles V, who was in Spain, and shortly afterwards escorted Francis I thither as a prisoner. Clement VII, aghast at the mistake he had made, deserted Francis, and hastened to make a treaty with the Emperor. But it was a hollow affair, and Clement's punishment was only postponed until the Emperor had leisure for it. For one of Clement's pieces of deception at this time, Florence has reason to be glad. After the Battle of Pavia, Clement, in his terror, was anxious to propitiate Federigo Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, one of the Emperor's chief adherents in Italy. Gonzaga expressed a desire to possess the portrait of Leo X, painted by Raphael, which was in the Medici Palace at Florence. Clement promised he should have it, and wrote from Rome, ordering that the picture should be sent to the Marquis of Mantua as soon as a copy of it, which he at the same time directed to be made by Andrea del Sarto, was completed. Andrea del Sarto made so good a copy that no one could tell the difference, and this copy was sent to Mantua, purporting to be the original. Even Giulio Romano, Raphael's own pupil, did not detect the deception until it was pointed out to him, years afterwards, by Vasari. It is impossible to believe that this fraud was carried out without the secret orders of Clement VII. The result, however, is that the original remained in the possession of the Medici, and hangs with that portion of their pictures which now forms the Pitti Gallery in Florence. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1 by G. F. Young. Chapter 15. Giulio, Clement VII. Part 2. In 1526, Francis I, after 13 months' captivity in Spain, obtained his liberty, on condition that he would restore Burgundy, would agree not to attack Milan again, and would reinstate Charles, Duke of Bourbon, in the estates of which the latter had been robbed by Louise of Savoy. Some writers have maintained that the terms were too severe, but, on the contrary, in view of the crushing victory which Charles had won at Pavia, they must be held to be exceedingly moderate. No indemnity was extorted, nor any attempt made to cripple the power of France for the future. Francis I gave his two sons, Francis and Henry, then respectively 10 and 9 years old, as hostages for this agreement. But as soon as he reached France, he repudiated the whole of it, and was absolved therefrom by Clement, who had resolved again to change sides, since Charles was becoming too strong. Clement now formed an alliance, which he called the Holy League, consisting of France, England, and the Pope, with Venice and Florence, to oppose Charles, to relieve Francesco Sforza, besieged in Milan by the imperial army, and to set Francis's sons at liberty. Clement expected that Francis would be the life and soul of this league. But Francis, owing to his defeat and imprisonment, had gone through such a time of distress that his spirit was for a time cowed. He desired tranquillity, and for the first time failed to be roused by the Pope's incitements. He delayed doing anything except to allow certain troops to be engaged for him by Clement in Italy. among them the corps commanded by the latter's relative, Giovanni del Bandanere, for whom Clement was, as usual, anxious to find some fighting to do. The forces assembled by Venice and the Pope were placed under command of the Duke of Urbino, and advanced against the imperial army in Lombardy. But the Duke of Urbino, no great friend of Clement, by losing several opportunities, gave Bourbon time to bring up reinforcements to the imperial army. Bourbon immediately took command of the latter, and very soon captured Milan, and drove the allied forces to retire on Lodi. It was in these operations that Giovanni della Bandanere was killed near Mantua. While these events were taking place in France and Italy, Germany was in a state of turmoil through the conflict on the subject of religion, which had now developed into actual war. To allay these conditions, which weakened Germany at a time when it was especially necessary that she should be strong, Charles assembled the Diet of the Empire at Spire to consider the religious differences, and this meeting of the Diet granted great toleration to Luther's opinions, so much so that the resolutions passed on this occasion came to form a sort of Magna Carta to the Protestant cause. They had a political object. The Turks were now pouring into Hungary, and the Emperor was urgent to oppose them, but could not do so as long as half his territories were torn by these dissensions. He hoped by the settlement at Spire to get the Protestant princes of Germany to march with him against the Turks. It was, however, already too late, and in August the Turks gained a great victory over Hungary at the Battle of Mohacs, in which Louis II, King of Hungary, was killed. Though not evident at the time, we can see now that Clement VII, by his course of action, became himself the chief assistant to the cause of Protestantism. Every time he induced Francis to attack Charles, he made it more difficult for the latter to deal with the rising tide of revolt against the Church taking place in Germany, which needed all Charles's attention, and which he probably would have assuaged, or at all events greatly mitigated, had he not been forced to devote most of his attention to the defense of those parts of the empire attacked by Francis, attacks in most cases instigated or encouraged by Clement. Meanwhile, retribution was being prepared for the latter. The Emperor thought it time to give him a lesson, and punish him for his various tortuous dealings. In September 1526, therefore, the Emperor drew up a manifesto, systematically setting forth the treacherous manner in which the Pope had acted throughout the previous 3 years. He then instructed his agent, Moncada, to stir up the powerful family of the Colonna, who attacked and plundered the Vatican, drove Clement to take refuge in the castle of Sant'Angelo, and there made him, as a condition of his release, agree to renounce the Holy League, to withdraw his troops from Lombardy, and to give hostages for his good faith. But Clement was not to be held firm, even by the giving of hostages. As soon as he was again free, he repudiated his engagements, collected a force, attacked the territory of the Colonna, razed to the ground 14 of their castles and villages, and executed a general massacre of men, women, and children belonging to them, thus filling up the cup of his misdeeds. Then the Emperor, always deliberate, and never relinquishing any purpose which he had once formed, prepared a terrible vengeance. He sent, during November and December, additional troops from Spain to Lannoy, his commander in southern Italy, and from Germany to Bourbon, his commander in northern Italy, Pescara having just died, and ordered Bourbon on their arrival to march upon the Papal States. The imperial army in Italy was composed of all the greatest ruffians from every race in Europe, Spanish and Germans predominating. They had been, for some time, deliberately kept by Charles V without pay, and the state of want to which they were reduced made these troops almost unmanageable except by Bourbon, who, from his many qualities as a general, had a wonderful power over them. Nevertheless, his position was rendered most difficult. Northern Italy, ravaged by these incessant wars, was almost a desert, and could no longer support his troops. To increase his difficulties, there now came to join his army, already in arrears of pay, this addition of 16,000 Lutheran troops from Germany, who had not only been promised their pay on reaching Lombardy and were bent upon plunder, but also came with a fixed determination to execute vengeance upon the Pope, to whose faithlessness they attributed all the woes of Christendom. To his charge were laid the long continuance of war throughout Europe, the defeats sustained from the Turks, even their own present state of privation, and they openly announced their intention of marching to Rome and hanging the Pope. Their commander, Frundsberg, ostentatiously carried with him a silken rope for this especial purpose. In January 1527, Bourbon made over the government of Milan to Antonio de Leyva, and set his army in motion southwards. On reaching Bologna, where he halted for a short time during February, a mutiny of his troops, who were now in the greatest destitution, was only pacified by his promising to march upon Rome. Clement, threatened by Bourbon from the north and Lannoy from the south, and terrified to find the same storm coming upon himself which he had brought upon so many others, sent urgent appeals to Francis to deliver him. But Francis had not yet recovered from the blow to his spirit caused by his own defeat and captivity, while he himself had certain scores to pay off upon Clement, and he made no effort to prevent matters from taking their course. Bourbon's unruly horde continued, therefore, to move slowly forwards, while Clement clamored for aid in every direction, and even offered 100,000 ducats if this would appease the Lutheran troops. But the latter were obdurate. Clement made overtures to Lannoy, who came, bringing the above sum of money to Bourbon, but more than twice that amount was due for the arrears of pay alone, and Lannoy dared not approach the camp, as the Lutheran troops, bent upon personal vengeance on the Pope, would not hear of any truce, and threatened to kill even Lannoy himself if he interfered with them, while Frundsberg, their own immediate commander, was just at this time struck down by apoplexy. They were determined to hang the Pope and sack Rome, would obey no other general than Bourbon, and would not obey even him unless he led them towards Rome. So while Clement, now in the greatest terror, offered every possible and impossible concession to any who would come to his assistance, the resistless torrent rolled steadily on through the valleys of Romagna and Umbria, Bourbon subsisting his hungry and ferocious troops on the country passed through, whose inhabitants had sore reason to curse Clement for bringing this terrible visitation upon them. On the evening of the 5th May, the army encamped outside Rome, and the troops at last feasted their eyes on its palaces, and promised themselves, as the reward of all their hardships, the plunder of the papal city. Next morning Bourbon, the ferocious Bourbon, as his enemies called him, fastening upon himself the chief characteristic of the miserable material given him to command, whom his many misfortunes had made tired of life, drew up his army for the attack. He led the assault himself, ascended the first ladder placed against the walls, and fell, mortally wounded, as his victorious troops gained the city, his last act being to have himself covered with a cloak, that his soldiers might not be discouraged by seeing his condition. 6th May, 1527. Then followed the terrible sack of Rome. As the imperial army burst into the city, Clement took refuge in the castle of Sant'Angelo, while his troops were being pursued by enemies who gave no quarter, and who were doubly enraged by the death of their adored commander. And Clement was now able to see some of the results of his crafty policy and double dealing. The pandemonium which followed is indescribable. The Lutheran troops took pleasure in destroying and defiling all that the Catholic world had revered. Robertson says, "It is impossible to describe or even imagine the misery and horror of the scene that followed. Whatever a city taken by storm can dread from military rage unrestrained by discipline, whatever excesses the ferocity of the Germans, the avarice of the Flemings, or the licentiousness of the Spaniards could commit, these wretched inhabitants of Rome were obliged to suffer. Churches, palaces, and houses were plundered without distinction. No age or character was exempt from injury. Cardinals, nobles, priests, matrons, virgins, were all the prey of the soldiers, and at the mercy of men deaf to the voice of humanity. Nor did these outrages cease, as is usual in towns carried by assault, when the first fury of the storm was over. The imperial army, unable to be controlled by any general now Bourbon was dead, kept possession of the city for many months, and during all that time the brutality of the soldiers continued. Their booty in ready money alone amounted to 1,000,000 ducats. What they raised by ransoms and exactions far exceeded that sum. Rome, though taken various times by the northern nations in the 5th and 6th centuries, was never treated with so much cruelty by the barbarous and heathen Huns, Vandals, or Goths as now by this terrible foe. While these scenes were being enacted, Clement, the author of all this, was a close prisoner in the castle of Sant'Angelo, besieged by those troops who, as he well knew, had often sworn to hang him, and were now uncontrolled by the only general who had had any power over them. On Bourbon's death, the command devolved upon Philibert, Prince of Orange, but the troops made no pretense of obeying him, and it was with difficulty that he could even persuade some of them to desist from plunder and invest the castle of Sant'Angelo. The Duke of Urbino advanced with an army consisting of Venetians, Florentines, and Swiss, in the pay of Francis I, strong enough to have overpowered the army of the Prince of Orange. But the Duke of Urbino had an old score to pay off against Clement, since the time when the latter had helped to rob him of his duchy. So to tantalize him by raising false hopes in his mind, he merely brought his army near enough for Clement to see it, and then marched away, leaving him surrounded by the furious enemies who thirsted for his blood. The emperor courteously expressed sorrow at the pope's misfortune, but the imperial army remained where it was. Nor, in fact, could any power have removed it, for the troops found Rome exceedingly pleasant quarters, and had not the slightest intention of obeying any order to quit the city, so long as anything remained to eat or to plunder. Clement continued besieged by them in the castle of Sant'Angelo for 7 months, and his action when, reduced to great straits, he bade Cellini, who was with him there, to melt down his tiara, was symbolical of the position to which he had brought himself. At length he contrived to escape, disguised as a peddler, and fled in miserable plight, and with only one attendant, to Orvieto, where he arrived in a most forlorn state, destitute of everything. A disastrous conclusion to 4 years of tortuous scheming. 8th December, 1527. The imperial army remained firmly planted in Rome, and seemed likely to take root there for good. Lannoy succeeded the Prince of Orange in command, but died of the plague. All the splendor of the Rome of Leo X was destroyed, and when, after 9 months' occupation, the army, utterly demoralized by its long debauch, was driven out of the city by the plague, they left it a ruined and desolate waste. Meanwhile, as soon as the news arrived of Pope Clement's disaster, and of his being besieged in the castle of Sant'Angelo, Florence, seeing now an opportunity of throwing off the yoke which he had long been craftily but steadily tightening upon her, revolted from his authority, and for the 3rd time banished the Medici family. 19th May, 1527. At the same time, Venice, taking advantage of the opportunity, seized Ravenna and other places in the States of the Church, and the Dukes of Ferrara and Urbino resumed possession of those territories of which the papacy had deprived them. At this juncture also, Henry VIII of England began to press Clement to grant him a divorce from his queen, Catherine of Aragon, the aunt of Charles V. But Clement was truly not just then in a position to offend Charles further, or to give attention to such matters. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 16. Clarice de' Medici. Clarice Strozzi, born 1493, married 1508, died 1528. Clarice, the second of the two children of Pietro the Unfortunate, and sister of Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, was far more capable than either her father, mother, or brother. Her uncle Leo X used to say that it would have been well for the family if Clarice had been the man and her brother Lorenzo the woman. She had a high spirit and a strong intelligence, and frequently saved her husband from disaster by her courage and ability. Her very interesting portrait, taken when she was about 17, shows a fine, strong, intellectual face, fully in keeping with the character she afterwards displayed. Clarice's life exemplified the vicissitudes of the Medici fortunes, for during her comparatively short life the family were twice in the highest prosperity and twice in the deepest adversity. Born in the Medici palace when her family was at the height of the splendor to which it had been brought by her grandfather, Lorenzo the Magnificent, she was, when a year old, carried away from Florence, when her parents were exiled, and the whole of her girlhood was passed in the nomadic existence entailed on her family by that exile. Her father died when she was 10 years old, and when she was 15 her mother, Alfonsina, gave her in marriage to Filippo Strozzi, head of the Strozzi family, and a man of much influence both at Florence and at the papal court. Although her husband was fined and banished for this marriage with her, he was suffered to return to Florence about a year later, bringing his young bride with him. Then, when Clarice was 19, came the return of the Medici to Florence, and her uncle Giuliano became ruler of the state, and in the following year that rule passed to her brother Lorenzo. Clarice was the first mistress of the handsome Strozzi Palace in the Via Tornabuoni, which, begun 20 years before, was first occupied when in 1510 she and her husband were allowed to return to Florence, though it was not finally completed until 1536. In 1513 her uncle Giovanni became pope, and being a favourite with him, Clarice was often in Rome during the years of his pontificate. In 1519, when she was 26, her brother Lorenzo died, and her distant relative, Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, whom she cordially detested, came to administer Florentine affairs. And when, in 1523, he became pope, Clarice had opportunities of seeing the gradual working of his policy as regards Florence, and the change of feeling towards her family which it produced. We hear of her again in Rome in 1524, where for some time she resided, taking charge of her brother Lorenzo's only child, Catherine, then 5 years old. But in 1525, affairs in Rome, after the Battle of Pavia, becoming unsettled, Clarice returned to Florence, where she had the mortification of seeing that palace, which was associated, in her mind, with all the glory of her family, occupied by the two illegitimate scions of the family, Ippolito and Alessandro, and their guardian, Cardinal Passerini, Pope Clement's representative. In the following year, Clarice, by her boldness and resource, saved her husband's life, not the only occasion of the kind during her life. When in September 1526 the Colonna forced Clement to give hostages as a guarantee of his good faith, the latter gave as a hostage his friend Filippo Strozzi, who was then in Rome, and when Clement broke his agreement and committed his atrocious attack on the Colonna, Strozzi's life was in the greatest danger. Clarice, who had remained in Florence much out of health, as soon as she heard this news, got into her litter, travelled with all speed to Rome, where she declared that Filippo had been basely and foully sent like an innocent lamb to the slaughter, and by her energetic action on arrival there eventually obtained her husband's liberty. Early in 1527 the storm which he had provoked burst upon Clement. He was besieged in the castle of Sant'Angelo. Florence rose in revolt against the thraldom which had been gradually imposed upon her ever since he had become the ruling spirit of the family, and for the third time in their history the Medici were banished. On this occasion, Clarice gave full evidence of her strength of character and lofty spirit. Filippo, her husband, unable to decide which side to take, remained shut close in his palace, full of doubt and uncertainty. No such feelings oppressed his high-spirited wife. Clarice, justly hating Clement VII., was not at all displeased at seeing him brought to disgrace and disaster. The more pride she took in her ancestors, the more wrath she felt at the course being pursued by the existing head of the family, and she eagerly seized the opportunity of dealing a blow at his plans which might be a decisive one. She first advised her irresolute husband to stick to the side of the Republic, advice which he eventually took. Then sallying forth to the Medici palace, the home of her ancestors, now tenanted by those whom she considered only half Medici, unworthy to be the bearers of that once honored name, she proceeded to eject them in the following fashion. The scene in the Medici palace on that 19th May 1527, and Clarice's part therein, is thus vividly described by Trollope. In the Medici palace, after the news had come of the terrible sack of Rome, and that Pope Clement had fled and was closely besieged in the castle of Sant'Angelo, and while in the Palazzo della Signoria the Great Council, hastily assembled, and still only half determined to take the decisive step, discussed a revolution, sat the Cardinal Passerini with his 3 young charges, awaiting the decision of the council, dismayed and irresolute, while the whole length of the Via Larga outside presented to one looking on it from the Medicean palace a threatening billowy sea of heads. To them thus sitting, trembling and perplexed, entered the haughty and intrepid Clarice, bent on bringing them to a very speedy resolution. Clarice hated her relative Clement, and burnt with indignation at seeing the illegitimate Ippolito and Alessandro made inheritors of her family's honours and preeminence. Entering the room with haughty step and flashing eye, full of indignation, and raising her voice so loud that it was even heard by those in the street outside, she bitterly taunted the trembling cardinal at having brought his own and his master's affairs to such a pass, contrasting how differently things were managed by my ancestors who were true Medici, and who with benevolence and gentleness gained the loyalty of the Florentines, and so found them constant in adversity. But you, turning to Ippolito and Alessandro, who by your conduct have betrayed the secret of your birth, and convinced the world that you are not of the blood of the Medici, and not you alone, but Clement also, unworthy and wrongfully Pope, and now most rightfully prisoner in Sant'Angelo, why are you surprised that all are this day against you? Now, therefore, depart from a house to which you have no claim, and from a city which has no affection for you. For in this evil hour the family honour depends on me." And this forceful lady wound up her harangue by sarcastically informing them that the Medici palace was not built in order to be a stable for mules. And promptly depart they did. As an old chronicler commenting on this episode naively remarks, "The Lady Clarice had great power of tongue." But apart from all questions of her power of tongue, there is no doubt that Clarice was abundantly right. She saw plainly Clement's scheme, and how he was, step by step, carrying it out. She saw how, as a result, the whole temper of the people of Florence was changing towards her family. She knew what a tool her brother Lorenzo had been made in his hands. Except for a girl of 8 years old, she was herself the last legitimate representative of a line of ancestors who had been actuated by far different aims. And she was enraged at seeing a policy so destructive to the honour of her house being pursued by one who, illegitimate himself, was scheming to make a second illegitimate scion of the family continue the same policy. And the speech which Leo X had uttered concerning her was, had he known it, a prophetic one. for had she been in her brother's place, Clement would have found in her a formidable antagonist. She would have found means to make the course upon which he had embarked, and which after her death produced the destruction of the Republic, an impossible one, and the family honor would not have been dragged in the dust by an action which has been the cause of all the condemnation bestowed upon their name. By her conduct on this occasion, conduct apparently impelled by a determination to maintain the honor of her family by showing the Florentines that the true Medici had neither part nor lot with Clement and his scheme for the enslavement of Florence, Clarice forced the hesitating Signoria over the Rubicon, for by this expulsion of Ippolito and Alessandro, with the Pope's representative, the die was cast, and it meant war to the knife with Clement. And Clarice's bold endeavor to defend that honor of her family which she had truly said depended only on her, was in its own sphere not unworthy to be set beside Piero Capponi's action in that same room 33 years before, when he boldly spoke for the liberty of Florence against Charles VIII. Clarice's character is a fine one. In every act of her life she showed herself a worthy descendant of those Medici who had gone before, and of whom she was so proud, and in this, the last recorded episode of her life, she showed it most. She died in the following year, on the 3rd May 1528, at the age of 35, while the Republic was still in full power, and while her husband was keeping away from Florence, and endeavoring to remain friends both with the Republic and the Pope. She died at their lovely villa of Le Selve, on the heights overlooking the valley of the Arno near Signa, and is buried in the Strozzi Chapel in Santa Maria Novella, Florence. She had 10 children, 7 sons and 3 daughters. In his life of his brother Filippo, her brother-in-law, Lorenzo Strozzi, says that at her death her husband cordially lamented her and afflicted himself much, and Filippo Strozzi in his will provided for a monument to be erected to her memory, seeing that Clarice, my wife, deserves by her virtues to be honored by me. And certainly Filippo Strozzi had every reason to honor one who was a most true, faithful, and able helpmeet to him, who throughout her life identified herself completely with his interests and plans, and took by far the larger share of the burden, and who not only worthily upheld the name of Medici, but also brought credit upon that of Strozzi. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 17. Giulio, Clement VII. Born 1478. Pope 1523 to 1534. Died 1534. 2. The last 7 years of his pontificate. That Florence should revolt from him, and for a 3rd time banish his family, is said to have been more intolerable to Clement VII than even the sack of Rome and all his other misfortunes. It was a severe blow to his long-cherished scheme. To his former plans there was now added the desire for vengeance. Meanwhile Florence was jubilant. She had reasserted her independence, and had good grounds for hoping to maintain it. Stronger as a state than Rome, the only thing she had to fear was the Pope's gaining allies, and in the condition to which Clement had brought his affairs, this seemed highly improbable. The Emperor's animosity had been thoroughly roused, and he and the Pope seemed now too hopelessly estranged to be ever likely to reunite. Francis I was Florence's ally, and besides this had, in his contest with Charles, other work for his troops than to employ them on Clement's behalf in the latter's private quarrel with Florence. Henry VIII was also Florence's ally, and incensed against Clement for his evasive replies in the matter of his divorce. Genoa, Venice, and Ferrara were all allied with Florence, while the smaller states were nearly all at enmity with Clement for one cause or another. Lastly, he himself was a fugitive, plundered of everything, and in a destitute condition. But the Florentines, notwithstanding their long knowledge of him who has been called the master of craft, had not fathomed the capabilities of that fertile brain for finding a way even through such a tangled web as this. Clement's main difficulty was that, while he could not hope to regain power over Florence without the hope of one or other of the two great antagonists, if he obtained the assistance of one, the other would at once take the opposite side, and so neutralize matters. How to avoid this, therefore, became a problem to the solution of which he turned all his mental powers. First, however, he had to make his peace with Charles, and get the Emperor's Spanish, Flemish, and German bulldogs, which had been so ruthlessly let loose upon him, made to let go from his throat. As the price of this release, Charles imposed upon him the most humiliating terms, including the surrender of a large part of the papal territories and the payment of a heavy fine, to all of which Clement had to submit. In February 1527, soon after Clement reached Orvieto, Francis again declared war against Charles. Henry sided with Francis, hoping thereby to secure the latter's influence with the Pope in the matter of his divorce. For Clement, now completely in the power of Charles, was secretly intriguing with Francis, and urging on this war, in the hope that it would liberate him from this state of bondage. With France and England, the other allies against Charles were Venice, Genoa, Florence, and Ferrara. Florence made a fatal mistake in the side she took in this war. Before it began, the Emperor offered, if she would side with him against Francis, to secure her against the Pope, and Niccolo Capponi, who was Gonfaloniere, exerted all his influence to induce his countrymen to accept this offer, foreseeing that the Pope would eventually contrive to patch up matters with the Emperor, and that whenever this occurred, Francis would prove a broken reed. But the Florentines insisted on clinging to the French alliance, and 3 years later had bitter reason to repent their mistake. As before, Italy was the principal battlefield. A French army under de Lautrec advanced against Charles's dominions in northern Italy. A second army, assisted by the Genoese fleet, attacked his kingdom of Naples, and for the next year and a half war raged throughout Italy. In October 1528, Clement, who had moved in June from Orvieto to Viterbo, was at last able to return to Rome. He was horror-stricken on seeing its condition, finding it ruined, half burnt, and the population diminished by one half. Meanwhile matters were going against the French. They lost the valuable alliance of Genoa. A few months afterwards, the whole French army in southern Italy had to capitulate. And lastly, their army in northern Italy suffered a severe defeat from Antonio de Leyva. Exhausted by so many reverses, Francis was inclined to make peace, and to this end discussions regarding a treaty between the two antagonists went on for months at Cambrai, between Louise of Savoy on the part of Francis and Margaret of Austria on the part of Charles. The above position of affairs caused Clement to consider that the time was ripe for carrying out a great scheme, the details of which he had been elaborating for many months. Seldom, surely, has such vast machinery been set in motion to attain such a petty object. Europe was now to see the politics of France, England, Spain, Germany, and Italy all manipulated, in order that Clement might compass his aim of regaining power over Florence and exalting a scion of his family to be despot over it. Accordingly, in June 1529, while the endless discussions between Louise and Margaret were still continuing at Cambrai, Clement proceeded to Spain, where Charles then was, and laid before him certain proposals for their combined action. The result of this was a secret compact, concluded between Charles and himself at Barcelona towards the end of June, which soon had important results to all the countries then at war. though the arrangements made between Charles and Clement in this dubious plot were not allowed to transpire for some little time, but became apparent by degrees in the terms of the Treaty of Cambrai, and in Charles's proceedings in Italy a few months later. This compact was followed in August 1529 by the conclusion of the Treaty of Cambrai between Francis and Charles, in which Francis agreed to abandon his allies, England, Venice, Ferrara, and Florence, to pay a ransom for his sons, to withdraw his troops from all Charles's territories, and to renounce all interference in the future with affairs in Italy. The last item was the principal one, and was that which Clement had employed all his art to secure. Simultaneously with this treaty between Francis and Charles, Clement gave Henry some encouragement in the matter of his divorce, and the latter, anxious to obtain this, offered no remonstrance against the abandonment of the other allies by Francis, and himself followed the same course. This left of the original allies against Charles only Venice, Ferrara, and Florence, deserted by the rest. The above treaty, combined with the thraldom in which he held the Pope, made Charles complete master of Italy. He now proceeded for the first time to that country, where his armies had been fighting for nearly 8 years, almost uninterruptedly, to settle its affairs and to carry out the remaining provisions of the secret compact which had been made between himself and Clement. Reaching Genoa at the end of August, he proceeded to Milan, where he reinstated Francesco Sforza as duke and dictated terms of peace to Venice and Ferrara. In accordance with the secret compact at Barcelona, Charles treated Venice and Ferrara leniently, and only required from them the restitution to the Pope of the territories they had seized from him in 1527. This left Florence alone, bereft of all her allies. Genoa, France, England, Venice, and Ferrara had one by one been separated from her. Nor was Florence given any opportunity of making her peace with the Emperor in the same way as Venice and Ferrara had done, for this would have prevented that destruction of her republic which was the object of all these manoeuvres on Clement's part. Moreover, another item in the Barcelona compact now transpired, for, as the price of his submission on all other points, Clement had stipulated that the imperial army should be lent to him to enable him to crush Florence, to which Charles had agreed, on Clement's pointing out that the eventual result would be to the Emperor's own advantage, since, instead of a turbulent republic, there would be substituted a ruler who would be a vassal of the Emperor. Thus had Clement, in a course of 2 years' intricate diplomacy, gradually got the bundle of sticks separated, and also obtained the assistance against Florence of Charles's army, for which Clement agreed to pay, while Francis, under the terms of the Treaty of Cambrai, was debarred from interfering. The sum total was a triumph of that kind of diplomacy in which Clement delighted, and in which he excelled. Accordingly, in the end of September 1529, the imperial army was ordered to march upon Florence, and in December, while the siege of Florence was proceeding, Clement and Charles met again, this time at Bologna, to perfect these arrangements, to add certain other clauses to the contract between them, and for Charles to be crowned by Clement with the imperial crown. This coronation took place on the 24th February 1530, and in April Clement returned to Rome, having, in the further clauses to their compact added at Bologna, set on foot arrangements concerning a private and domestic scheme which he was elaborating as regards his own family. He had by this time determined to supplant Ippolito by Alessandro, and to give the rule of Florence, whenever that state should be subdued, to the latter. But he kept this carefully concealed from all except the Emperor until the time should come, and until he should find means to dispose of Ippolito in some manner which should prevent him from interfering with this plan. The terms of the secret compact to which Clement had induced Charles to agree at Barcelona, and which was thus finally completed between them at Bologna, were such as fully showed Clement's unscrupulous character, while in them we see that scheme at last taking shape upon which he had been for so many years bent as regards Florence, and which 2 years before had seemed as though it would have to be abandoned. The principal terms were: 1. That on Florence, being isolated from her allies by the arrangements settled upon as regarded France, England, Venice, and Ferrara, the imperial army should be lent to Clement, with which to attack and subdue her. 2. That the independence of Florence should be abolished. 3. That Alessandro, called by Clement the son of Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, should be invested by the Emperor with the rule of Florence, holding that state as the Emperor's vassal. And 4. That Margaret, a daughter of the Emperor, then 9 years old, should be married to Alessandro as soon as she should be old enough. But the third and fourth articles were not allowed to transpire until more than a year later, Clement having private reasons for keeping them secret for the present. It may be imagined with what indignation the Florentines heard of this resolution to extinguish their beloved republic, and with what determination they prepared to fight to the death against it. Regarding this whole matter, Ranke's comment is as follows: "With astonishment did men behold him, Clement, after so many indignities, again connect himself with the Emperor. He so completely changed his policy that the very army by which the horrors of the sack of Rome had been perpetrated before his eyes, and himself held so long a captive, he now called to his assistance, and launched upon his native city." Nevertheless, Florence did not lose heart, though opposed to the united power of the Pope and Emperor. Her field army was placed under Francesco Ferrucci, other troops being enrolled to form the garrison of the city. All round the walls of the city a space 1 mile wide was ruthlessly cleared, so as to afford no cover to the enemy, every tree, including those of vineyards and fruit gardens, being cut down, and every building, including even churches, being demolished, and notwithstanding the fact that some of these suburbs were almost like towns. The Venetian ambassador, Carlo Capello, writing to his government, comments on the widespread ruin thus caused, the many beautiful villas that had been burnt by their owners, and the greatness of mind displayed by the general willingness to suffer all these losses for the sake of liberty. One exception only was made, viz. The monastery of San Salvi, on account of Andrea del Sarto's fresco of the Last Supper, which art-loving Florence had not the heart to destroy. On the 14th October 1529, the imperial army, commanded by the Prince of Orange, appeared before Florence and occupied all the high ground on the southern side, at a distance of about a mile from the walls, from near Rusciano on the east, round to Monte Oliveto on the west, while another equally large force occupied the country on the northern side of the city. Before the investment was complete, Florence sent an embassy to Clement, in Rome, to appeal to his mercy, but they met only with a cold refusal. Yet the troops whom he had gathered round Florence were the ferocious ruffians of many nationalities whom Bourbon had commanded, and Clement had hired them with 80,000 florins and the promise of the plunder of Florence, while we are told that even before this army left Lombardy the soldiers' usual oath had become, "by the glorious sack of Florence." There was therefore no doubt as to what was the fate in store for Florence if this enemy got within her walls. Florence's struggle in defense of her independence was worthy of her former history. She defended herself for 10 months against all that the imperial army could do, and at one time it looked as though she would win. Michelangelo laid aside his chisel and became his country's principal engineer, in particular designing all the defences around San Miniato, the principal point of attack. Francesco Carducci was the gonfaloniere, and although he had not the ability of his predecessor, Niccolò Capponi, he was a worthy and patriotic head of the government. But the chief hero of the defence is Florence's noble general, Francesco Ferrucci, who well deserved the niche in Florence's temple of fame which he has gained. Keeping the field, and holding the neighbouring town of Empoli, he managed steadily to pour in thence supplies into Florence, again and again defeating the imperial detachments with his numerically inferior forces, and hampering the Prince of Orange by the knowledge that there was an army in the field on his flank. And so well did he maintain his country's cause that it became at length evident that the imperial army would never take Florence so long as Ferrucci remained unconquered. It would have been well for Florence if her forces within the city had been commanded by a man of like character. But here she had made the fatal mistake of employing a foreigner, Malatesta Baglioni, one of that blood-stained family who had previously ruled Perugia, and this caused her defeat. He was a traitor from the very first, and had sold the cause he was engaged to defend. Gino Capponi states that before the siege began, Baglioni received from the Pope a written document promising him the lordship of Perugia, confirming any terms which he might make with the Prince of Orange, and conveying absolution for all crimes which he might commit during the siege of Florence. Nevertheless, though the garrison was so badly commanded, the imperial army failed to gain any success. In the sorties and skirmishes which took place almost daily, and were fought with great ferocity, the Florentines nearly always prevailed, and in December a well-arranged sortie of 3,000 men under Stefano Colonna was so successful that the besieging army would probably have been routed, had it not been for the treachery of Baglioni, who sounded the retreat when Colonna's force was carrying all before them. Month after month the struggle continued, and by degrees one after another of Florence's subject towns were captured: Volterra, Pistoia, Prato, Lastra, San Miniato al Tedesco, and others being successively taken by the imperial army. But these losses did not daunt Ferrucci, who harassed the enemy continually, and even recaptured Volterra and San Miniato al Tedesco. At length, in July 1530, the Prince of Orange, seeing that if he was ever to take Florence it was imperative first to defeat Ferrucci, desired to attack him with the greater part of his army, leaving only a weak force round the city. But he feared lest in his absence the garrison should sally out and defeat the force thus left behind. Baglioni, however, enabled him to effect his object, and to attack Ferrucci with an overwhelming force, by engaging not to make any such sortie during the prince's absence. Thus assured, the latter marched away with a force more than double the strength of that commanded by Ferrucci, and attacked him. The battle between them decided the fate of Florence. It was fought at Gavinana, in the mountains above Pistoia, on the 3rd August, 1530. After a severely contested battle, the imperial army won, chiefly because their brave opponents were nearly all destroyed. The two commanders, the Prince of Orange and Francesco Ferrucci, were both killed. Thereupon Florence surrendered, on condition, agreed to on Clement's part, that the ancient constitution should be preserved and the city ruled by the Signoria, but subject to the Emperor as the supreme power in Italy, Florence agreeing to pay an indemnity of 80,000 florins, while the Pope agreed to treat his countrymen with affection and clemency, as he had always done. Nevertheless, as soon as the city was in possession of the Pope, these terms were entirely ignored. Francesco Carducci, the brave head of the government during the siege, Niccolò de Lapi, Fra Benedetto da Foiano, a monk who during the siege had encouraged the citizens by his sermons, and many others, Iriart states to the number of 1,000, were put to death, while many of the leading citizens were imprisoned. The abolition of the Republic and the installation of Alessandro as Duke, Clement thought, even in the beaten condition of the Florentines, would be more safely carried out by successive steps. So for a time he caused the government to be carried on by his representative, Baccio Valori, the Signoria being allowed to continue, but all power being vested in Valori, who lived in the Palazzo della Signoria, surrounded by a strong body of the imperial troops. After this arrangement had lasted 10 months, Clement took the second step, by sending Alessandro from Rome to take Valori's place. He arrived on the 5th July, 1531, and took up his abode in the Medici palace. But before the final step of declaring the Republic abolished and proclaiming Alessandro sole master of Florence could be ventured upon, a fortress was necessary to contain the troops to support this despotism. Accordingly, for the present, Alessandro was only called head of the Republic, while arrangements were made for rapidly building a strong fortress, the present Fortezza da Basso, at the center of the northern wall of the city. Clement VII's ancestors are often accused of despotism, but they had no need of a fortress. Now, however, that a despotism is in reality about to be set up, a fortress to support it is felt to be a sine qua non, so much so that the proclamation of that despotic rule is even delayed until the fortress is ready. As soon as the latter was sufficiently completed to be occupied by the troops lent by the Emperor to support Alessandro's authority, the third and final step was taken, and on the 1st May, 1532, Alessandro summoned the members of the Signoria to the Medici palace, and read out to them the Emperor's order that the Signoria was abolished, the Republic ended, and he himself to be sole ruler of Florence. At the same time, a similar proclamation was made from the Ringhiera, in front of the Palazzo della Signoria, the name of which was henceforth changed to Palazzo Vecchio. Alessandro also caused the great bell, La Vacca, which hung in the tower of the Palazzo Vecchio, and had summoned so many generations of Florentines to proclaim their will, to be thrown down and broken to pieces. The bell of the council, says Davanzati in his contemporary diary, was taken from us, in order that we should no more hear the sweet sound of liberty. Thus had Clement at last effected the completion of that project which he had assiduously pursued during 20 years. The further development of converting the ducal coronet into a crown was still unattained, but only one step more remained to reach it. The city, held in subjection by foreign troops, groaned in silence, but rage burnt under the surface at the manner in which its conquest had been effected, at the deliberate breach of the conditions under which it had surrendered, and at the odious tyranny to which it now found itself subjected. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Medici, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici, Volume 1, by G. F. Young. Chapter 17. Giulio, Clement VII, Part 2. Michelangelo, when the city surrendered, fled for his life, and remained for some time in hiding. But his talents were too valuable to be lost, and Clement wanted him for the completion of the family monuments in the new sacristy, planned in the time of Leo X. So he was pardoned, and given orders to proceed with the work. It may be imagined with what feelings he returned to the execution of such a task in the midst of the daily humiliations of Alessandro's rule. What memories of a bygone, very different state of things in the happy days of his youth under Lorenzo the Magnificent, and what despair at the present degradation of Florence oppressed his soul as he labored at these monuments, may be seen in his work. And there is no ground for the uncertainty which some have expressed as to what ideas Michelangelo meant to convey in these statues of day and night, evening and dawn, when they are studied in conjunction with the contemporary history and his own words. Footnote. Michelangelo, referring to the statue of Night, wrote, "Ah, glad I am to sleep in stone, while wrong and dire disgrace rage unreproved near. A happy chance to neither see nor hear. Oh, then wake me not. Hush, whisper low." End footnote. The The great sculptor worked at the task given him full of the bitterest feelings at the ruin of his country, at the wrong which had been done to her, and at the dire disgrace of such a rule as that of Alessandro, and the statues refer to the day which once had been, and the dark night which had now settled down upon Florence, one regarding which he despaired of any dawn. Michelangelo left these monuments unfinished, not on account of any artistic reason, as some have fancied, but because on Clement's death in 1534, before they were completed, he precipitately fled from Florence, being in fear of the tyrant Alessandro's hate when once the Pope was dead. Germany. By the year 1530, Charles V had triumphed in every direction. Spain was reduced to subjection. On France had been inflicted the greatest defeat of the century. All temporal power had been taken from the Pope. Throughout Italy, Charles's supremacy was complete, while his brother Ferdinand had gained the crowns of both Hungary and Bohemia. But in Germany the contest about religion threatened to produce serious civil war. In 1530 Charles assembled the Diet of the Empire at Augsburg to endeavor to find means of healing the breach, and at this assembly Melanchthon put forward a creed which became a rallying point for the Lutheran party, now for the first time called Protestant. Every effort was made to find terms of agreement between the rival parties in this assembly, and at one time Charles hoped this had been effected. But the Protestants would yield nothing from their side, and after much discussion they were outvoted, and the Diet passed a decree severely condemning their opinions. As a consequence, the Protestant princes of Germany, secretly assisted by both Francis and Henry in order to embarrass the Emperor, formed for their mutual defence the League of Smalkalden. But the Turkish invasion of Hungary had now assumed formidable proportions, and to meet it Charles, after great efforts, managed at the Diet of Ratisbon in July 1532 to arrange a truce on the religious question, whereupon the Protestant princes agreed to march with him against the Turks. Accordingly, in August 1532, Charles led a large army against Suleiman, the Turkish Sultan, who, overawed by this great display of force, retreated precipitately without risking a battle, and evacuated Hungary and Croatia. Having thus rescued Hungary, the Emperor returned thence, and passed through Italy on his way to Spain. He had no intention of going to Rome, and ordered Clement to meet him at Bologna, regardless of the rough and difficult journey in which this would involve the Pope, who dared not go by the main road which passed through Florence. They met at Bologna in December 1532, when a second conference between them took place. At this meeting Clement was made to feel more than ever the galling yoke of his bondage to Charles. The latter knew that during his absence in Hungary Clement had been again making overtures to Francis, and intended to put a stop to all such procedure on his part. As a counterpoise, however, Clement had prepared a scheme for the Emperor's discomfiture. While the compact which he had secretly formed with Francis, and which included specific proposals for an attack on Milan, did not prevent Clement's forming, at this meeting, an agreement with Charles to oppose Francis, should the latter again endeavor to take Milan. England. For nearly 6 years, Clement had, by various artifices, been keeping Henry VIII at bay over the question of the divorce which he desired from his queen, Catherine of Aragon, the sister of Charles's mother, Joanna. Clement, in his position with regard to Charles, desired to retain the valuable aid of Henry as long as possible. At the same time, if forced to choose between the two, it was Charles whom he least dared to offend. And as the latter's power over him grew every year stronger, it became more and more certain that Clement would soon be forced to make that choice, and to break with Henry, however much he desired to avoid it. At last, in 1532, Henry would wait no longer. He first tried to force Clement to his will by making the English Parliament pass an act abolishing the payment of first fruits to the Pope. power being left in the king's hand to suspend the act until it should be seen whether the Pope should meet his wishes. As this failed to produce the desired effect, Henry then endeavored to force Clement to a decision between himself and Charles by forming an alliance with Francis against the emperor. Charles's retort was the meeting to which he summoned Clement at Bologna in December 1532, at which he showed the Pope, with great plainness, that he must not dare to offend him, and must throw over Henry and refuse to agree to the divorce. But the more Charles made Clement feel his bondage to him, the more disinclined was the latter to lose any friendship which might sooner or later prove a help to him to get free from this yoke. Therefore, in secret, he still did not despair of contriving by some means to avoid an absolute rupture with Henry. On the 25th January, 1533, Henry was secretly married to Anne Boleyn. In February, Clement, ignorant of this marriage, granted at Henry's request a bull, making Thomas Cranmer Archbishop of Canterbury. In May, the question of whether or not Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon had been illegal was tried in the Archbishop's court, and on the 23rd May both houses of convocation, several foreign universities, and many of the leading canonists of the day having given the opinion that that marriage was void from the first, the Archbishop, acting with other bishops, annulled it, and 3 days later confirmed that with Anne Boleyn. But even this did not cause Clement as yet to break with Henry. Francis was Henry's close ally, and Clement hoped to obtain Francis's influence with Henry to persuade him against a breach with the Pope. Therefore, though Clement expostulated and threatened, the final thunderbolt of an excommunication was held in abeyance for more than a year, Clement hoping by persuasion to induce Henry to take back his wife, when his fickle nature had had time to grow tired of Anne Boleyn. Although Clement had succeeded in his scheme as regards Florence, he did not find his own position improved. The emperor still held him bound in fetters which were stronger than ever since Francis had been shut out from interfering in the affairs of Italy. And while thus cut off from gaining assistance from Francis, Clement felt that he was now being forced by Charles to break with Henry also, when he would become more than ever the emperor's bondslave. Clement therefore now executed his great and final coup. During the latter end of 1532 he managed secretly to arrange a compact with Francis, which would bind the latter to him by an actual matrimonial alliance. This was nothing less than that the heiress of the Medici family, Catherine, now 14, should be married to Francis's second son, Henry, Duke of Orleans, now about 16. The bait by which Clement won over Francis to this proposal was not only the enormous dower which Catherine would bring with her, but also an agreement on Clement's part to assist the French king to retake Milan. Having secretly settled this with Francis, Clement proceeded in December 1532 to the meeting with Charles at Bologna, and there, in the course of their discussions, Clement mentioned to the emperor the idea of such a marriage, pretending to ask his advice about it, and carefully concealing the fact that he had had any communications, on that or any other subject, with Francis. Charles, knowing that Francis was again planning to get hold of Milan, and being particularly anxious to prevent a friendship between him and Clement which might assist that endeavour, and never believing for a moment that Francis would agree to such a mésalliance, advised Clement to make the proposal, thinking that it would bring upon him a rebuff from Francis, which would produce ill feeling between them. Whereupon, to Charles' astonishment and disgust, the thing was promptly carried out. The emperor having departed to Spain, Clement pushed on all the arrangements as fast as possible, and in October 1533 the marriage was performed by Clement himself, Francis also being present. As a part of the terms of this marriage, it was secretly agreed that on Francis gaining possession of Milan with the Pope's assistance, that duchy should be given to Henry, Catherine's husband, Clement hoping to gratify his ambition by seeing one of his family in power at Florence and the other at Milan. And Clement returned to Rome in December feeling much secret satisfaction, not only at having achieved so advantageous a marriage for his family, but also at having outwitted Charles, who had held him so long in chains, and who was left with no power of taking offense at this marriage, since he had been led by Clement into actually himself urging the latter to propose it. But Clement had not a long time in which to enjoy feelings of satisfaction. Before 5 months were over, there pressed upon him, from another direction, matters which made the last half year of his life more disastrous than all that had preceded. For the cloud in the west now grew to greater dimensions than those of a mere personal quarrel with the king, and in the last 6 months of Clement's life events supervened in England which, in their momentous importance to the papacy, threw all else into the background. For here was no case, as in Germany, of a certain number of individuals, however powerful, revolting from the Pope, but an entire national church was casting off his supremacy, and a whole nation, by its legislature, enacting laws prohibiting obedience to his authority, while a king, instead of restraining these actions, was instigating them. And this nation also was that which had hitherto furnished the largest supplies for the support of the papacy. If one or two more countries should act in the same manner, there would scarcely remain any papacy to fight for. In March 1534, both the Church and Parliament of England separately repudiated the supremacy of the Pope, the Convocation of the Church of England repudiating that supremacy as opposed to the principles of the Catholic Church, and an innovation which had not existed for the first 6 centuries of the Church's life, and declaring that the Pope hath no greater jurisdiction in this kingdom of England than any other foreign bishop, and the Parliament of England passing an act which made appeals to the Pope high treason. Thus the repudiation by the Church of England of the papal supremacy took place before the actual rupture between Henry and the Pope. This latter followed 4 months later, when in July 1534 the Pope pronounced a sentence of excommunication against Henry, unless he would take back Catherine of Aragon and put away Anne Boleyn, Clement thus still leaving a loophole, in the hope that a rupture between himself and Henry might even yet, at the 11th hour, be avoided. Henry, however, refused to do this, whereupon the breach became complete. Thus had Henry's personal quarrel with the Pope led to greater consequences than even a king's excommunication, and had enabled the Church of England to cast off that papal supremacy which had been wrongly imposed upon her for 5 centuries. The sentence of excommunication against Henry VIII was the last public act of Clement VII's life. He died less than 2 months afterwards, on the 25th September, 1534, at the age of 56. His life ended in the midst of the gloom caused by the darkest of all the storms that had come upon the papacy, and he died with his name execrated in every country, and unregretted by a single human being. It might have been thought that whatever the northern races might feel, at least in the capital city of that papacy on behalf of which he had contended so strenuously, some reverence might have been felt for him. But it was not so. In a letter to the Duke of Norfolk 3 weeks after the Pope's death, a Roman Catholic correspondent, Gregory de Casale, writes thus: "The joy in Rome was great. The most bitter hatred was felt for the dead Pope by every human being, a hatred which, unappeased even by his death, showed itself by repeated nightly attacks upon his tomb. Once it was absolutely destroyed, and the corpse was found transfixed with a sword. And had it not been for respect to the Cardinal de Medici, Ippolito, the body would have been dragged through the city by a hook. At length an armed guard had to be set over the tomb, since it was every night broken and defiled with all sorts of filth." Thus ended Clement VII. by setting before himself ignoble aims and pursuing them with complete unscrupulousness, he did the greatest harm to his own family, to Florence, to Italy, and to the papacy. He died leaving half Europe fallen away from the papacy, Rome a ruined city, the name of his family hated where once it had been honored, and Italy, from Milan to Naples, a field of slaughter bathed in blood and tears. At first sight, Clement VII's pontificate is an enigma. He, one of the cleverest members of an exceptionally able family, who had been the guiding genius of the papacy throughout Leo X's much praised reign, seems in his own pontificate to be perpetually engaged in the most unsuccessful schemes, and involved in the most grievous troubles, indignities, and losses, all without any apparent necessity, and with a result which has caused his pontificate to be considered the most disastrous on record. The key, however, to this enigma, and the clue to the whole history of these 11 eventful years, is to be found in the reports of the Venetian ambassador at Rome, Antonio Suriano. The latter, immediately after Clement's death, set himself to show to his own government that one single underlying motive was the cause of all Clement's actions, and the key to his otherwise inexplicable conduct, and that this all-dominating motive was the endeavor to avoid the assembly of a general council. Suriano writes 2 long reports to his government to prove this point, and draws out in detail the many things which Clement was willing to endure for the sake of this one object, while he states that Clement's dread of a general council amounted to nothing short of abject terror. In his first report, Suriano points out at great length the many occasions on which this exaggerated terror had impelled Clement to the most strange course of conduct, stating that this overwhelming dread of the General Council, and this alone, induced the Pope to smother his resentment against the Emperor for the many mortifications received from him, and specially for the never to be forgotten outrage of the sack of Rome. All was, if not forgiven, endured in silence, so long as there was any hope that by keeping Charles in good humor the council might be staved off. And it was only when the Emperor definitively insisted on its assembly that Clement began again to lean towards Francis, in the hope that the latter would impede it. Suriano states that Clement would not even suffer the word to be mentioned in his presence, and gives in detail the many cogent reasons he had for dreading it. In his second report, the Venetian ambassador gives a masterly sketch of Clement's whole policy, and again points out that through all his manifold schemes there had been this one motive only. For this, says Suriano, took place the conference with the Emperor at Bologna, and the league between His Holiness, His Majesty the Emperor, and your Serene Highnesses. For this the cruel and shameful siege and conquest of Florence. For this the marriage between the Emperor's daughter, Margaret, and the infamous Alessandro. For this again the marriage between the Duchessina and the son of the King of France. Again, for the same reason, when the arrest in Hungary of the Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici occasioned the Pope, on account of the indignity, such poignant grief that he wept over it, yet was it all passed over unnoticed. Nor could any circumstance avail to arouse Clement or cause him to quarrel with the Emperor, since His Holiness considered that the friendship of the Emperor secured him from the council so much dreaded by him. For this same cause, pursues the ambassador, although His Holiness had but little love for the Emperor, who ruled him and led him whithersoever he would, yet he was obliged against his will, by necessity, to consent to whatever the Emperor chose, without manifesting any resistance, and all this from fear of the council. Therefore, considering this his painful position, and the slavery, as it may be called, in which the Emperor held him, and still more the danger of the council, he began to show himself more accessible to the most Christian king, Francis I, and hence the marriage of the Duchessina was planned. His Holiness's idea was that by this alliance of his niece with the son of the King of France, he should lay the foundation of two pillars of support for his family and his own affairs, especially in the so much dreaded matter of the Council, in the hope that by these means some settlement of the religious questions might be attained, and at least the dreaded Council be avoided. Insuriano sums up by saying, "Your lordships then may be assured that Clement used all possible means to avoid a council, and the fear of it tormented the mind of his Holiness to such a degree that by reason of it he even lost the friendship of the Emperor and of others, and finally his own life." To which may be added the break with England, for Clement would never have allowed the breach with Henry to occur had it not been for the threat of the assembly of a general council, which Charles V intimated to him in the plainest terms should be the result of his agreeing to the divorce of his aunt. But there is something deeper to be seen here, though strangely enough it has passed without notice. If we look back through the long roll of the centuries, we shall see that all this means, in one word, retribution. And so we see Canossa at last avenged, and after 4 centuries and a half, instead of the scene enacted there, which burnt itself into the memory of Europe, we see the roles reversed, and behold a successor of the Emperor Henry IV making a successor of Pope Gregory VII his abject slave, who trembled before him, and placed the papal authority at his entire disposal, to be used only in accordance with his behests. End of section 40.